Hey everyone, and welcome back to our YouTube channel Code and Create. My name is George and I ran this channel together with my friend Lasha. We've been teaching web development for several years on different platforms where we have helped thousands of happy students master their coding skills. Before we dive into today's tutorial, I'd like to ask for a small favor. We are on our way to reaching 20,000 subscribers and your support means the world to us. If you enjoy our content, please like this video, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss future uploads. It is a simple click for you, but it makes a huge difference for us by helping the channel grow. And don't forget to comment below, we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions. So let's hit 20,000 subscribers as soon as possible and keep building this community together. Today we are diving into an exciting tutorial where we will build 8 awesome apps using Vanilla JavaScript from scratch. This is a great opportunity for you to learn a variety of cool techniques and problem-solving approaches while keeping it simple with plain JavaScript. No frameworks, no libraries, just pure coding fun. Now that you know what we are building, let's take a closer look at each project and explore the exciting features and techniques you will learn along the way. The first project we will build is a memory game, a fun and interactive app that challenges your memory while keeping you entertained. The game starts with a customizable grid of cards where you can choose between 16, 36 or even 64 cards. Each card is initially face down and your goal is to match all pairs by flipping 2 cards at a time. We will dive into some core JavaScript techniques like working with event listeners, managing DOM elements dynamically, and handling state logic to track correct and wrong attempts. You will also see how to implement a timer to measure the time it takes to finish the game and display it in a sleek model when the game ends. One of the coolest parts of this project is the way we shuffle cards and dynamically create a responsive grid layout using CSS. Whether you're playing for fun or challenging yourself to improve your time, this project is a great way to practice working with data structures and JavaScript logic. Our second project is a puzzle game, a creative and interactive app where you solve a picture puzzle by dragging and dropping the pieces into the correct positions. The game dynamically generates puzzles with draggable tiles and offers 2 exciting features: uploading your own image or fetching a random one for an added challenge. We'll dive into essential JavaScript concepts like drag and drop events, dynamic element positioning, and state management to track correct and incorrect placements. The project also leverages asynchronous functionality to fetch random images from an API, ensuring every game feels fresh and unique. The interface is designed with responsiveness in mind, offering smooth animations and visual feedback as you work through the puzzle. To keep things exciting, we've included a loader while fetching images and a model to celebrate your win or encourage you to try again. By the end of this project, you will have a strong grasp of working with interactive UIs and event handling in JavaScript. Next up is our music player app, where we recreate the essence of a mini Spotify experience. This project features a sleek interface with a rotating album cover, playback controls, and dynamic song information, giving you all the vibes of a professional music app. We will implement essential features like play, pause, forward and backward controls, and use JavaScript to dynamically load song details, including the name, artist, and progress bar. You will also learn how to handle media playback events to update the UI in real time, ensuring a seamless experience for users. What makes this project really cool is the time tracking and progress bar interaction, where users can jump to any part of the song with a click. It is a fantastic opportunity to explore event-driven programming and work with HTML5's audio element to handle playback and metadata. By the end, you will have built a polished, responsive music player that feels just as professional as your favorite streaming app. Our fourth project is a notes app, designed to keep your thoughts and ideas organized with a simple and intuitive interface. This app allows you to create, edit, and delete notes, making it a perfect tool for writing down important tasks, ideas, or reminders. We will explore key JavaScript concepts like local storage, which ensures your notes are saved even when you close the browser, and dynamic UI updates, where each node is added or removed. The app also features editable titles and content, allowing users to make changes directly within the node. One of the highlights of this project is the seamless integration of JavaScript modules, who will separate the logic into controllers for the app, UI, and data, ensuring clean and maintainable code. The minimalistic design is fully responsive and uses modern styling techniques to deliver a professional feel. By the end of this project, you will have mastered building a functional notes application and gain insights into structuring larger JavaScript applications. The fifth project on our list is an elegant and fully interactive slider app, perfect for showcasing a team, portfolio, or product gallery. This app features a dynamic sliding effect where users can smoothly navigate through slides, showcasing team members' names, positions, and photos. We will use JavaScript to implement automatic and manual navigation, allowing users to click on slides or use control buttons to cycle through the content. The project also includes an eye-catching progress bar that updates with every slide transition, enhancing the visual feedback. The slides at the center have colored images, while others have black and white. Also, the slides move on hover nicely. You will learn to manage DOM manipulation, implement animations, and handle user interactions like clicks and hover events. By the end, you will have built a responsive and visually appealing slider that can be customized for a variety of use cases. It is a great way to showcase your skills in building smooth, interactive UI components with JavaScript. Next up is a gallery app, a visually stunning and interactive image showcase that allows users to browse and view photos in an engaging way. The app features a beautiful grid layout where images subtly transform and highlight on hover, providing an elegant visual effect. Clicking on an image expands it into a large view mode where the selected photo smoothly animates into focus while dimming the rest of the gallery. This is achieved using CSS animations and JavaScript to dynamically update the DOM, creating a polished user experience. We will also add a hover-sensitive shadow effect following the cursor as you move across the grid. This feature adds depth and interactivity, making the app feel even more dynamic. This project is perfect for mastering JavaScript DOM manipulation, CSS animations, and responsive grid layouts. Whether for a portfolio, product showcase, or just to impress your friends, this gallery app will elevate your skills in building captivating UI components. The seventh project in our lineup is a Signup Form. This form takes the ordinary sign-up process and transforms it into an engaging user experience with dynamic animations and clever feedback mechanisms. This project teaches you how to build responsive and interactive forms using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. From animated input effects to password toggles, every detail enhances the form's usability. You will implement a real-time display of user input with a large blurred letter effect that updates dynamically as you type. Password fields come with a visibility toggle, ensuring both security and user convenience. The form's design is modern and responsive, with a subtle background animation and smooth transitions. The JavaScript logic also dynamically updates the heading to match the focused input, creating an intuitive experience that feels professional and polished. By the end, you will have mastered techniques to elevate form design while enhancing functionality, leaving users with an enjoyable and seamless sign-up process. The final project in this series is an advanced gallery app. Unlike traditional galleries, this app adds layers of interactivity that captivate users and bring the images to life. The gallery consists of a grid of images, where each box transforms dynamically on hover. As you move your cursor over an image, it follows the cursor in real time, creating a magnetic effect. Additionally, hovering over a box reveals a center overlay with a call to action that can be customized. Behind the scenes, JavaScript powers everything from dynamic background updates to smooth animations, offering a hands-on experience with DOM manipulation and event handling. With that overview in mind, let's jump right into our first project and get started. In this video, we're going to be creating one of the most popular and funnest games today, Memory Game. The project will be created based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and in this project we will use object-oriented programming. First of all, I'm going to describe the project. The Memory Game is one of the most popular, entertaining, and funnest games. As you can see, we have here a board which consists of cells. The board is square, meaning we have the same number of rows and columns. In this case, the board consists of 16 cards. They are hidden behind the cells. The goal of the game is to find the matching couples, meaning we have 8 couples hidden and we have to find them. For example, if we click the cell, then the card will rotate. Then you have to click another cell and another card will rotate. If you're lucky and you find the matching card, then both cards will remain rotated. If you don't find the matching card, then the cards will hide. So you have to remember where the cards are placed in order to find the matching cards with as few wrong attempts as possible. So that's the goal of the memory game. Once you find all matching cards, then the game will finish. You can see here the options. By default, the board consists of 16 cells, but you can select other options as well. You can switch to 36 cells, and also we have here 64 cells. Many cells automatically mean that the game is harder but more interesting. Below you can see the timer and also the button New Game. If I click it, then the pop-up message will display asking if we want to quit the game. If I click yes, then the game will reset to a 16-cell board. Let's go ahead and play the game quickly. So once we finish the game, then the pop-up message will appear saying that the game is over. And we have here the details, time spent, wrong attempts, and the button to start the game again. Alright, so that's all about the rules of the game and the functionality of our project. The game is responsive to different screen sizes. If I inspect the page, switch to the responsive mode, and check the project on different screen sizes and devices, I have prepared here a couple of different screen sizes and devices like desktop screens, tablets, and mobile screen sizes. You will see that the project is responsive and it looks good on every screen size and device. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Memory Game, in which I store another folder for the images. I have here all the images that we're going to use throughout this project. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code and then create our working files. We need to create index.html. Then the second file is going to be style.css. And then I'm going to create script.js. Next, I'm going to open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. We have to place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML tags. I'm going to change the title. It's going to be Memory Game. And then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's open link tag. And in the hReference attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the CSS file. It's going to be style.css. And then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. I'm going to open script tag. And in the source attribute, we have to define the file name. It's going to be script.js. And also I'm going to add here an attribute called defer. So when the browser sees a script tag with defer, it starts loading the JavaScript file right away, but it doesn't stop building the rest of the web page. It keeps going, putting together the HTML, styling it, and so on, while the script is still loading in the background. So once the HTML is all set up and the browser is done loading everything else, it goes back to the script and runs it. This way your web page appears faster because it doesn't wait for the script to finish loading before showing the content. but the script still runs, making your web page interactive and dynamic. Next, I'm going to add here another attribute, and it's going to be type with the value module. So this attribute specifies that the script should be treated as a JavaScript module. Modules are a way to organize JavaScript code, allowing for better code organization, encapsulation, and reuse. When a script is marked as a module, it runs in its own scope, not in the global scope of the document. It also allows the use of import and export statements for module dependencies. So as you remember, we're going to use an object-oriented JavaScript in this project, so that's why we need here type with the value module. All right, so that's it. I'm going to run the project to the browser using live server. Then let's place the browser and the editor side by side, like so. It will make our working process simple and convenient. And now I'm going to create the HTML markup for our project. Let's open div tag with the class name container. It will wrap the entire contents of our project. Next, I'm going to open form elements. Let's get rid of action attribute. We don't need it. So inside the form element, I'm going to insert select elements. Name is going to be choice. Then I'm going to get rid of ID attribute, and let's insert here class attribute. The class name is going to be select cells number. So inside the select element, we need option. The value is going to be 16. Then I'm going to add here another attribute, selected, because this one will be a default option. Once we reload the page, the default option will be 16. Okay, let's duplicate this element twice. So the second option is going to be 36. As for the third option, I'm going to insert here 64. All right, that's it about the options. Next, I'm going to open div tag with the class name playground. It's going to be an empty element. Then after playground, I'm going to open model, in which I'm going to open another div element, and it's going to be model content. Inside the model content, I'm going to open h2 heading element with the class name model heading. The content is going to be game over. Then after heading elements, we need to create div with the class name model time, in which I'm going to insert span elements, time spent. Then after div elements, I mean the model time, I'm going to open h3 heading element, and it's going to be model text. The text is going to be wrong attempts. Then I'm going to insert here span element with the class name wrong. And let's insert here 5. After heading elements, we need to create a button with the class name btn. It's going to be a common class name. And also we need here an individual class, and it's going to be model btn. Let's add here text start again. Okay, so that's it about the button. Next, I'm going to create div element, and it's going to be features. It will include the div element with the class name timer. Let's insert here span elements. We need 2 zeros. And then I'm going to insert here minutes. Then we need again span, again zeros, and then seconds. All right, so that's it about the timer. Next, I'm going to create button with the classes btn and then restart btn. The text is going to be new game. All right, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. So here we have all the elements. Let's go ahead and open style.css file. I'm going to put this file on the right side of the editor. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to bring in link for the Google fonts. Throughout this project, we're going to use one of the Google fonts. Let's search for Google fonts, visit the website, and I'm going to search for a font called Orbitron. So that's the font that we're going to grab. Let's click get font, then get embed code. So we have here two ways to grab the link. We can either copy these links from here, or we can click import, then grab this URL and paste it in the CSS file. Alright, after that I'm going to create some default styles. So let's go ahead and select every element using an asterisk. I'm going to get rid of default margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Then I'm going to set box sizing to border box. It means that the width and height of the element will include the padding and also the border. And then I'm going to define the font family. As the default font family, I'm going to set Sequoia UI. If you don't have this font right now, you can go ahead and download it for free and install, or you can use any of the fonts you like. Alright, so that's it about the default styles. As you can see, they are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So I'm going to use rem as a measurement unit throughout this project. Right now, by default, one rem is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert one rem into 10 pixels, and for that, we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element, and we have to make it 62.5%. So right now, one rem is equal to 10 pixels. And as you can see, the size of the elements became smaller. Next, I'm going to define a couple of different variables which we're going to use throughout this project. So we need here roots. Then the first variable is going to be grid cell. And it's going to be 6. And then I'm going to create color white. Next, I'm going to create another color and it's going to be light gray. Let's use here 555. Next, we need gray. Then it's going to be 222. Then we need blue. Let's make it 119 EC9. Then I'm going to create gap. It's going to be 1 rem. And finally, I'm going to add here time. It's going to be 0.5 seconds. Actually, let's grab this line and paste it here. Okay, so that's it about the default and common styles. Also, we created here a couple of different variables. Next, I'm going to take care of the container. Let's select this element. The first thing that I'm going to do is to define the height. The height is going to be 100 SVH. So this is a newer unit that reflects the smallest possible viewport height visible to the user, excluding UI elements. So height 100 SVH will ensure the element fills the viewport height, but won't account for the address bar or other UI elements. This provides a more consistent layout experience compared to viewport height, especially on mobile devices where UI elements can dynamically change the viewport height. So we use SVH for creating full screen sections or backgrounds that should remain consistent regardless of UI changes. Alright, after that I'm going to place the content in the center. For that we have a couple of different ways. In this case I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need here display grid and then place items, center. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to select the playground, and I'm going to define background color. It's going to be F7 EEDD. After that, I'm going to define width and height. So the width is going to be 90. Viewport minimum, I mean V min. So this unit represents viewport minimum. It's a relative unit in CSS that expresses a value as a percentage of the smaller dimension of the viewport. So let me explain how it works. Imagine a rectangular viewport representing your browser window. The viewport has two dimensions, width and height. Whichever of these dimensions is smaller is considered the viewport's minimum dimension. If your browser window is wider than it is tall, I mean the landscape mode, the minimum dimension will be the viewport height. Conversely, if your window is taller than it is wide, I mean the portrait mode, the minimum dimension will be the viewport width. The 90 viewport minimum value in our code instructs the element to take up 90% of this minimum viewport dimension. Okay, next I'm going to define the height. It's going to be 90 viewport minimum again. So by setting both width and height to 90 viewport minimum, we are essentially creating a square-shaped element that will always be slightly smaller than the viewport's minimum dimension. This ensures the element remains responsive and adjusts its size based on the screen orientation and size. So here are some key points to remember. The element will never be larger than 90% of the smaller viewport dimension. It will maintain a square aspect ratio regardless of the viewport orientation, and this is useful for creating responsive layouts for elements that need to stay within the viewport bounds. Alright, so hopefully you understand how viewport minimum works. Next, I'm going to define the border radius, and now I'm going to use one of the variables that we created. Let's use var keyword, and then I'm going to pass here gap. It is equal to 1 rem. So let's go ahead and check the browser. So we have here the playground. Next, I'm going to customize the model. So let's go ahead and select model. First of all, I'm going to find the position. It's going to be fixed. Next, I'm going to define inset property and set it to 0. So when you set inset to 0, it means that you set all 4 properties, I mean the top, left, bottom, and right positions to 0. So instead of writing here those 4 properties, you can simply use inset with the value 0. Alright, next I'm going to define the background color, and I'm going to use RGBA value. We need here 119, 118, then 115, and the opacity is going to be 0.604. Let's check the browser. So here we have the background and also the model, which is spread to the entire page. Next, I'm going to set display to grid, and then I'm going to place the content in the center using place items with the value center. Okay, so here we have the content of the model, and the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to customize the contents. So let's go ahead and select model contents. First of all, I'm going to use flexbox to align the elements inside the model contents. So let's set display to flex. Then I'm going to change the direction. I'm going to place the flex items vertically in a column. Therefore, we need here flex direction to be column. Then we need to place the content in the center vertically using justify content center. In general, when you use justify content center, you place the flex items in the center but horizontally. But once we change the direction and we made it column, then justify content center centers the elements vertically. Alright, next I'm going to center the elements horizontally using align items center. Let's check the browser. After that, I'm going to define the gap between the flex items. So I'm going to use row gap. Let's set it to variable gap. Then I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 40 rem. Also, we need aspect ratio. It's going to be 1. It means that the width and height of the element will be equal. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here the gap between the rows. Next, let's change the background color. Let's set it to RGBA value. We need here white color, 255 3 times. And the opacity is going to be 0.863. Alright, after that, let's make the corners of the model rounded. So we need border radius. And as the value, I'm going to use variable gap. Alright, so that's it about the model content. Next, I'm going to take care of the model heading. So let's go ahead and select model heading. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to increase the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Then let's change the color. And I'm going to use here variable light gray. Also, we need here margin at the bottom. And the value is going to be variable gap. Let's check the browser. So the heading looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the time of the model content. So I'm going to select time. Actually, we need here model time. Let's use again flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to align items in the center. I'm going to center the flex items vertically. So we need here center. And also I'm going to create some gap between the columns using column gap. And the value is going to be variable gap. Okay, so after that, let's go ahead and select this span element inside the model time. So I'm going to select model time. Then we need the child combinator. And we have to select span. So the CSS child combinator selects only the direct child elements of the previously targeted element, in this case model time. So let's define the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. And then I'm going to change the color. Let's use here variable gray. Oops, we need here gray. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the first span element is customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the model text. So let's go ahead and select model text. First of all, let's define font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. Then I'm going to make the text uppercase using text transform. Uppercase. Change the color. Let's use here variable light gray. Then I'm going to change the font weight. It's going to be 500. Let's place this line of code up. Okay, so that's it about the model text. Let's check the browser. As you can see, the model text looks good. Next, we have to take care of the button, start again. So let's go ahead and select button with the class name btn. As you remember, it is a common class name. We use this class name for 2 buttons. The first one is start again, and the second button is here, new game. So first of all, I'm going to define box sizing property, and I'm going to set it to content box. So in this case, the width and height of the element will no longer include the padding and the border. So let's define padding. I'm going to set it to 0.5 rem at the top and bottom sides, and then we need 1 rem on the left and right sides. Next, let's change the background color. I'm going to set background color to blue. Then let's go ahead and get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Also, I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius. The value is going to be 0.5 rem. Let's check the browser. Okay, let's go ahead and add some more styles to the button. Next thing that I'm going to do is to define the font size, and it's going to be 1.2 rem. Then I'm going to make the text uppercase. Also, let's go ahead and create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Then change the color of the text. I'm going to use white color. And finally, let's set margin at the top to 2 rem. Also make the cursor pointer. Okay, so that's it about the buttons. Actually, as you can see, both buttons are customized. Next, I'm going to hide the model. So let's go ahead and add to the model opacity 0 and visibility hidden. So as you can see, the model is hidden. Actually, we don't have here any values for the options. Let's check the code. So we need here 16, then 36, then 64, and also we need selected for the first option only, not for all of them. So as you can see, now we have here 16 selected by default, and also you see here 36 and 64. Okay, let's go ahead and customize the features. I'm going to select features. Let's use Flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to align items in the center and also create some gap between the columns using column gap. And the value is going to be 3 rem. Okay, next I'm going to select the restart btn. So let's select features followed by the restart btn. We need some individual styling for the second button. So let's go ahead and set margin to 0. And also we need here font size to be, actually we need here font size. It's going to be 1 rem. Alright, so that's it about the restart btn. Next I'm going to customize the timer. So let's go ahead and select timer. First thing that I'm going to do is to change the font family. Let's use here the font that we grabbed from the Google Fonts website. So the font family is going to be Orbitron sans serif. Next I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 1.3 rem. And also change the color. I'm going to use here blue color. Okay, so here we have the timer. Next I'm going to select the span elements. Let's go ahead and select timer followed by the span. I'm going to use the same font family. Let's grab this line of code and paste it here. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.6 rem. And also I'm going to set the width of the span element. Let's set it to 2.7 rem. Alright, after that I'm going to select span element. I mean the last child of the timer, the second span element. So let's go ahead and select timer followed by the span, and we need here last child pseudo class. Let's set margin left to 0.5 rem. Alright, so that's it about the CSS for now. Now I'm going to set to write some JavaScript. First of all, I'm going to create new folder, and it's going to be JS. Then inside that folder, I'm going to create 2 different files. The first one is going to be controller.js. As for the second file, I'm going to create elements.js. Then inside the elements.js file, actually I'm going to put these files here on the left side. So inside the elements file, I'm going to create a JavaScript class. JavaScript class is a blueprint for creating objects with properties and methods. So we need class elements. Then inside the class, I'm going to create a constructor function. So this function gets executed when a new instance of the class is created. And down below, I'm going to insert export default, and I'm going to specify here elements. So this line of code exports the elements class so that it can be imported and used in other JavaScript files. The export default syntax allows you to export a single value or object as the default export of a module. In this case, the default export is the elements class. Now I'm going to open controller.js, and I'm going to import elements from elements.js file. Actually, we need elements.js. Now here inside the controller file, I'm going to create JavaScript class, and it's going to be controller. Then again, we need here a constructor function. So inside the constructor method, we have to create a new instance of the elements class and assign it to the elements property of the controller instance. This means that every controller object will have an associated elements object stored in the elements property. So we need here this dot elements, and then I'm going to insert here new elements. So in JavaScript, this keyword refers to the current execution context, which can vary depending on how a function is called. In the context of the controller class constructor, this refers to the current instance of the controller class. When you create a new instance of controller using the new keyword, this inside the constructor refers to that newly created instance. In this case, we assign a new instance of the elements class to the elements property of the current controller instance. This means that whenever a new controller object is created, it will have a property named elements which holds an instance of the elements class. Alright, hopefully you understand what I'm talking about. Next, I'm going to export controller. Then I'm going to open script.js file, and I'm going to import controller from. Now we need to enter the JS folder that we have created, and then we have to select controller.js. And finally, I'm going to create new instance. We have to call controller with new keyword. Okay, now I'm going to test if those files are connected correctly. So I'm going to go to the elements.js file, and then inside the constructor function, I'm going to create some kind of test. We need this .test to be equal to console.log, and I'm going to run to the console something like hi. Okay, so let's go to the browser and inspect the page. I'm going to switch to the console tab. So as you can see, we have here hi. It means that everything's correct and every file is connected correctly. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this test from here. So now we have to get access to the values of the select elements. We have to get access to the values of the options. We have 3 different options. We have here 16, 36, and 64. So I'm going to go to the script.js file and create new variable. It's going to be select cells number. It should be equal to documents.querySelector. We have to select, actually we need here dot, then select cells number. So as you can see, we create here a new instance of the controller class. Now I'm going to insert an argument here and assign this new instance to the variable. So I'm going to insert here select cells number, and then I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be game, and it should be equal to new controller. All right. After that, I'm going to add an event listener to the select cells number. The event is going to be change. So I'm going to insert select source number followed by the add event listener. And as I said, I'm going to insert here an event called change. So the change event will trigger once we change the values of the select element. I'm going to pass here a callback function. And also we need here an event object. Okay, so after that, I'm going to select the playground. I mean this element here. It is empty right now. And then we have to define its HTML content. So I'm going to use query selector method. Then I'm going to pass here a class name playground. And then, as I said, we have to define its HTML content. For that, I'm going to use property called inner HTML. And right now it should be equal to an empty string. After that, I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be new game. And then we have to call class controller. I mean, we have to create new instance. And as the argument, I'm going to pass here e.target.value. So this argument refers to the value of the select element. I mean those values here. So as you see, we passed here a parameter select source number, and now we call this class and we pass here an argument e.target.value. I mean the value of the select element. E.target in this case refers to the select element. Alright, so now I'm going to go to the controller.js file and I'm going to pass a parameter in the constructor function, and the parameter is going to be cart number. In carts, I mean the carts that will be hidden behind the cells. Besides that, I'm going to insert here an argument cart number as well. Then we have to go back to the elements.js file, and in the constructor function, I'm going to pass here the same parameter cart number. Alright, so now inside the constructor function, I'm going to create new variable. We need this dot cart number. It should be equal to cart number. Then I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be playground. So we need here this dot playground. It should be equal to documents dot query selector, and we have to specify here the class name playground. After that, I'm going to create new method here inside the elements constructor function. So the method is going to be create cart. And now I'm going to run to the console. Carts number. Actually, we need here this dot carts number. And finally, we have to call this method here in the constructor function. We need this dot create cart. Alright, let's go to the browser. So once we change the value of the select element, then we will get this value in the console. So as you can see, everything works fine, and we have access on the values of the select element. Okay, let's go back to the VS Code. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to add some CSS to the playground. So I'm going to use CSS grid. We need display grid. And then I'm going to define gap between the columns and rows. So we need here variable gap, which is equal to 1 rem. And also I'm going to define padding with the same value. Alright, so right now nothing is changed here. Now we have to define the rows and columns of the playground, and we have to do that here in the create card function. So I'm going to insert here this dot playground. Then we need style, and I'm going to use here grid template rows. I'm going to define the rows. So let's open template literals. We need to use repeat function. Inside the repeat function, I'm going to insert one of the JavaScript built-in methods, and it's called math.squareroot. this function returns the square root of a number. Inside the parentheses, I'm going to insert this .cards number, and then we need here one fractional unit as the size of the row. So if the cards number is 16, then the number of rows will be 4. In case of 36, the number of rows will be 6. And in case of 64, the number of rows will be 8. So that's the way how math.squareroot function works. Now, in the same way, we have to define the columns. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need grid template columns. And then we need the same values here. All right, so let's go to the browser. I'm going to switch to the Elements tab and find Playground. And I'm going to click this button here, Grid. Now, if I change the values of the select elements, then we will get here this grid system. So as you can see, if we select 16, then we will get 4 columns and 4 rows. Then in case of 36, we'll get here 6 columns and 6 rows. And in case of 64, we'll get here 8 columns and 8 rows. Alright, so everything works fine. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now I'm going to create a new variable, which is going to be an array. I'm going to insert here this .cards index. It should be equal to an empty square bracket. Now we need to create indexes, double them and push them into an array. For example, when 16 is selected in the options, we have to push into an array numbers from 1 through 8, which is a half of the selected value. And also we need to double those indexes. I mean, we need numbers from 1 through 8 twice in the array. So I'm going to create new method and I'm going to call it double index. Then I'm going to insert here for loop. Let's create variable I. It's going to be a counter and it should be equal to 1. Then we need the condition I is less than or equal to this cards number. And finally we need I plus plus, the increment of the I variable. So now we have to use a conditional statement where we have to check if the variable I is less than or equal to half of the cards number. So we need here I is less than or equal to this cards number divided by 2. If this condition is true, then we have to add the number to the array. So we need here a question mark, and then I'm going to add here this cards index push, and we have to specify here the variable I. So for example, if the selected value is 16, then this condition will be true until the value of I variable reaches 9. So when the value of I variable becomes 9, then we have to subtract the half of the cards number. In this case, we will get 1 and we will push that 1 into an array. So as the result of the false condition, we need this cards index push, and we have to insert here I minus this cards number divided by 2. So this code will result an array in which we will have numbers from 1 through 8 twice in the case of 16. Then in the case of 36, we will have numbers from 1 through 18 twice. And in the case of 64, we will have numbers from 1 through 32. In order to see it clearly, I'm going to run to the console this cards index. And also we need to call the function. We need here this double index. Then I'm going to go to the browser. So if I change here the value, then we will get an array in which we have numbers from 1 through 18 twice. So we have here numbers from 1 through 18, then again numbers from 1 through 18. If we change the value and make it 64, then we'll get numbers from 1 through 32 twice. And the same will happen in case of 16. All right, so everything works fine. Next, I'm going to create the cards and also the images. I'm going to display the images on the playground. So for that, I'm going to insert here this dot cards index. I'm going to iterate over cards indexes. And for that, I'm going to use array helper method for each. It should take up a callback function. And as the parameter, I'm going to insert here index. So as I said, we're going to create cards. So I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be card. And then I'm going to use method called create element. We need to create div element. Next, I'm going to add a new class to the newly created card element. So we need here card.classList. Then we need method add. And I'm going to specify here the class name. It's going to be card. All right, so after that, I'm going to add another attribute to the card. So we need card.setAttribute. And I'm going to specify here the name of the attribute. It's going to be data index. And as the value, I'm going to pass here index. All right, so that's it about the card. Next, I'm going to create image in the same way. So we need variable img. Then again, let's go ahead and use create element method. Actually, we need here create element. And I'm going to specify here the element. It's going to be image. Next, I'm going to define the source of the image. We need here image.source. It should be equal to template literals. Then we have folder called images. Next, we need icon. If we check the images, you will see that all the images have name starting with icon, and then we have the number. So we need here icon dash, and as the number, I'm going to insert here index. And then we need the extension PNG. Okay, so after that, I'm going to append image to the card. So we need card.append image. And finally, we have to append card to the playground. So we need here this dot playground dot append. And I'm going to pass here card. All right, so that's it. Let's go to the browser. Let's change the values. So as you can see, we have here the images. Actually, I'm going to switch on the grid system. So if we select 64, then we'll get 64 icons. And in case of 16, we'll get here 16 different icons. All right, so now I'm going to add some CSS to the cards and images. Let's go ahead and select card. I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be white. Then I'm going to set box shadow to 0.3 RAM. And the color is going to be EEE. Also, I'm going to use grid. We need display grid. And we have to place the images in the center of the card. So we need to place item center. Next, I'm going to inherit the border radius. And also make the cursor pointer. Okay, so that's it about the card. Next, I'm going to take care of the images. Let's select card image. I'm going to set width and height to 100%. Then I'm going to use object fit. And as the value, I'm going to add here scale down. So in this case, the content inside the element will be scaled down to fit the container box while preserving its aspect ratio. In a sense, scale down will make sure that the content is displayed as large as possible while still fitting within the container, either at its original size or scaled down. It's like contain, but it won't enlarge the content if it's smaller than the container. Alright, so that's the way how scale down value works. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use again color white. And finally, I'm going to inherit again for the radius. Okay, let's go to the browser. So everything works fine. As you can see, all the images are displayed. Nice. Okay, so now we have to shuffle the images. We have to display randomly images on each selection of the value. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to create new method, and it's going to be shuffle indexes. Then I'm going to pass here an argument. It's going to be array. Then we need return array.sort. So this method is called on the input array. The sort method is used to sort the elements of an array in place and return the sorted array. If no comparison function is provided to sort, the elements are converted to strings. In this case, I'm going to pass here a callback function. Then we need math.random, and we have to subtract 0.5. So this callback function is used as a comparison function for sorting. Math.random generates a random floating point number between 0 and 1. In this case, 0 is inclusive and 1 is exclusive. By subtracting 0.5, we effectively have a random number that can be positive or negative. This means that the sorting function will return a positive number, negative number, or 0 randomly, effectively shuffling the array randomly. The sorting function provided to sort takes two elements of the array as parameters. Let's call them A and B. It compares these two elements based on the return value of the arrow function. If the return value is negative, A will be placed before B in the sorted array. If the return value is positive, B will be placed before A. And if the return value is 0, the relative order of A and B remains unchanged. As math.random generates random numbers, the comparison function will effectively produce a random order for the elements in the array. This results in the array being shuffled randomly. Alright, now the next thing that we have to do is to add here this dot shuffle indexes, and we have to wrap this dot cards index with parentheses. Alright, let's go to the browser. Actually, the images are not visible. We might have some problem. Well, let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to check the console. So here we should have the number of cells. It gives us the number of cells once we select the value. So we might have some tiny issue in the script.js file. Let's quickly check the code. So actually we need here select sus number with value, not only just a variable. We need here value. Okay, so this might be the reason of the issue. Let's go to the browser. And yes, now everything works fine. If we reload the page, then we will get images in different orders. They are shuffled. Okay, so everything works fine. Next, I'm going to take care of the attempts and points. Correct and wrong attempt. So let's go back to the VS Code. The next thing that I'm going to do is to create new variable, new property let's call it this.cards, and I'm going to select all the cards using document.query selector all method. Let's specify here the class name card, and besides that I'm going to create another property, and it's going to be this.attempts. This is going to be an object in which we will have three different properties. The first one is going to be correct, 0, then we will have here wrong. Let's set it to 0 as well, and finally we need here click, and it's going to be 0. So we store here the correct attempts, also the wrong attempts, and the number of clicks. Okay, let's go to the controller.js file, and after constructor function I'm going to create new function, new method called clickCard. So now I'm going to use destructuring assignment to extract the attempts and also the cards properties from this.elements. We have to extract two properties that we created in the elements.js file, cards and attempts. So I'm going to use destructuring, and I'm going to insert here attempts and also cards. It should be equal to this.elements because we are grabbing those properties from elements class. Okay, after that I'm going to iterate over the cards using for each method. So we need here cards.forEach. Then I'm going to insert here a callback function, and as the parameter I'm going to insert here card. It's going to be the current card through the loop. So next I'm going to add an event listener to the card with click event. So we need here add event listener, and the event is going to be click. And also I'm going to pass here a callback function which will be executed once we click the card. So next we have to increment the click property of the attempts object by 1. We need to track the number of clicks. So we need here attempts dot click, and then we need an increment operator. And then after that I'm going to add a new class name to the card. It's going to be, let's use add method. So it's going to be class, let's call it change. Okay, now I'm going to call this function here in the constructor method. We need here this dot click card. Then go to the browser. I'm going to drop down playground. Here we have all the cards. And now if I click the card, the first card, we'll get here class change. The same happens with other cards as well. All right. So we will use this class name then later in the CSS file. We will define some new styles which will be added to the card on click. Okay, so now I'm going to add background color to the image once we click the card. Let's select card with class change. Then we need image. I'm going to change the background color. We need some temporary background color, let's say green. Okay, let's go to the browser. Actually, I'm going to get rid of grid. So if I click the cards, then we'll get green background color. Okay, so everything works fine. Next, I'm going to go back to the VS Code, and in the click card function, we have to manage one thing. Once we click two cards, once the number of clicks is equal to 2, then we have to pause the game for a while in order to avoid opening the third card. So I'm going to use an if statement in which I'm going to check if attempts.click is equal to 2. So if this condition is true, then as I said, I'm going to pause the game for a while. I'm going to iterate over the cards. So we need cards.forEach. Then I'm going to pass here a callback function. As the parameter, I'm going to insert card. Then I'm going to add new class to the card. So we need card.classList.add. And I'm going to add here new class name. Let's call it pose. After that, I'm going to use setTimeout function because I want to remove this class name after some amount of time. So let's use setTimeout function. I'm going to pass here a callback function. And I'm going to remove class pose from the card. I'm going to remove class pose after 1 second. So I'm going to pass here 1000 milliseconds. Then in the CSS file, I'm going to select card with pose. Actually, we need here dots. And I'm going to insert here pointer events none. Okay, so let's go to the browser. Now, if I click two cards and then try to click the third one, I won't be able to do that. Let's check. So, as you can see, I'm not able to click the third card after clicking two cards, but then after 1 second, I will be able to click. So, let's test again. As you can see, during 1 second, the pointer events are disabled. That's why I cannot click the card. Okay, so everything works fine. The next thing that I'm going to do is to create a new property, and it's going to be the previously clicked card. So I'm going to add here new property. It's going to be this.pref card. Now I'm going to create an else statement here. And in the else statement, I'm going to insert this.pref card equal to card. So if the click count in attempts is less than 2, if this condition is false, we assign the currently clicked card to previously clicked card. All right, so now we have to check if the previously clicked card matches the clicked card. We have to compare their index numbers. So inside the if statement, I'm going to create another if statement. The condition is going to be this.prefCard dataset.index is equal. I'm going to grab this code. We need here card dataset index. If this condition is true, it means that the previously clicked card and clicked card match. Therefore, we have to increase the number of correct attempts. So we need here attempts.correct. As remember, correct is the property of attempts object. We have to increase correct by 1, so we need here an increment operator. Then after that, I'm going to add new class to the card. And it's going to be stop. We have to stop the game. And the same we need for the previously clicked card. So we need here this dot pref card dot class list dot add stop. Now I'm going to define the styles for the stop class in the CSS file. I'm going to select card with the class name stop, and we need here again pointer events none. Next, I'm going to create here an else statement. So if the condition in the if statement is false, it means that the previously clicked card and clicked card don't match. Therefore, we have to increase the number of wrong attempts. We need here attempts.wrong ++. And also, I'm going to remove class change from the card and also from the previously clicked card. But in this case, we need again setTimeout function. We have to remove this class after 1 second. So I'm going to use setTimeout function. Then I'm going to insert here a callback function. Actually, we need here an arrow. So as I said, we have to remove class change from the card. And also we have to remove class change from the previously clicked card. So let's duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to insert here this dot pref card. As for the amount of time, it's going to be 1000 milliseconds. And finally, we have to reset the number of clicks. Therefore, we need here attempts dot click, and it should be equal to 0. All right, so in order to make it clear, I'm going to run to the console, correct and wrong attempts. So we need here attempts dot correct, and also I'm going to insert here attempts dot wrong. Then I'm going to go to the browser. Let's switch to the console tab. So if I click the first card and then I click the matching card, the background color will remain, and in the console we will get correct attempt 1 and wrong attempt 0. Then if I click different icons, then the background color will disappear in 1 second, and in the console we will get correct 1 and wrong 1. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Let's go back to the VS Code, and in the elements file I'm going to start to work on the model. So let's go ahead and create new property. It's going to be this.model. I'm going to select this element. We need here documents.query selector, and I'm going to specify here the class name. It's going to be model. Then we need model btn. Let's duplicate this code. I'm going to change the name of the property. It's going to be model btn, and also I'm going to change the class name. We need model btn, and then I'm going to create third property. It's going to be this.wrong. Let's go ahead and select these elements. It's going to be wrong. If you don't remember these elements, I'm going to show it to you in the index.html file. So here we have it, wrong. It is a span element in the model text. After that, I'm going to go to the controller.js file, and I'm going to create new method. It's going to be endgame. I'm going to insert here objects, and it's going to be correct, and I will explain what does it mean. So the method endgame accepts an object as an argument. It uses the structuring to extract the correct property from the past object. This method will be responsible for determining if the game has ended based on the number of correct matches. Next, we have to extract a couple of different properties from the elements class. So I'm going to use the structuring. The first property is going to be cards number. Then we need model btn. The next one is going to be wrong, and also we need here attempts. We need to grab those properties from these .elements. Alright, so after that we have to define the end game. For that I'm going to use if statement. So the game ends when the correct attempt is equal to half of the cards number. As you remember, if we select 16 in the options, then the number of matching couples is 8, the half of the cards number. So we need here if statement, in which we have to check if correct is equal to cards number divided by 2. If this condition is true, it means that the game is ended. So I'm going to run to the console, some text, let's say U1. Then I'm going to display the model, which is hidden right now. So we need here model.style.css text, and we have to insert here visibility. Actually, we need here visibility, visible, and also we need opacity 1, which is 0 right now. After that, I'm going to define the text content of the wrong attempt. So we need here wrong.text content, and it should be equal to attempts.wrong. This is the property which stores the number of wrong attempts. Alright, after that we need to reload the page, and we have to reload the page once we click the model btn. So we need here model btn. Then I'm going to add here click event handler, and it should be equal to an arrow function. where we have to insert location dot reload. It will reload the page. All right. Next, we need else statements. So if the game is not yet over, I'm going to run to the console some text. So let's insert here, for example, not yet. Okay, so now we have to call this function in the click cart method, and we have to call it here. Actually, we need here this dot endgame, and I'm going to insert here attempts object as the argument. All right, so now I'm going to go to the browser and I'm going to play the game. So let's find quickly the matching couples. Okay, so once we finish the game, then the model is displayed. We don't have here any wrong attempts. All the attempts were correct. We have here message you won, and before we finish the game, we were getting here on each attempt not yet, which is placed in the else statement. Now if I click start again, then the game will start again. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Next, I'm going to take care of the timer. So let's go to the VS Code and open elements.js file. I'm going to create new property. It's going to be this.restart btn. And I'm going to select this element using document.querySelector method. Let's specify here the class name, restart btn. Also, I'm going to create another property. It's going to be this.timer. It should be equal to document.querySelector. And I'm going to specify here the class name timer. And finally, we need this.modelTime. And it should be equal to document.querySelector. And I'm going to insert here model time. All right, now let's go back to the controller.js file. I'm going to create two new properties. The first one is going to be this.startClock, and I'm going to make it equal to true. It's going to be a Boolean value. And then I'm going to define the second property. It's going to be this.time. I'm going to declare this property for now. So next I'm going to create a new method after endgame method, and it's going to be setTime. So first of all, I'm going to initialize a variable int, and I'm going to make it equal to 1. This variable will be used to keep track of the elapsed time in seconds. So we need here let int equal to 1. Next, we have to destructure the timer property from the elements class. So I'm going to use destructuring. We need here const timer from the elements class. After that, we have to set up a recurring function using setInterval method. This function will be executed every 1000 milliseconds, and it will increment the int variable by 1 on each call. So we need here this dot time to be equal to setInterval. I'm going to pass here a callback function. So now we have to calculate the remaining seconds by taking the remainder of int divided by 60. This will ensure that seconds will always be between 0 and 59. So we need here variable seconds, and it should be equal to int modulus 60. Now we have to update the inner HTML content of the second child element of the timer element. It should display the seconds with a leading 0 if it's less than 10. So we need here timer dot children, and we have to select the second child. So we need here index number 1. And then I'm going to use inner HTML property, and it should be equal to seconds is greater than 9. If it is true, then we need seconds. And if it is false, then I'm going to open template literals. We need leading 0 and then variable seconds. Okay, after that, I'm going to calculate the elapsed minutes by dividing int by 60 and rounding down using math.floor function. So I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be minutes, and it should be equal to math.floor. And I'm going to pass here int divided by 60. Like the seconds, we have to update the HTML content for the minutes as well. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it down here. Now we need children 1, the first child element, not 1 but 0, sorry. Next we need here minutes. Then again minutes and minutes. Okay, so after that I'm going to add here int plus plus. This increments the int variable by 1 on each call of the interval function, effectively counting the number of seconds elapsed. And finally, I'm going to pass here the amount of time for the set interval function. It's going to be 1000 milliseconds. All right, after that, I'm going to find the click card method, and here after add event listener, I'm going to pass here this dot start clock and this dot set time. So it means that if the start clock is true, then the set time function will be called. And down below, after else statement, we have to make this dot start clock false. Okay, let's go to the browser and start the game. So as you can see, the timer works fine. Okay, so everything works perfectly for now. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now I'm going to create a method, stop time, after set time function. Let's create stop time. It will allow us to clear the interval. So we need here clear interval, and I'm going to pass here this dot time. Now in the end game, where we extract properties using destructuring from the elements class, I'm going to add here timer and also model time. So now I'm going to add 2 lines inside the if statement in the endgame function. If the game has ended, if the player has won, the timer is stopped. Additionally, start clock is set to true, indicating that the clock should be restarted if the game is replayed. So we need to insert here this dot start clock to be equal to true, and also we have to call stop time function. All right, let's go to the browser and play the game quickly. So as you can see, the timer is stopped. We have here 14 seconds. And now we have to display time spent here in the model box. So let's go back to the VS Code. So now we need to create a clone of an existing DOM element called timer and then append it to the model time. So I'm going to add here const timer clone, and it should be equal to timer dot clone node, and I'm going to insert here true. So this is a method of DOM elements in JavaScript. When it is called with true as the argument, it creates a deep copy of the element and all its descendants. This means that not only the timer element itself is cloned, but also all its child elements and their attributes. Now we have to append timer clone to model time. So we need model time dot append, and I'm going to insert here timer clone. All right, let's go to the browser and test one thing. If we start to play, then the timer will start. If we change the board, if we select any other options here, the timer will continue running. So we need to reset it. Let's go back to the VS Code and open script.js file. So I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it timer content. It should be equal to HTML content. I mean, I'm going to open span. Let's close it. And I'm going to insert here zeros. And then we need min space. And again, I'm going to use span element. Let's copy this code and paste it here. So we need here zeros and then second. Also, I'm going to create another variable. I'm going to declare it. So let's call it pre-game. I mean previous game. Okay, now inside the event listener, I'm going to insert here game.stopTime. I'm going to call this function. And also we need to change the inner HTML of the timer. So we need here game.elements.timer. And then we need inner HTML property. It should be equal to timer content. After that, I'm going to add one more line, previous game, and previous game dot stop time. So this line checks if the previous game is truthy and calls the stop time method on it. If it is, this ensures that if there was a previous game, its timer is stopped. Next, I'm going to add here previous game and previous game dot inner HTML, and it should be equal to timer content. So this line also checks if the previous game is truthy and sets its inner HTML to timer content if it is. This updates the timer display of the previous game to show 0 minutes and 0 seconds. And now, after this line of code, we need previous game equal to new game. This line assigns the new game instance to previous game, effectively updating previous game to refer to the newly created game instance. This ensures that previous game holds a reference to the most recent game instance, which can be used for comparison or cleanup in subsequent operations. Okay, let's go to the browser and start to play. So the timer started. Now if I change the board, the timer will reset. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Let's go back to the VS Code, and now I'm going to manage restarting the game. So I'm going to go to the elements.js file and I'm going to create new method here, and I'm going to call it restart game. So I'm going to attach click event handler to the restart btn. So we need here this dot restart btn, and then on click it should be equal to a function. So once we click the restart btn, we have to display the model. So I'm going to insert here this dot model dot style dot css text, and I'm going to insert here visibility visible, then opacity 1, and also I'm going to add here transition for smoother effect. It's going to be opacity 0.5 seconds. All right. After that, I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be model content. I'm going to assign to the model content the first element child of the model. If we check the index.html file, you'll find that model content is the first element child of the model. So I'm going to assign to the model content this dot model dot first element child. Then after that, I'm going to define the inner HTML of the model content. So we need here model content dot inner HTML. And now I'm going to create the HTML markup. So I'm going to insert here h2 heading elements. Let's add here closing tag as well. So I'm going to add new class to the h2 heading element. It's going to be model text. And as the content, I'm going to add here, do you want to quit the game? After h2 heading element, I'm going to open div. And I'm going to insert here button. So the button will have class. And it's going to be btn. Yes, btn. I'm going to insert here yes as the text. Then after button, I'm going to create another button. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it here. The second button, actually we need here class with double S. So the second button is going to be cancel btn. We need here cancel. And I'm going to change the text. We need cancel. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Next, I'm going to select cancel btn. So we need here model content dot query selector, and I'm going to specify here the class name cancel btn. Then I'm going to add to it click event handler, which should be equal to an arrow function. And now I'm going to define new style for the model. We have to hide the model, so we need here this dot model dot style dot css text. So in order to hide the model, we need visibility visible, and then opacity 1. Besides that, I'm going to add here transition opacity 0.5 seconds. All right, after that, I'm going to select yes btn in the same way, and I'm going to reload the page on click. So I'm going to grab this line of code and paste it here. So we need here yes btn, and I'm going to reload the page. So I'm going to add here location dot reload. Okay, so I think everything's correct. Actually, this code should be outside. Let's move it down. Now I think everything's correct. I'm going to add CSS to the buttons. So let's go ahead and select newly created yes button and cancel button. So I'm going to use margin inline. Actually, we need here inline. Just inline, not start. And it's going to be 0.5 rem. And also I'm going to define with 7 rem. The margin inline property sets the margin space on the inline axis of an element, which is determined by the writing mode of the document. All right, so let's go to the browser. I'm going to start the game. Then I'm going to click new game, and nothing happens here. So we should have a tiny issue. Actually, I'm going to call this function. I forgot calling this function, so we need here this dot restart game. Now let's go back to the browser. I'm going to start to play. Then I'm going to click new game, and here it is. We have here model saying, do you want to quit the game? We have 2 buttons, yes and cancel. If I click yes, then the game will be restarted. Now, if I click again new game and click cancel, well, nothing happens. So we should have tiny issue. Let's go back to the VS Code. Let's check the code down below. So we have here cancel btn on click. So yes, we need here visibility hidden, not visible. And then opacity 0. Let's check the result. start to play, click new game, click cancel, and here we go. All right, so everything works perfectly. Next, I'm going to get rid of this green background color, and I'm going to actually rotate the cards, and I'm going to hide them by default. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to add some CSS. I'm going to find card, and I'm going to add here perspective. It will create the 3D environment. That's the value. I'm going to insert here 100 RAM. Then I'm going to rotate the cards. So we need transform, rotate Y. I'm going to rotate them by 180 degrees. And also I'm going to add here transition in advance. So we need transform. I'm going to use here variable time. Let's recall the value of the time. It is 0.5 seconds. And I'm going to add here delay time. It's going to be the same value, time. The transition is going to be linear. Okay, next we need card change. So I'm going to add here card change. Once we click the card, we have to disable pointer events. So we need pointer events none. Then I'm going to copy those 2 lines. So we need to rotate back the card. Therefore, we need here 0. As for the transition, I'm going to leave here transform with the duration. We no longer need the delay time. Okay, that's it about the card. Next, we have to customize image. So in order to share the 3D environment to the image, we have to add to it transform style. We need here transform style with the value preserve 3D. Next, I'm going to rotate the card image. So we need transform, then rotate Y with the same value 180 degrees. And also I'm going to add here transition. Actually, let's grab the same transition from here. Let's add it for the image. And also we need to add here one more property, backface visibility. It's going to be hidden. It will allow us to hide the icon. All right, now I'm going to get rid of this background color, and I'm going to add here. Actually, I'm going to grab those lines and paste them here. Then I'm going to copy those 2 lines and paste them here. We need rotate Y with the value 0. Also, let's get rid of delay time from here. The next thing that I'm going to do is to add transition to the model. Let's find model and add to it transition. We need here opacity and then variable time. And then also we need to add here delay time 1 second. Okay, that's it about the model. Next, I'm going to select wrong. I mean the number of wrong attempts. Actually, let's check the index.html file. It is the part of model text. So I'm going to select it here. So we need wrong. I'm going to set display to inline block. Then I'm going to add margin inline. It's going to be 0.5 RAM. And also I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 2.5 RAM. All right, that's it, I think. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the icons are no longer visible. The cards are rotated. Now I'm going to play quickly the game. All right, so as you can see, everything works perfectly. We have here wrong attempts 6, also time spent 36 seconds. If we click start again, then the game will start again. If we change here the values of the options, then the board will change accordingly. Okay, so everything works fine. The only thing that we have to do is to make our project responsive to different screen sizes. I'm going to switch to the responsive mode, and I'm going to check project for desktop screens. So everything looks good. I have here 6 different desktop screens. Then I'm going to check the project for tablets. So everything works fine. Let's change the board. Everything looks good. Next, I'm going to check the project for mobile phones. So I think we can make here some changes. I'm going to use CSS media queries. Let's go ahead and create CSS media query. I'm going to specify the max width. Let's make it 600 pixels. So I'm going to change the value of variable gap. We need root, then gap. Right now it is equal to 1 rem, and I'm going to make it 0.5 rem. Okay. Next, I'm going to select playground, and I'm going to change the width and height. Let's set width to 95 viewport minimum, and then we need height. It's going to be 95 viewport minimum. Let's check the browser. Okay, next I'm going to take care of the model. So let's go ahead and select model content. I'm going to set width to 30 rem. Then I'm going to use text align center. Now I'm going to play the game quickly. Okay, so here we have model box. It looks pretty nice. And actually, with our project, we are done. Hopefully, you enjoyed this project and you learned some new stuff. We used here an object-oriented programming, so I think that the project was interesting and helpful. Before we jump right into building the game, I'm going to describe the project. So as you can see, the game consists of 3 parts. We have here the final image with 2 buttons, get random image and upload new image. So as you guessed, we are able to upload the image from our device, and also we can get a random image from the network. So if I click upload new image, then we will be able to upload any of the images from our device. So as you can see, now we have here different image. And also if I click get random image, then we will be able to get random images from the network. We will connect the Unsplash API to the project in order to get the random images online. Besides the final image, we have here 2 parts. In the first part, we have the pieces of the final image. They are placed randomly. As for the right side, you can see here that we have the empty cells where we should drag and drop the pieces from the left side and do the puzzle. So if we drag and drop the pieces, then we will do the puzzle. So I'm going to upload image from our device and play the game in order to show you the end of the game and the result. So I'm going to do the puzzle quickly. So as you can see, we have here the result. Game is over. We won and we had 2 wrong attempts. Also we have here button start again. If we click it, then we will start the game again. Alright, now I'm going to upload again the image, and I'm going to show you the results when we lose the game. So I'm going to do the puzzle quickly. So as you can see, now we got the message, game is over, we lost, and please try again. If we start again button, then the game will start. Alright, so our game, the puzzle quest is hosted online. If I go to the URL puzzlequest.netlify.app, then you will see that our game is hosted online. So you can use this link and share it with your friends and play the game. You can grab the URL from the link in the description, or you can just type it puzzlequest.netlify.app. Keep in mind that we have here triple Z's. Okay, so I want to mention one more thing. We're going to use an object-oriented programming throughout this project. We will use JavaScript classes and some nice and cool techniques. So I think it will make this video more interesting and useful. You will learn some new stuff. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Puzzle Game, in which I store another folder. It's called Images. I store here all the images for the project. So I'm going to open this folder in VS Code. And then I'm going to create our working files. Right now we need 3 files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then I'm going to create style.css. And finally we need script.js. Let's go ahead and open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. For that I'm going to use emmet. We need to place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we go, we have here the basic HTML structure. Let's go ahead and change the title. It's going to be Puzzle Game. Then I'm going to link the CSS file. Let's specify here the path of the file. In this case, we just need the name of the file. It's going to be style.css. And then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. Let's open script tag. And in the source attributes, I'm going to specify the name of the file. It's going to be script.js. And also I'm going to use here an attribute called defer. So when the browser sees a script tag with defer, it starts loading the JavaScript file right away, but it does not stop building the rest of the web page. It keeps going, putting together the HTML, styling it, and so on, while the script is still loading in the background. Once the HTML is all set up and the browser is done loading everything else, it goes back to the script and runs it. This way your web page appears faster because it doesn't wait for the script to finish loading before showing the content. But the script still runs, making your web page interactive and dynamic. So that's why we use here defer. Next, I'm going to run the project to the browser using live server. In order to do that, we can either click here, open with live server, or you can click the button down below, go live. So the project is live in the browser. Let's place the editor and the browser side by side in order to make our working process more convenient and simple. Let's place the editor like so. Okay, so now I'm going to start to create the HTML markup. Let's insert here development with a class name container. It will wrap the entire content of the project. Next we need another development and it's going to be puzzle wrapper. Next I'm going to insert here development and it's going to be cells. Then we need another development with the class name puzzle. And finally I'm going to insert here another development and it's going to be final image. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup for now. Now I'm going to start to write some CSS. Let's open style.css file. I'm going to move the file to the right side. So let's go ahead and create some default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. And then I'm going to set margin and padding, both of them to 0. Next I'm going to define box sizing property. and I'm going to set it to border box. In this case, the width and height of the element will take up the padding and also the border. After that, I'm going to define the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Sequoia UI. If you don't have this font, you can download it for free and install. Alright, so that's it about the default styles. Next, I'm going to take care of the font size of the HTML, because throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. Right now, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels, because by default, the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem and make it 10 pixels. And for that, we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. Let's set font size to 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. Alright, after that, I'm going to create 2 variables. For that, we need root. I'm going to insert here the first variable, and it's going to be width. Let's set width to 40 viewport width. So it will take up 40% of the width of the viewport. And then we need height. And in case of height, I'm going to use 24 viewport width. So in this case, the element will take up 24% of the width of the viewport. Alright, after that, I'm going to take care of the container. Let's select this element and define height. It's going to be 100 viewport height. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center, and for that we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need display grid, and then I'm going to use place items with the value center. So right now we have here an empty page because the developments inside the HTML markup are empty. If I place here something like hello, then you will see that the content is placed in the center. After that, I'm going to define the background color of the container. Let's use here color CF1. Alright, so that's it about the container. Next, I'm going to select puzzle and also the cells. We need some similar styles for those 2 elements. So let's go ahead and select cells, followed by puzzle. I'm going to define width and height. As the width, I'm going to use the variable that we have created here. So I'm going to use here var keyword, and then inside the parentheses, I'm going to insert width. So the width is going to be 40 viewport width in this case. Next, I'm going to define the height, and it's going to be variable height. After that, I'm going to define border. The border is going to be 0.1 rem dashed, and the color will be white. And also, let's change the background color. Let's use here color BDF0. Okay, so here we have the cells and the puzzle. Right now they look similar. Next, I'm going to take care of the third development inside the puzzle wrapper. It's going to be final image. Let's go ahead and select final image. Let's set width to 55 viewport width. Then I'm going to use here aspect ratio. It's going to be 16/9. So when you see aspect ratio with those values, I mean 16/9, it means that the element's width is 16 units and its height is 9 units. This maintains an aspect ratio of 16:9, which is common aspect ratio for widescreen displays, such as many modern monitors, TVs, and video content. Alright, after that, I'm going to define the background image. Let's define URL, and I'm going to select image from the images folder. We have here a couple of different images, and in this case, I'm going to use image 1. You can play around with different images, it's up to you. After that, I'm going to define background repeat property, and it's going to be no repeat. We don't need the image to be repeated. And finally, I'm going to define background position. It's going to be center. And then we need background size with the value cover. Okay, so here we have final image. Let's go ahead and define the styles for the puzzle wrapper. I'm going to select it here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to define width is going to be 90 viewport width. And then I'm going to align the content using flexbox. So we need display flex, then justify content space around. This will allow us to create some space around the flex items. Let's check the browser. So now, as you can see, 3 elements are placed in one line, and I'm going to break this line. We need to place the elements on 2 different lines. For that, I'm going to use one of the CSS flexbox properties, and it's called flex wrap. And then I'm going to create some space between the flex items using gap, and it's going to be 5 rem. Okay, so that's it about the alignment of the flex items. Next, I'm going to create a couple of different files. First of all, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call it JS. And inside that folder, I'm going to create 3 different files. The first one is going to be elements.js. Then the next one is going to be position elements.js. And finally, I'm going to create one more file. Let's call it drag-drop.js. All right, so all 3 files are created. I'm going to move the files to the left side. And then I'm going to go to the index.html file, and I'm going to insert here one more attribute. It is called type, and I'm going to make it module. So this attribute specifies that the script should be treated as a JavaScript module. Modules are a way to organize JavaScript code, allowing for better code organization, encapsulation, and reuse. When a script is marked as a module, it runs in its own scope, not in the global scope of the document. It also allows the use of import and export statements for module dependencies. Alright, so now I'm going to open elements.js, and I'm going to create a JavaScript class. Actually, JavaScript class is a blueprint for creating objects with properties and methods. So we need here class, and it's going to be elements. And inside the class, I'm going to create a method called constructor. So the constructor method is a function that gets executed when a new instance of the class is created. Next, we need here export default, and I'm going to specify here elements. So this line of code, export default elements, exports the elements class so that it can be imported and used in other JavaScript files. The export default syntax allows you to export a single value or object as the default export of a module. In this case, the default export is the elements class. Now I'm going to open position elements.js file, and I'm going to import elements from, we need to specify here the path of the file. We need dots and slash, and then elements.js. Alright, after that I'm going to create new class in this file. So I'm going to call it position elements. Then we need constructor function. So inside the constructor method, we have to create a new instance of the elements class and assign it to the elements property of the position elements instance. This means that every position elements object will have an associated elements object stored in the elements property. So we need here this keyword followed by elements, and then I'm going to create new instance with the new keyword, and I'm going to call it elements. So in JavaScript, this keyword refers to the current execution context, which can vary depending on how a function is called. In the context of the position elements class constructor, this refers to the current instance of the position elements class. When you create a new instance of position elements using the new keyword, this inside the constructor refers to that newly created instance. In this case, we assign a new instance of the elements class to the elements property of the current position elements instance. This means that whenever a new position elements object is created, it will have a property named elements, which holds an instance of the elements class. Alright, so hopefully you understand it. Next we need export default, and we have to specify here position elements. Next I'm going to open drag and drop.js file, and we have to import position elements. So we need here import position elements from position elements.js. Next I'm going to create again new class, and it's going to be drag drop. Then we need constructor function, and in the same way we have to create new instance. So we need here this dot position elements without capital letter. It should be equal to new position elements. And then we need again export default. It's going to be drag drop. Okay, finally let's open script.js file and import the drag drop.js file. So we need here import drag drop from. So now we have to specify the path of the file. We need to enter the JS folder, and then we have to select drag and drop.js file, and now we have to create new instance for drag drop class. Alright, so all JavaScript modules are connected. Let's go ahead and open elements.js file, and inside the constructor we have to find the first HTML element with the class name puzzle in the current document, and we have to assign the reference of that element to the puzzle property of the current instance of the elements class using this keyword. So we need here this.puzzle, and it should be equal to documents.querySelector. We have to specify here the class name. It's going to be puzzle. Next I'm going to insert here this dot cells amount, and it should be equal to 20. So this line sets the cells amount property of the current instance of the elements class to 20. This property indicates the total number of cells in the puzzle. Next we have to initialize the puzzle divs property of the current instance of the elements class as an empty array. So we need here this dot puzzle divs, and it should be equal to an empty array. And finally I'm going to define this dot draggable divs, and I'm going to make it equal to an empty array as well. Alright, after that we have to define a method called createElements within the class. Methods in classes are functions that can be called on instances of the class. So I'm going to create a method called createElements. Next, we have to create a for loop in which we have to iterate over the cells. So we need here for loop. I'm going to declare variable index. It should be equal to 0. And then we need the statement. It's going to be index is less than this dot cells amount. And finally, we need increment operator with index plus plus. After that, we have to create a new div element on each iteration in the for loop. So I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be puzzle div. And it should be equal to document.createElement. This method allows us to create new element. Let's specify here the element. It's going to be div. After that, we have to set a custom attribute named dataIndex on the newly created div element. And the value of this attribute is going to be a current value of the index variable, which represents the current iteration of the loop. So we need here puzzle div followed by the set attribute method. And as I said, we need here attribute called dataIndex. As for the value of the attribute, it's going to be index, which will be the current iteration of the loop. All right, after that, I'm going to append puzzle div to the puzzle. So we need here this dot puzzle dot append, and I'm going to specify here puzzle div. So this line of code appends the newly created div element to the puzzle element. Next, we have to add the newly created div element to an array named puzzle divs. This array keeps track of all the div elements created in the puzzle. So we need here this dot puzzle divs. This method allows us to add an element to the array. Let's specify here puzzle div. All right, so that's it about the createElements function for now. Now we have to call this function here. Let's insert this dot createElements. All right, let's go to the browser and inspect the page. So if we check the Elements tab and find the puzzle, this element here, you will find here 20 different div elements. Each of them has dataIndex attribute, and the values are from 0 through 19. So we have here 20 div elements which we have created. All right. So I'm going to do the same thing for another div element, I mean draggable div. So I'm going to create inside the for loop new variable. Let's call it draggable div. And I'm going to create new elements using document.createElements method. Let's specify here the element is going to be div. Then, like we did it for the puzzle development, we're going to add an attribute to the newly created draggable div element. So I'm going to add here draggable div dot set attribute, and I'm going to specify here again dataIndex with the value index. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code because we're going to add another attribute to the draggable div elements. It's going to be draggable, and then the value will be true. And finally, we have to push this element to the draggable divs array. So therefore we need here this dot draggable divs dot push, and I'm going to specify here draggable div. Alright, so now I'm going to show you in the console puzzle divs and draggable divs. So after the for loop, I'm going to run to the console this dot puzzle divs and then this dot draggable divs. Let's go to the browser and check the console. So as you can see, we have here two arrays with 20 div elements. The first one is puzzle divs. As for the second array, it is draggable divs. In both arrays, we have 20 div elements. All right, let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to get rid of this line of code. We no longer need it. Then let's go ahead and open position elements.js file. So inside the constructor function, I'm going to add two properties, left positions and top positions. Those will be values in order to define the positions for the images. I mean for the parts of the images in the puzzle. So I'm going to add here this dot left positions. It's going to be equal to an array in which I'm going to insert some values. We need here 0, 8, 16, 24, and then 32. I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need here this dot to positions. And in this case, we need 0, then 6, then 12, and then 18. Let's get rid of the last value. All right, so now I'm going to create a new method and I'm going to call it shuffle. It will take one parameter. It's going to be an array. So we're going to use this method to shuffle the positions randomly. So it's going to be kind of randomizer function. So we need here to return array dot sort method. So the sort method in JavaScript is used to sort the elements of an array in place and returns the sorted array. By default, the elements are sorted in ascending order. It takes a parameter which is a compare function. The compare function should return a negative value if the first argument should be sorted before the second, and a positive value if the first argument should be sorted after the second, or 0 if they are equal. So we need to pass here a callback function, and then we have to return math.random minus 0.5. So we return a random value that's either positive or negative. Since math.random returns a number between 0 and 1, subtracting 0.1 ensures the value is either positive or negative, thus randomizing the order of the elements. By using math.random to generate a random number and subtracting 0.5 from it, this comparison function returns a random value that is either positive or negative, effectively shuffling the elements of the array randomly when used in the sort method. So if I run this code to the console and then call this .shuffle function, and I'm going to insert here an argument because as you see we have here parameter array. So I'm going to insert here left positions. I mean this dot left positions. Then go to the browser, inspect the page, and so as you can see we have here left positions and the values are placed here randomly. If we reload the page and check again console, we will get different order. So each time we will get here the values with different order. The same will happen if we change left positions into top positions. So as you can see, we have here 0, 6, 12, 18. Then if we reload the page and then check the order, we will get here different order. Alright, so that's the way how sort method works in JavaScript. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to get rid of this function from here, also get rid of console. Alright, so the next thing that we're going to do is to merge two arrays, two positions and left positions. I'm going to create new function. Let's call it bg positions. We need here positions. So as I said, using this function, we're going to concatenate two arrays, two positions and left positions. So I'm going to use return followed by this dot top positions. And then I'm going to use one of the JavaScript methods called map. So the map function in JavaScript is used to iterate over an array and apply a function to each element of the array, creating a new array with the results of calling the provided function on every element in the original array. It does not change the original array. So I'm going to insert here a callback function with two parameters. The first one is going to be top position. We need here position. As for the second parameter, I'm going to insert here I. It's going to be an index. So now I'm going to return this dot left positions. And again, I'm going to use a method called map, in which I'm going to insert a callback function with one parameter. It's going to be left position. And actually, we don't need here index. We just need top position. So we're going to return an array in which we will have top position and left position. All right, let's go ahead and run to the console the results in order to see better what do we have here. Next, I'm going to call the function this.pg positions. Let's go to the browser and check the console. So as you can see, we have here an array which consists of 4 different arrays. And if we check each array, we will get here the positions provided using arrays. So in each array, we have 2 positions. The first position is 0 everywhere. As for the second position, it is a left position. And we can see here all the left positions. If we check another array, then we will get here the second position from top positions array. 6 from here. As for the second positions, the second items in the array, you can see here all the left positions. The same we have here in the third array. And then in the fourth array, you can see the last item from the top positions array. Alright, so now I'm going to combine those arrays in one single array. And I'm going to do that using the reduce function. The reduce function in JavaScript is used to reduce the elements of an array to a single value. It executes a provided callback function for each element of the array, resulting in a single output value. So I'm going to add here reduce method, in which I'm going to insert a callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be positions. As for the second one, I'm going to insert here item. So here, the first parameter, positions, is an accumulator. The accumulator accumulates the callback's return values. It is the accumulated value previously returned in the last invocation of the callback. As for the second parameter, item, it is the current element being processed in the array. So now we have to return an array in which I'm going to use spread operator with positions and then with item. Alright, so here is the breakdown of what's happening here. The reduce method is called on the array generated by the map method. In this case, the map method is nested within another map method. The reduce method takes a callback function as its argument. This callback function receives 2 parameters, positions. This represents the accumulator, which is the value that is ultimately returned after the reduction is complete. In this case, it's an array that accumulates the flattened positions. Item represents each item of the array generated by the nested map method. In the context, item is an array of top position and left position pairs. Inside the callback function of reduce, the spread operator is used twice with positions and with item. This expression concatenates the contents of the positions array with the contents of the item array. This effectively flattens the two-dimensional array into a one-dimensional array. So the reduce method iterates over each element of the array generated by the nested map method, flattening it by concatenating its contents with the accumulated positions. So finally, the reduce method returns the flattened array. In summary, we can say that the reduce method is used here to flatten the two-dimensional array of positions into a one-dimensional array containing all the possible combinations of top position and left position pairs. Alright, let's go ahead and check the browser. So actually, I think that something's wrong here because we should have here the different result. Let's check the code. Actually, we need to add reduce here. Now we should get the result. Let's check the console. Alright, so as you can see, we have here now a single array which includes 20 different arrays with top and left position combinations. So as you can see, we have here 20 arrays, and if you look at the arrays, you will see here we have the top positions, 0, then 6, then 12 and 18, and on the right side you can see the left positions. So we have here all the combinations of top position and left position pairs. Alright, so now we need to do the same thing but with a randomizer that we created above, the shuffle method. So we need to get an array that concatenates two positions, left and top, but randomly. So I'm going to get rid of console from here. Let's grab the codes, get rid of console.log and paste back the code. Also, I'm going to get rid of this function from here. Next, I'm going to duplicate this function, change the name. It's going to be shuffle positions. So here we have to do a couple of different changes. We need here return then this dot shuffle method, and we have to place inside the parentheses this dot left positions. Then we need map function. After that, I'm going to change top position into left position. Then we need return this dot shuffle, and we need here this dot top positions. Then we need map function. Instead of left position, I'm going to insert here top position, and then we need left position and top position. As for the reduce function, we need the same code here. Alright, so we shuffle the left positions array and map over it. For each shuffled left position, we shuffle the top positions array, creating an array of left position and top position pairs. The resulting array of arrays is then flattened into a single array using reduce, resulting in a one-dimensional array of all possible combinations of left position and top position pairs. So I'm going to run this function here, and then we need to check the result. So let's call this function. Let's check the browser. Actually, we don't have here any result because we need console here. I'm going to wrap this code with parentheses and then add here console.log. Let's go back to the browser and check the console tab. So as you can see, we have here an array, and now with random combinations of left position and top position pairs. Alright, so everything works fine. Let's get back here the code without console, and I'm going to get rid of this function from here. All right, after those two methods, I'm going to add here one more method. Let's call it add draggable divs. Then I'm going to run to the console both functions. We need here this dot shuffle positions, and then this dot pg positions. Next, I'm going to call this function inside the constructor method. So we need here add draggable divs. Let's go ahead and check the browser. So as you can see, we have here two arrays, one from the shuffle positions method and the second one from the pg positions method. We have the randomly generated combinations of left and top position pairs in the first result. As for the second result, we have here the combinations of top and left positions from the pg positions function without any randomizer. All right, let's go back to the VS Code. Now I'm going to open elements.js file and I'm going to create new property because we're going to select cells from the HTML document. So I'm going to add here this dot cells, and we have to select cells using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name cells. Then I'm going to go back to the position elements.js file, and inside the add draggable divs method, I'm going to extract two variables from the elements instance using destructuring. Elements instance is an instance of the elements class. So as I said, we're going to use destructuring. We need here two variables. The first one is going to be cells. As for the second one, I'm going to insert here draggable divs. Actually, we need here draggable divs. So as I said, we have to extract those two variables from this .elements. Then after that, I'm going to iterate over draggable divs using for each method. So I'm going to add here draggable divs followed by the for each method. I'm going to insert here a callback function with two parameters. The first one is going to be div. As for the second one, it's going to be index. Then after that, I'm going to define the background image for each div element inside the draggable divs. So I'm going to insert here div not style dot background image. It should be equal to URL. Then we have to select images folder, and inside the images folder, I'm going to select image 1.jpg. And finally, we have to append div element to the cells. So we need here cells.append, and we have to specify here div. All right, let's go to the browser and check the elements tab. So we have here cells, and if we click here, we'll get, let's go to the browser and check the elements tab. So we have here cells. If we drop down this element, you will find here 20 div elements with different attributes. We have here data index, then draggable, and also style attribute, in which you can see background image, which we have just added to the div element. All right, after that, I'm going to go to the CSS file, and I'm going to select div elements inside the cells and the puzzle. So we need here cells div, and then puzzle div. I'm going to use border right, and it's going to be equal to 0.1 rem dashed, and then the color will be white, and then we need border bottom with the same values. After that, I'm going to take care of the alignment of those div elements inside the puzzle and also the cells. So I'm going to align the content using CSS grid. I'm going to add here display grid. Now we have to define the columns of the grid. I'm going to use grid template columns. Then I'm going to use a repeat function. Let's insert here 5. So now we specify that there will be 5 columns, and after that we need to use a calc function which will calculate the width of each column dynamically. So I'm going to use calc function, and then inside the calc function I'm going to use the variable. It's going to be width, and I'm going to divide it by 5. So the variable width refers to a CSS variable that we have created here. It is equal to 40 viewport width. So we divide the width by 5, ensuring that each column occupies an equal portion of the available width. In the same way, I'm going to define grid template rows. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Let's change here columns into rows. And then we need here repeat with 4, and instead of width I'm going to use height, which should be divided by 4. Alright, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, now we have here developments with the background images. Right now each development in these cells has the same background image. We'll take care of that in a minute. Let's go to the VS Code and select cells div separately. I'm going to define background size. And as the values, I'm going to insert here variable width. And then we need, again, variable height. So the background size property specifies the size of the background image of an element. In this code, we have 2 variables, width and height. The width is equal to 40 viewport width, and the height is equal to 24 viewport width. So 40 viewport width and 24 viewport width are values representing the width and height of the background image, respectively, using viewport width units. So in this case, the first variable, 40 viewport width, means that the width of the background image will be 40% of the viewport width. This makes the size of the background image responsive to the width of the viewport. As for the second value, it is variable height, which is equal to 24 viewport width. It means that the height of the background image will be 24% of the viewport width. Alright, so now we have slightly different result here. Next, I'm going to add here another background property, and it is called background repeat. It should be equal to no repeat. And then we have to change the position of the development. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the cells. Let's insert here position relative. After that, I'm going to define width and height. Let's set width to calc function, in which we need variable width divided by 5. As for the height, we need here again variable, but height, and it should be divided by 4. And finally, let's change the cursor, make it grab. Alright, so now we have here just the one div element in the cells. Let's go back to the VS Code and write some JavaScript. So inside the add draggable divs function, I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be shuffle positions, and it should be equal to this dot shuffle positions function. We're going to call this function and get the shuffle positions. After that, we have to define the left and top properties of the div element, the draggable div element. So I'm going to insert here div.style.left, and it should be equal to template literal. Then we need shuffle positions. As you remember, the function shuffle positions returns an array which includes the combinations of left and top positions. So now we have to define the current item, the current draggable div. Then we have to select the first item from the array. So we need here 0 as the index number. And then I'm going to add here viewport width. So the shuffle positions variable stores an array where we have the random combinations of left position and top position pairs. In this case, we select the first item from the array using index number 0 for the current development in the loop. In the same way, we have to define the top position. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Let's change left into top. And then we need here index number 1 because we are going to select the second item in the array. All right, let's go to the browser. Then I'm going to show you the cells where we have 20 different developments. So as you can see, each development has left and top properties with different values. Those are the random values. If I reload the page and then check again, Elements tab, you will see here that now we have different values for left and top properties. If I reload again and check the Elements tab, you will see that now we have different values. I mean the random values for left and top properties. Let's go back to the VS Code. And now we have to define the background position for the development, for the draggable div element. So I'm going to add here a new variable. Actually, let's duplicate this line of code. Now we need background positions, and we have to call background positions method. This method here. So now, as I said, we have to define the background position of the development. I'm going to add here div.style.background position. It should be equal to template literal. Then we need minus sign, and I'm going to insert here bg positions. Then we need the current item, I index, and we have to select the second item from the array. Therefore, we need here index number 1. Let's add here viewport width. So it's going to be the first value of the background position property. Next, we need to define the second value. So we need here again minus, then bg positions. Then we need again I. And we have to select the first item in the array. So we need here 0. And then I'm going to add here viewport width. All right, so we have here two values. The first one represents the horizontal position of the background image for the current draggable div in the loop. As for the second value, it represents the vertical position of the background image for the current draggable div in the loop. The negative sign indicates that the background image should be shifted leftwards from the left edge of the cell in the first case. As for the second case, the negative sign indicates that the background image should be shifted upwards from the top edge of the cell. All right, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, now the cells are placed inside the puzzle randomly with proper background images. If we reload the page, then the cells will change their positions randomly. All right, so everything works fine. I'm going to show you that each development has now the background position with left and top properties. All right, let's go to the VS Code and open drag-drop.js file. I'm going to create new method here. Let's call it drag drop events. So we have to extract two variables from the elements object of the position elements instance. Position elements instance is an instance of the position elements class. So I'm going to use again the structuring. We have to extract two variables. The first one is going to be draggable divs. As for the second one, it's going to be puzzle divs. So we have to extract them from this dot position elements dot elements. Next, we have to iterate over each draggable div in the draggable divs array using for each method. So I'm going to use for each method with draggable divs. I'm going to insert here a callback function with two parameters. The first one is going to be draggable div. Then we need I, index number. So now inside the constructor function, I'm going to define property called this.selected, and I'm going to make it equal to 0. And then I'm going to call the drag drop events method. All right, now inside the for each method, I'm going to attach an event listener to the draggable div. So we need here draggable div, and then I'm going to add here an event listener. The event is going to be drag start. Then I'm going to pass here a callback function with the event object. So in this case, when a drag operation starts on a draggable div, the event listener callback function will be triggered. Now we have to assign e.target to the this.selected property. So we need here this.selected, and we have to assign to this property e.target. So e.target refers to the element that will trigger the event. I mean the draggable div that's being dragged. So I'm going to run to the console, drag start. Then if I go to the browser and start dragging, then we will get in the console drag start. So as you can see, the event is fired. All right, next I'm going to add here this.selected. And if I start dragging, then we will get here the draggable div elements. As you can see, we have here div elements with all the attributes. All right, so everything works fine. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to get rid of this property from here. Next, I'm going to add an event listener to the current div element in the puzzle divs. So we need here puzzle divs followed by the I, and then we need event listener. In this case, the event is going to be drag over. Let's pass here a callback function with an event object. And then we need here a dot prevent default method. So this method prevents the default action of the browser when the drag over event occurs. In the context of drag over, the default action is to not allow dropping. By calling a.preventDefault, we are indicating that the default action should not be taken, allowing the drop event to occur. So if I run to the console, drag over, let's go to the browser. So I'm going to attach this window to the browser tab in order to see better how those events work. So if I start dragging, then we will get here drag start. And if I move this cell here, then we will get drag over. All right, so everything works fine. Let's go back to the VS Code. The next thing that I'm going to do is to add another event listener to the puzzle divs. I mean the current development in the puzzle divs. So I'm going to add here puzzle divs. Then we need I followed by the event listener, and it's going to be event called drop. Actually, we need here drop. Then again, let's insert here a callback function. So this event occurs when a draggable element is dropped onto the puzzle div. Now we have to reset the position of the selected item, and also we have to get rid of the border. So we need to insert here this dot selected. dot style dot top, and should be equal to 0. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need the same thing for the left position. And as I said, we have to get rid of border. So I'm going to duplicate this code. We need here border, and it should be equal to none. Now we have to append the dragged element, which is stored in this.selected, to the puzzle div onto which it was dropped. So we need here puzzle divs. Then we need I, the current item. Next we need append. And we have to insert here this dot select. Alright, let's go to the browser. So if I drag and drop the div, then you will see that the cell is no longer visible. If I check the Elements tab in the puzzle, you will find that one of the div elements got the child element. If I click here, then you will see that this div element has got child, the div element, the draggable div element. So if I do the same, then another div element will get the child element. Let's go ahead and customize div element, the child div element. So we need here puzzle div followed by the div element. Let's set width and height, both of them to 100%. Then we need background size, and I'm going to use again variables width and height, and then we need background repeat with no repeat. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here the dragged and dropped cells. So if I reload the page and drag the cell, you will find that they are dropping onto the puzzle. So if I drag the cell and drop here and check the div element, this div element, you will see that we have here two div elements. So if I drag and drop another cell, then we will get here another div element. So that's not what we need here. We need to prevent this action. So I'm going to use if statement. Let's go to the VS Code and create if statement in which we have to pass the following condition. We need puzzle divs followed by I. Then we need children. This property of an element returns a live HTML collection of child elements of the specified element. In this case, children returns the child elements of the specific puzzle div. So next we need length, and then equal to 0. So if this condition is true, then we have to place this code here. Let's go to the browser. So now if I drag and drop the cell and then try to drag and drop another cell here, then we won't get here any additional div element. So the problem is fixed, and next we have to take care of the score, the points. Let's go back to the VS Code. Inside the constructor function, I'm going to create new property. It's going to be this dot points, and I'm going to make it equal to an object in which we'll have two properties. The first one is going to be correct, and I'm going to set it to 0. As for the second one, it's going to be wrong, and I'm going to make it 0 as well. Alright, so now I'm going to create here an if statement. As the condition, I'm going to insert here this dot selected dot dataset, because we need to access the dataset object of the this.selected element. So the dataset object provides access to custom data attributes of the element. In this case, it accesses the value of the index attribute. So we need here equal. Next, we have to access the dataset object of a specific puzzle development and retrieve the value of the index attribute. So we need here puzzle divs. Then we need I variable. I'm in the index. Next, we need again dataset object followed by the index. So if this condition is true, then we have to initialize a property correct on the points object of the current instance and set its value to 0. So we need here this dot points dot correct, and it should be equal to 0. Next, we have to define the increment of the correct points depending on some conditions. But first, we need to iterate over puzzle divs using for each method. We are using the for each method because once we put the cell in the correct place, then increase the correct points, and then again we put the cell in the same correct place, the correct point will increase again. We don't need that. We need to increase the correct point only once. So that's why we use here for each method. I'm going to insert here puzzle divs followed by the for each method. Then I'm going to insert here a callback function with the parameter div. So we need to check if the puzzle div has a first child element. It means that we dropped the div element in the puzzle. So we need here div dot first element child. Then I'm going to use AND operator. Then we have to check if the index attribute of the puzzle div matches the index attribute of its first child element. So we need div dot dataset dot index equal to div dot first element child dot dataset dot index. And then again we need AND operator. And now if the conditions are true, we have to increase the correct points. So we need here this dot points dot correct followed by the increment operator. All right. So if this condition, this condition here is false, then we need else statement in which we have to increase wrong points. So we need this dot points dot wrong with the increment operator plus plus. Finally, I'm going to run to the console this dot points, and let's check the result. Let's go to the browser. I'm going to inspect the page. Let's go to the console. So I'm going to put the cell in the correct place. We need to put this cell here. So right now we have here correct 0 and wrong 1. Actually, something's wrong here because we put the cell in the correct place. Let's check the Elements tab. I'm going to check puzzle. So we have here developments, which has child development. As you can see, the index numbers are different. They should be equal. We have to have here data index with the value 19. So I think that we have something wrong with the positions here in the cells. Let's go to the VS Code and then check the position elements file. So first of all, I'm going to get rid of the console.log from here because we are calling these functions. And then I think that we have to change the place of bg positions function. It should be placed above because we need to run at first this function and then shuffle positions. Let's check the results. So I'm going to place again this cell here. Let's check console. We have here the same result. Let's go back to the VS Code. So I'm going to check the drag-drop.js file and the if statement that we have created. Actually, we need here dataset.index and not just dataset. We need to compare index numbers. Let's go to the browser. Now, if I put this cell in the correct place, then we will get here correct 1 and wrong 0. If I put another cell in the correct place, we will get correct 2, wrong 0. If I put the cell in the wrong place, then we will get correct 2, wrong 1. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Let's go to the VS Code. And now I'm going to take care of the model box. So we need to go to the index.html file and create the HTML markup for the model box. So right after puzzle wrapper, I'm going to open div tag. It's going to be model. Then inside the model, I'm going to create another div and it's going to be model content, in which I'm going to put h2 heading elements. It will have class name model heading, and as the content I'm going to insert here game over. After that I'm going to open h3 heading elements with the class name model text, in which I'm going to insert the following text u1. Then I'm going to insert here an emoji. For that we need to press the window button and the dots, and we can select from here any of the emojis. I'm going to select the first one. Then after that I'm going to insert here span element with the class name attempt, in which we need 5. And then after span element I'm going to insert wrong attempt. Alright, that's it about the h3 heading element. I'm in the model text. After that I'm going to create a button with the class name model btn, and then again we need another class. It's going to be common class name btn. As the text I'm going to insert here start again. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Here we have the HTML markup. Actually, I'm going to add overflow hidden to the container. Let's add here overflow hidden. Then I'm going to close this tab for a while. So I'm going to add CSS to those elements. Let's go ahead and select model. I'm going to define position. It's going to be fixed. Then I'm going to use one of the CSS properties called inset, and I'm going to make it 0. So inset is a shorthand property that combines the top, right, bottom, and left properties into a single declaration. It is primarily used for positioning elements within their containing block or establishing an element's location within its parent container. So inset 0 means that model has 4 properties: top, right, bottom, left, and all of them have the value as 0. Alright, next I'm going to define the background color. It's going to be RGBA. I'm going to insert here 44, then 42, 42, and the opacity is going to be 0.718. So here we have the model. It is extended to the entire page. I'm going to place the content in the center of the page, and for that I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need display grid, and then place items center. Now the content is placed in the center. All right. After that, I'm going to select model content. Let's use flexbox to align the content. I'm going to set display to flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because we're going to place the flex items vertically in a column. Therefore, we need here flex direction with the value column. And then I'm going to place the content in the center. We need justify content center and align items center. Next, I'm going to create space vertically. And in this case, I'm going to use row gap. So the direction is changed. Now we have vertical direction, and that's why we use here row gap. If we didn't have here flex direction column, then we would have used the column gap. So in this case, we need row gap, and the value is going to be 1 rem. As you can see, now we have space between the flex items. Next, I'm going to set width to 40 rem. And then I'm going to use aspect ratio. It's going to be 1. In this case, the height will be equal to the width. So after that, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color CF1. And then change the color of the text. It's going to be 333. Let's go to the browser. So now the model looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to make it rounded. Let's use border radius. The value is going to be 1 rem. Alright, after that, I'm going to take care of the heading. I'm in the first heading. It has class name, model heading. Let's increase the font size and make it 4 rem. Then I'm going to take care of the model text. So let's select model text. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. And then I'm going to make the text uppercase using text transform with the value uppercase. Let's go to the browser and check model text. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the model btn. Let's go ahead and select model btn. I'm going to create some space at the top using margin top 2 rem. Next, I'm going to take care of the attempt. Let's select this element. I'm going to set display to inline block. Then I'm going to set margin inline. Actually, we need here just margin inline. It's going to be 0.5 rem. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 4 rem. And finally change the color. I'm going to make it DAA5 to 0. Let's check the result. So as you can see, the number of attempts, I mean the number here, looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the button. I'm going to customize this element. Here we just created the space at the top side of the button. Actually, as you remember, button has a common class name, btn. So I'm going to select this element here because we're going to use this class name throughout this project later on. So I'm going to change the background color. Let's use RGBA value. It's going to be 109.161.240. As for the opacity, I'm going to use 0.588. Let's get rid of those colors. So as you can see, the background color is changed. Next, I'm going to set box sizing to content box. So this value sets the sizing behavior so that the width and height of the element are calculated based only on the top content area's dimensions. Padding and border widths are added to the width and height of the element in addition to the content's dimensions. In other words, the specified width and height of the element only apply to the content area, and any padding or borders will increase the overall dimensions of the element. Now I'm going to set padding to 1 rem. on all four sides, and then change the color, make it white. All right, let's add some more styles to the button. Next, I'm going to take care of the font size. It's going to be 1.1 rem. And then we need to make the text uppercase using text transform, uppercase. Also, I'm going to create space between the letters using a letter spacing, 0.1 rem. Then I'm going to set font weight to 500. Let's check the browser. All right, let's add a couple of more styles to the elements. I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius with value 2 rem. Then we need cursor to be pointer, and also I'm going to add border to the button. It's going to be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. So now the button looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to define the width of the button. Let's set width to max content. So this value sets the width of an element to be as wide as the content inside it without causing overflow. In other words, the width of the element will expand to accommodate the widest content it contains without stretching beyond that width. Okay, after that, I'm going to create hover effect. So let's go ahead and select btn with hover. And I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to use RGBA value. We need these values, but with the opacity 0.808, and then use transition. For smoother effect, we need here background color, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. Let's go ahead and hide the model. We don't need it for now. Let's add to the model opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Alright, so as you can see, the model box is hidden. After that, I'm going to go to the elements.js file, and I'm going to select a couple of different elements. So I'm going to add here this .model, and I'm going to select this element using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name. It's going to be model. Then I'm going to duplicate this code 3 times. So the second property is going to be model text, and I'm going to select this element. Next, we need here model btn, and the class name is going to be model btn. And finally, I'm going to select attempt. Let's change the class name. We need here attempt. All right, after that, I'm going to go to the drag-drop.js file, and I'm going to extract those variables here inside the drag-drop events function. So I'm going to add here model, then model text, then we will have here model btn, and also I'm going to add here attempt, and finally we need here cells amount. All right, so now I'm going to display back the model box once we win the game. So in order to define the win of the game, we have to make correct points equal to the cells amount. But in order to make our process, our working process more simpler, I'm going to define the following condition here. We need if statement. Then I'm going to make the correct points equal to 2 in order to end the game quickly. So if this condition is true, if the correct points are equal to 2, then I'm going to make the model visible. So we need model.style.css text, and I'm going to add here opacity 1 and then visibility visible. Also, I'm going to add here transition with opacity. The duration is going to be 0.5 seconds. Besides that, I'm going to change the text content of the attempt. Let's add here attempt dot text content. It should be equal to this dot points dot wrong. And finally, we need here to add click event handler to the model btn in order to reload the page and start the game again. So we need here model btn. Actually, it should be btn and not btab. We need here btn. Make sure that it is correct here as well, model btn. All right, so we need here model btn dot onClick. It should be equal to an arrow function where we have to return location dot reload. All right, so hopefully everything's correct. Let's go to the browser. I'm going to put 2 cells in the correct place. It's the first one, and this is the second one. So as you can see, game is over. We won, and we have 0 wrong attempts. Let's click start again. So now the page is reloaded, and we can start the game again. Now I'm going to add this cell in the correct place. Then I'm going to add this in the wrong place. And then again, I'm going to add this cell in the correct place. So now, game is over, we won, and we have 1 wrong attempt. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now I'm going to change the number 2 with cells amount. So now we will win the game once the correct point will be equal to cells amount. So all the pieces should be placed correctly. Alright, now we have to define the case when we lose the game. So I'm going to create here a new variable and let's call it found. I'm going to make it equal to puzzle divs. Then I'm going to use one of the array helper methods and it's called find. I'm going to write the code and then I will explain what we're going to do here. So we need to pass here a callback function with the parameter div. And then I'm going to return not div dot first element child. So the find method iterates over each element in the puzzle divs array and applies the provided callback function to it. This callback function checks if the div doesn't have a first child element. It returns true if there is no first child element, indicating that the puzzle div is empty, and false otherwise. The result of the find method is assigned to the variable found. It will hold the first element in the array for which the callback function returns true, or undefined if no such element is found. Next, I'm going to insert here if statement, in which I'm going to check not found. So this condition checks if the variable found is falsy, meaning no empty puzzle div was found. And then we need AND operator followed by this dot points dot correct is less than cells amount. So this condition checks if the number of correctly placed puzzle pieces is less than the total number of cells. This ensures that all puzzle pieces have not been correctly placed at. So it means that we lost the game, and so if this condition is true, then we have to define the following. We need model style css text. It should be equal to opacity 1 and visibility. Actually, we need here visibility, visible. Besides that, we need model text dot text content, and should be equal to you lost. And I'm going to insert here an emoji. Let's find some sad emoji. I'm going to insert this one here. So we need here, you lost, please try again. And finally, we need to reload the page once we click the model btn. So I'm going to grab this line of code. Let's paste it here as well. Okay, so let's go to the browser, and I'm going to put the pieces here so that we lose the game. I'm going to do it quickly. So as you can see, we have here game over, you lost, please try again. If we click start again, then the game will start. Alright, so we have defined the losing case as well as the winning case. Now I'm going to go back to the VS Code. So now I'm going to take care of some styling things. Actually, I'm going to insert here the following. We need puzzle divs with I elements. I mean the index number. And I'm going to attach to puzzle divs an event listener with the event called drag enter. So this event will be fired once we enter the cell on the puzzle. So I'm going to add here a callback function with an event object. So once this event is fired, then we have to execute this callback function, and the content is going to be puzzle divs with I followed by class list dot add method. I'm going to add class active to the puzzle div. Next, I'm going to duplicate this code, and instead of drag enter, I'm going to insert here drag leave. So once this event fires, then I'm going to remove class active. And also I'm going to add here console.log with the text leave. Alright, let's go to the browser and inspect the page. Switch to the console tab. So I'm going to drag this cell here. Now if I try to move this piece anywhere here, then the event drag leave will be fired. So as you can see, we're getting here leave. We're going to use those things in order to add some styles to the puzzle. So I'm going to go to the CSS file and find puzzle div. So we have here puzzle div. Let's go ahead and select puzzle div followed by the class active, which we added here. So I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color 9898 EC. And then I'm going to select puzzle div. And I'm going to add here transition with background color. And then the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. Let's go to the browser. Let's drag the piece. So as you can see, once we put the piece on the puzzle, then the background color of the cell is changing. So we have here nice and cool effect. I'm going to add some other effects as well to the puzzle. I'm going to create the CSS keyframes in order to create some animations. I'm going to create CSS keyframes, and I'm going to call it drop anim. So at 0%, at starting point of the animation, I'm going to set opacity to 0.5. As for the 100%, I mean at the ending point of the animation, I'm going to set opacity to 1. Then we need to apply those rules to the div elements of the puzzle, I mean the child div element. So I'm going to add here animation. So we need here name, drop anim. Then the duration is going to be 0.5 seconds. And also I'm going to add here forwards. So when you use forwards, it means that the element will retain the styles applied to it by the last keyframe of the animation after the animation has finished playing. All right, let's go to the browser and drag the piece. So as you can see, we have here this nice and cool fade effect. So the animation works fine. All right, let's go back to the VS Code. So now I'm going to take care of the uploading the new image on the puzzle, and then we have to take care of getting a random image from unsplash.com. So first of all, I'm going to take care of the uploading new image. I'm going to go to the index.html file and I'm going to create the HTML markup. So inside the final image div elements, I'm going to insert div elements, which is going to be upload img. I'm going to insert here div elements, which is going to be btns, I mean the wrapper of the buttons. And inside the div element, I'm going to open button tag with the class name image btn. Then I'm going to add here common class name btn, and also we need here random btn. As the text, I'm going to insert here get random image. After that, I'm going to create label. The for attribute is going to be input file. And also I'm going to add here class name. It's going to be image btn and then btn. As the text, I'm going to insert here upload new image. After the div elements, I'm going to insert input. The type is going to be file. So it creates a file input field, which allows users to select and upload files from their device. I'm going to add here attribute called accept, and the values is going to be image slash JPEG. Then we need image slash PNG, and finally image slash JPG. So this attribute specifies the types of the files that the input field can accept. In this case, it accepts files with JPEG, PNG, and JPG extensions. And I'm going to add here one more attribute. It's going to be ID, and the value will be input file. All right, so that's it about the HTML. Let's go to the CSS, and I'm going to select wrapper development btns. Let's go ahead and set position to absolute. Then I'm going to use flexbox to align the content. So let's use display flex. Then I'm going to create gap with columns. Column gap is going to be 2 rem. Next, I'm going to define top and left positions. So the top position is going to be 70%. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 50%. Then I'm going to center the element horizontally using transform translate x minus 50%. Let's go to the browser. So here we have get random image. Now I'm going to hide this element and make it visible once we hover over the final image. So I'm going to go ahead and select final image with hover, followed by btns. Let's set opacity to 1, and then we need opacity 0 here. Also, I'm going to use transition with opacity, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. And also I'm going to hide this element. I mean the input element. It has ID input file. So let's select ID input file and then set display to none. Okay, so actually we have here some problem with the second button. It should look like this one. Let's go to the HTML file. So yes, we don't need here these dots. Now the problem should be fixed. Okay, so here we have both buttons and they appear once we hover over the final image. Alright, after that I'm going to go back to the VS Code and write again some JavaScript. Let's go to the elements.js file. I'm going to select 2 elements. So we need here this dot final image. Let's select it using query selector method. I'm going to specify here the class name. It's going to be final image. Let's duplicate this code. We need here input file. And I'm going to specify here the class name. Actually, not the class name, but we need here ID. It's going to be input file. And instead of query selector method, I'm going to use get elements by ID. Alright, after that, I'm going to go back to the drag-drop.js file, and after drop events method, actually we need this curly brace. After that, I'm going to create new method. It's going to be image change. I'm going to extract 3 different variables using destructuring. So we need here const and then 3 variables, final image. Then we need input file and then draggable divs. We need to extract them from this dot position elements. We need here position elements dot elements. After that, I'm going to add to the input file an event listener with the event called change. So the change event occurs when the value of the input changes. In this case, when a file is selected. After that, I'm going to put here a callback function with an event object. And then we have to define the URL of the image. So I'm going to define variable URL. It's going to be equal to URL.create object URL. And inside the parentheses, I'm going to insert input file followed by the files attribute, and we have to select the first item. So we need here index number 0. Okay, so this code creates a URL for the selected file using the URL.createObjectURL method. It accesses the first file selected in the input element and generates a URL for it. This URL can then be used to display the selected image. Now I'm going to run to the console, input file, not files. Actually, we need to get rid of this letter from here. And in order to get the result in the console, I'm going to run this method here. We need this dot image change. Let's go to the browser and inspect the page. Switch to the console tab. So now if I click upload new image and select the second image, we will get here file list in which you can see the first file with the name image2.jpg and also with some other details. Alright, so everything works fine. Next, I'm going to get rid of this line of code. So I'm going to define the background image of the final image. We need here final image dot style dot background image. It should be equal to template literals, and we have to define the URL, which is going to be URL that we defined. Besides that, I'm going to iterate through draggable divs and define their background image as well. So I'm going to insert here draggable divs followed by the for each method. Then we need to insert here a callback function with the parameter div. And as I said, I'm going to define the background image for each draggable div. We need div.style background image, and it should be equal to the same value that we used here. So let's grab this value and add it here. And finally, we have to reset correct and wrong points. So we need here these points to be equal to an object with correct property with the value 0 and with wrong property with the value 0 as well. Alright, so let's go to the browser. I'm going to upload new image. Let's select the second one. So as you can see, we have here other image. Let's select another image. I don't know any of them. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Now we have to take care of the random image, which, as I said, we're going to grab from the unsplash.com. I'm going to visit this website. So the unsplash.com provides us some free images. You can visit this website and use some free images. Let's go to the VS Code. So as I said, we have to take care of the random image. We're going to fetch the random image from the Unsplash API. I'm going to go to the position elements.js file and I'm going to create a new function here. Let's call it random image. So I'm going to add here return. Now we have to use the fetch function to make a network request to the specified URL, which will be the Unsplash API endpoint for retrieving random images with a resolution of 1920 pixels of width and 1080 pixels of height. So we need here fetch function, in which I'm going to insert HTTPS, then slashes, followed by the source.unsplash.com/random/1920x1080. Next, we have to use a promise chain that executes a function once the fetch operation is complete and a response is received from the server. So we need to use a method called then. Then I'm going to insert here a callback function with the parameter response. And now we need here an arrow function. I'm going to insert here this dot image URL equal to response.url. All right, now inside the add draggable divs function, I'm going to add here final image. Then we have to change the method and make it asynchronous using async keyword. So this keyword indicates that the function is asynchronous, meaning it will operate asynchronously and potentially wait for asynchronous operations to complete before continuing execution. And now, after this line of code, I'm going to call random image function with a keyword await. We need here this dot random image. So this keyword is used within an async function to pause execution until a promise is resolved. In this case, it waits for the promise returned by the random image method to be resolved. So in summary, the add draggable divs method is asynchronous and awaits the resolution of the random image method. Inside random image, a fetch request is made to retrieve a random image URL, and once the fetch operation is complete and the response is received, the URL is extracted and assigned to the image URL property of the object. The await keyword ensures that the execution of add draggable divs waits for this asynchronous operation to complete before proceeding. All right, after that, I'm going to insert here final image dot style dot background image, and it should be equal to URL, and we have to specify here this dot image URL. All right, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, as the final image, we have here a random image from unsplash.com. If we reload, then we will get another random image. All right, so everything works fine. Now we have to change the cells, and I'm going to get here the pieces of the random image. So we need to change the URL of the draggable div. So instead of this URL here, I'm going to insert this dot image URL, and actually we need here template literals, not the quotes. Okay, let's go back to the browser. So now we have here the pieces of the random image. If I reload the page, then we will get here random image as the final image and then the proper pieces of the random image. All right, let's go back to the VS Code. All right, so now we have to take care of the loader, because once we reload the page and before we get the random image, we see here the default image. So now I'm going to add loader before the random image is loaded on the page. So I'm going to go to the index.html file, and down below I'm going to insert div element with the class name loader, and also we need here class active. I'm going to insert here image element. Let's select folder called images, and we need here loader.gif, I mean the GIF. Let's get rid of this attribute. Then I'm going to go to the CSS file and select loader. I'm going to define position, it's going to be absolute. Then we need top and left properties, both of them to be 0. Next I'm going to set width and height, both of them 100%. Also change the background color. Let's use here color 9898 EC. And then I'm going to place the content in the center, I mean the image. Using CSS grid, we need display grid, and then place items center. Okay, so here we have the GIF loader. Next, I'm going to select image, and define its width. It's going to be 10 rem. And after that, I'm going to hide the loader for a while. Let's add here opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Okay, now I'm going to go to the elements.js file and I'm going to select loader. We need here this.loader and it should be equal to document.query selector. Let's specify here the class name loader. Then I'm going to go back to the drag-drop.js file and actually not drag drop but position elements. We need this function here. So I'm going to add here loader. Then I'm going to add a class active to the loader. So I'm going to insert here loader.classList.add. We need here active. And after this line of code, we need to remove the class active from the loader. So we need here the same line of code, but with remove method. All right, now we have to select loader with class active. And we need here visibility, visible, and opacity 1. Let's go to the browser. So if I reload the page, then we will get the loader and then we will get the random image. So between loading the random image and the default image, we have the loader. All right, so everything works fine. Now we have to take care of the button here. Once we click get random image, then we should get the random image from the unsplash.com. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to select random btn. So we need here this dot random btn and I'm going to select this element using query selector method. I'm going to insert here class name random btn. Then go back to the position elements.js file and add here random btn. And now after for each method, I'm going to add click event handler to the random btn. We need here on click and we have to reload the page once we click the random btn. So we need here location dot reload. Okay, let's go ahead and check the results. So if I click get random image, then we will get the random image. In between the loading the page, we have the loader. The last thing that I'm going to do is to add here a heading puzzle quest like we have it here in the finished version of the project. So I'm going to go to the HTML file and I'm going to add here h1 heading element with the class name heading. It's going to be puzzle quest. Then I'm going to go to the CSS file and select heading. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need right position. It's going to be 2 rem. Then I'm going to use bottom and it's going to be 2 rem as well. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. I'm going to use RGBA value. We need here 51 3 times. As for the opacity, it's going to be 0.365. And finally, let's make the text uppercase using text transform uppercase. Oops, we need here uppercase. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the heading puzzle quest. Actually, I think we are done. I think that those buttons should be placed down. Let's check the final project. So as you can see, the buttons are placed down. So we might have a tiny issue. Let's go ahead and find the final image. So as you can see, BTNs has position absolute, and we need position relative for the parent element. So let's add here position relative and go back to the browser. So now the problem is fixed. The buttons are placed down below, and actually with the project we are done. Finally, we can play the game. So hopefully you enjoyed this tutorial and you learned some new stuff. We used object-oriented programming in this tutorial, and I think that it was interesting and useful for you. In this video, we're going to be building a Spotify music application with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Before we jump right into building the project, I'm going to describe it. So as you can see, we have here a Spotify music app, which consists of a couple of different parts. At the top side of the application, you can see some icons with the name of the application. Then we have here a cover, which shows us the song name and also the artist. Down below, you can see the song details, I mean the song name and artist. Then we have a progress bar with current time of the song and the song duration. Then you can see here the controls of the player. And down below, we have here some icons with some text. If I click the play button, then the music will start to play. As you can see, the progress bar is updating as well as the current time of the song. Then if I click again the play button, the music will stop playing. We have here next and previous buttons. If I click them, then we will switch to the next and previous songs. So everything works perfectly. Alright, so if I click anywhere on the progress bar, then the music will be rewinded and also the current time will be updated. Alright, so everything works perfectly. You can see here, nice and cool, shadow effects. It is called CSS new morphism. So throughout this tutorial, you will learn about how to create the CSS new morphism effects. Okay, let's get started. I've created a new folder on the desktop called Spotify Music App, in which I have another folder, music. It includes 3 different songs. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code and then create our working files for HTML. Then we need file for CSS. And also I'm going to create file for JavaScript. Let's open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. I'm going to place here an exclamation mark, then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML structure, I mean the basic HTML elements. The first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. It's going to be Spotify Music App. Then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. I'm going to open link tag. And then I'm going to specify here the path of the file. Next, I'm going to open script tag. And in the source attribute, I'm going to insert the file name, script.js. And then we need attribute called defer. So this attribute tells the browser to execute the script after the HTML content has been parsed. This means that the script will be loaded asynchronously while the HTML content is being parsed, but it won't interrupt the parsing of HTML. Actually, you can link the JavaScript file from here. I mean, you can open script tag right above the closing body tag and then specify here the source attribute. But in this case, I'm going to use this technique. Alright, after that, let's go ahead and open the project in the browser using live server. you can click either here or you can click the button Go Live. So our project is live in the browser. I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side, like so. And then I'm going to bring in other links as well. We're going to use some font awesome icons throughout this project, and also I'm going to use Google Fonts. So let's go ahead and search for font awesome CDN.js. Then I'm going to click here in order to copy the URL. Next, I'm going to open link tag and then paste the copied CDN here in the href attribute. All right, after that, I'm going to search for Google Fonts. Let's visit the website. I'm going to search for font called Delicious, hand-drawn. Let's click the font. Then we need here get font. After that, I'm going to select another font. It's going to be Signica Negative. We need here negative. Let's click get font. Then we need get embed code. So here we have both fonts. I'm going to copy those links and place them here in the head element. All right, so now we can start to write the HTML markup. I'm going to create div element, which is going to be the container. It will wrap the entire content. Next, we have another div element with the class name player, which will include a couple of different parts. The first part is going to be player top. I mean the top side of the player, in which I'm going to insert button with class player btn. Also, we need type button. Then inside the button element, I'm going to insert font awesome icon. We need I element with the classes fa solid, fa arrow left. Then I'm going to insert here span element with the text Spotify music app. Next, we need another font awesome icon. Actually, I'm going to copy this button from here. Let's paste it here. I'm going to change the icon. In this case, we need fa solid, fa ellipsis. So here we have two buttons with the text. Next, I'm going to create the player body. I mean the next part of our player. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name player body, in which I'm going to open another div with the class name current song. And then we need to create cover. So as you remember, the cover consists of two span elements. The first one is going to be the artist. Let's insert here King Canyon. Then I'm going to open another span, and it's going to be song name Mulholland. Actually, those are some weird random songs. I chose them because they are copyright free, and I did that in order to avoid any copyright claims. So if you don't like them, that's not a problem. Don't pay attention to those songs. All right, next I'm going to create song info. We need here div elements with the class name song info. Then we need another div. It's going to be song details. Then I'm going to insert here span elements with the class name song name. It's going to be Mulholland. Let's duplicate this code. Change the class name. It's going to be song detail, actually not details, but artist. And we need here King Canyon. All right. After that, I'm going to insert here font awesome icon. It's going to be FA solid, FA heart. Then I'm going to take care of the progress of the song. I mean, I'm going to create div element. It's going to be song duration, in which I'm going to insert another div. It's going to be song time. Then we have song progress. And then I'm going to insert audio. We need here folder name music, in which I'm going to select the first song, this one. Then I'm going to add here class name audio. Okay, after that I'm going to take care of the current time and the duration of the song. So I'm going to insert here div elements with the class name time, in which I'm going to insert two span elements. For now I'm going to insert here 0, then again 0. Let's duplicate these elements. After that, we need to take care of the controls. So I'm going to insert here div elements with the class name controls. Then I'm going to insert here button with the class. Actually, we can grab the button from here. I'm going to change the class names for the font awesome icon. So we need here FA solid, FA shuffle. Let's duplicate this button 5 times, actually 4 times, because overall we need 5 different buttons. So the second one is going to be button for previous song. I'm going to add here new class prev btn. As for the I elements, we need here FA solid, FA backward. Then we have play button. Let's add here class name play pause. And also change the I elements. It's going to be FA solid, FA play. Next we have button for the next song. So we need here next btn. As for the I element, it's going to be FA solid, FA forward. And finally, I'm going to change here the I element. It's going to be FA solid, FA repeat. All right. So as you can see, all 5 icons are displayed here. Next, I'm going to take care of the bottom side of the application. I mean, we need to create those 2 icons with the text. So let's go ahead and insert here div element with the class player footer. Actually, we need here player, in which I'm going to insert I element. It's going to be FA solid, FA music. And then I'm going to insert here span element with the text listen to Spotify music. And finally, we need another I element with the classes FA solid, FA list. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. We have here lots of different elements, so hopefully everything is correct. We will see that throughout the project. Next, I'm going to start to write some CSS. Let's open style.css file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create some default styles for every element. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. And then I'm going to define margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to define box sizing property, and it's going to be equal to border box. It means that every element's width and height will include the padding and border. After that, I'm going to set outline to none. And also let's define font family. It's going to be the font that we selected from Google Fonts. It is Signica Negative Sans Serif. Alright, so as you can see, all the default styles are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to define the font size of the HTML element. Throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. Right now, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because by default, the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem to 10 pixels, and therefore we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. Let's set it to 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. As you can see, the size of the elements became smaller. After that, I'm going to take care of the container, which wraps the entire content of our project. So first of all, let's define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 100 viewport height. It means that it will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. Next, I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to use linear gradient. So therefore, we need here background and not background color. Or you can use background image. Let's use linear gradient. So the first color is going to be 313131. As for the second color, I'm going to use 151515. Okay, so as you can see, we have here the gradient effect. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center of the page. So I'm going to do that using CSS Flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then we need justify content center and also align item center. Okay, so as you can see, the content is placed in the center. After that, let's go ahead and select player. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 35 rem. Then I'm going to set height to 700 rem. And also change the, actually not 700, but 70 rem. Then I'm going to change the background. Let's use again linear gradient function. So the direction of the color transition is going to be to right. And then I'm going to specify the colors. The first one is going to be 31, 32, 34. As for the second color, I'm going to set it to 2F3031. Okay, so here we have the player. I'm going to create some shadow effect. Let's use box shadow. The values will be 0. It specifies the horizontal offset of the shadow. In this case, it's 0, meaning there is no horizontal offset, and the shadow will be directly behind the element. Next, I'm going to pass here 1 rem. This value specifies the vertical offset of the shadow. It is set to 1 rem, which means that shadow will be shifted downward by a distance equal to the element's font size multiplied by 1. So the next value is going to be 5 rem. This value defines the blur radius of the shadow. A larger value will create a more blurred shadow effect. And finally, we need the color. It's going to be black color with the opacity 0.4. Okay, so here we have the shadow effect, which I think looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to make the player rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 3 rem. And then I'm going to align the content using Flexbox. I'm going to place the elements vertically. So first of all, we need display flex. And then we have to change the direction. It's going to be column. Next, I'm going to set padding to 3 rem on all 4 sides. Okay, so that's it for the player right now. Next, I'm going to take care of the top side of the player. So therefore, I'm going to select player top. let's set width to 100%. And then I'm going to align the elements using flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to create some space between the flex items using justify content space between. And finally, we need to align items in the center vertically. Okay, so the elements are aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the buttons. So let's go ahead and select player btn. It is a common class name for every button in the project. First of all, let's define width and height. I'm going to set width to 4 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 4 rem as well. Then I'm going to set border to 0.2 rem solid, and the color is going to be RGBA. We need here white color to 55 3 times. And then the opacity is going to be 0.1. After that, I'm going to make the buttons rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 50%. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to 2B, to C, to E. After that, I'm going to change the color. So let's set color to A8, A9, AB. After that, we need to create the shadow effect. And as I said in the beginning of this tutorial, we are going to use CSS new morphism effects, and we're going to create it using box shadow. So I'm going to insert here a couple of different values, and then I will explain what they do. So I'm going to pass here 0.5 rem, then again 0.5 rem, then we need 2 rem, then minus 0.1 rem, then we need color. It's going to be RGBA, black color with the opacity 0.5. So this is the first shadow. Next we need the second one. It's going to be minus 0.4 rem, then again minus 0.4 rem, then we will have 2 rem, minus 0.1 rem, and as the color I'm going to use white color, and the opacity is going to be 0.2. Okay, so as you can see, we have here this nice and cool shadow effect. So let me explain what those values do. So this is the first part of the shadow. 0.5 rem is the horizontal offset of the shadow. It means that the shadow will be shifted to the right by 0.5 times the element's font size. Next we have again 0.5 rem. It is a vertical offset of the shadow. It means that the shadow will be shifted downwards by 0.5 times the element's font size. Next we have 2 rem, and it is a blur radius of the shadow. It indicates a relatively large blur effect. Minus 0.1 rem, it is a spread radius of the shadow. A negative value will cause the shadow to contract. And then we have the color. Next we have the second part of the shadow. So again, the first value minus 0.4 rem, it is a horizontal offset of the shadow. It is a negative value, and it means that the shadow will be shifted to the left by 0.4 times the element's font size. Next we have the vertical offset of the shadow. It is again a negative value. Then we have blur radius, and then spread radius. It is set to minus 0.1 rem. It's a negative value, and it causes the shadow to contract. Alright, so at the end of the day we have this nice and cool effect. This kind of effect in CSS is called CSS new morphism. It is implemented using box shadows and light dark background colors to create the illusion of elements being slightly extruded from the background. Finally, I'm going to add cursor pointer. Alright, after that I'm going to create the click effect for the buttons. I'm going to select player btn followed by the active pseudo class, and I'm going to use transform translate y with the value 0.2 rem. So once we click the button, then we will get this nice and cool clicking effect. After that, I'm going to take care of this pan element in the top side of the player. So let's go ahead and select player top, followed by this pan element. Let's go ahead and increase the font size. It's going to be 1.3 rem, and then change the color. I'm going to use this color here, A8, A9, AB. All right, that's it about the top side. Let's move on to the player body. So let's go ahead and select player body. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 55%. And then I'm going to align elements using flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to place the content in the center. So we need justify content center and align items center. All right. So in the center, we have here the song name and also the artist of the song. We're going to create here the cover. I mean this part. So let's go ahead and select current song. Let's define width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 18 rem. Then I'm going to change border. It's going to be 0.5 rem. Solid, and the color is going to be RGBA white color with the opacity 0.15. Then I'm going to make the element rounded, so I'm going to set border radius to 50%. And finally, we're going to create the same new morphism effect using box shadow. Actually, I'm going to grab box shadow from here and then just change the values. So we need here 0.6 rem, then 4 rem, then we need here minus 0.1 rem. As the color, it's going to be RGBA black color with the opacity 0.9. As for the second part, we need here minus 0.6 rem, then 4 rem, and then we need minus 0.2 rem. As for the color, we need white color with the opacity 0.4. Okay, so as you can see, we have here this nice and cool shadow effect. After that, I'm going to select cover. I'm in the inner part of this element. So let's set width and height to 100%. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. And also we need border radius 50%. All right. After that, I'm going to take care of the span elements. So let's go ahead and select cover with span. Let's change font family. In this case, I'm going to use the second font, which is Delicious Hand Drawn. It's going to be cursive. Then I'm going to define the position for both span elements. It's going to be absolute. And also we need to change the display property. It's going to be block. All right. After that, I'm going to customize each span element separately. So let's go ahead and select the first one. We need cover followed by the span element, and I'm going to use nth child selector. So we need the first span element. Let's change the color. It's going to be DDD. Then I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.6 rem. And also I'm going to change the position. The top position is going to be 20%. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 30%. Actually, we need position relative for the parent element because we need to align the elements according to the parent element. So let's set position relative to current song. So now, as you can see, the element is placed correctly. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code. Change the nth child selector. We need here 2. Then the color is going to be white. The font size will be 2.5 rem. Then we need top position with the value of 35%. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 20%. Besides that, I'm going to add here width. It's going to be 10 rem. And finally, we need text align to be center. All right, so the cover looks pretty nice. The only thing that I'm going to do is to rotate slightly this element. So I'm going to add here transform rotate Z with the value minus 15 degrees. All right, that's it about the cover. Next, we have to take care of the song info. Let's select song info. And first of all, define width. It's going to be 100%. And then we need to align elements using flexbox. So I'm going to set display to flex. Then I'm going to create some space between the flex items using justify content space between. Also, we need align items. Center. It will center the elements vertically. And then I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 3 rem. All right. After that, I'm going to select song details. Let's change the direction of the alignment of the elements using flexbox. We need flex direction to be column. So as you can see now, the song details are placed vertically on top of each other. Next, I'm going to select song name. Let's set the font size to 2 rem. Then we need color. It's going to be white. And also I'm going to make the font lighter. Let's set font weight to 300. Okay. After that, I'm going to take care of the song artist, and actually let's duplicate this code. We need here song artist. So I'm going to set font size to 1.2 rem. Then the color is going to be this color here. As for the font weight, I'm going to get rid of it. All right. That's it about the song details. Next, we're going to take care of the heart. I mean, this font awesome icon here. So let's go ahead and select song info, followed by the I element. So we need font size to be 2 rem. Then I'm going to change the background. So let's use background with linear gradient. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see that we have here linear gradient background. So I'm going to change the direction of the color transition. It's going to be to right. Then we need colors. The first one will be 3B, AA, 7B. As for the second one, I'm going to use 6.2, BC, 6.8. So right now, the background of the font awesome icon is changed, and actually we need to change the color of the font awesome icon itself. So for that, I'm going to use the following properties. We need WebKit, background clip. It's going to be text. And besides that, I'm going to use WebKit, text fill color with value transparent. Okay, so now the background of the font awesome icon is changed and it looks pretty nice. After that, I'm going to take care of the song time. So let's go ahead and select song time. Let's set width to 100%. Then I'm going to set height to 0.5 rem. The background color is going to be 0C, 0C, 0D. Next, I'm going to set border radius to 0.5 rem. Also, we need to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom, 1 rem. Then we need to create some shadow effect. Let's set shadow to 0.2 rem, then 0.2 rem, then again 0.2 rem. And the color is going to be RGBA, white color with the opacity 0.1. And finally, change the cursor, make it pointer. All right, so as you can see, the progress bar is created. Next, we have to take care of the song progress. Let's select this element. First of all, I'm going to change the position. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent elements. Then we need top and left properties, both of them equal to 0. Change the width. It's going to be 30%. Then we need height, which is going to be 100%. And then we need to change the background. Let's use again linear gradient function. Actually, we need the same values from this function. So let's grab them and paste them here. So as you can see, we have here the progress of the song. The only thing that we have to do is to make it rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. All right. So that's it about the song progress. Next, we have to take care of the time. Let's select this element. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then I'm going to align the elements using flexbox. We need display flex, and we have to create some space between the flex items using justify content space between. And also let's create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 3 rem. Okay, so the song time and the song duration are aligned. Next, we have to take care of those span elements. Select time followed by the span. I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.2 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use the gray color. I mean this one here. So as you can see, the song time and the song duration are customized. After that, I'm going to take care of the controls. I mean those buttons here. Let's go ahead and select controls. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then we need to align them using flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Create some space using justify content space between. Also, we need to align items in the center. So as you can see, the buttons are aligned. After that, I'm going to customize the play pause button. As you can see, it is kind of different. So let's go ahead and select play pause. I'm going to set width and height to 5 rem because it's going to be slightly bigger than the other buttons. Let's set height to 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the background. Actually, we need the same values. Let's grab the linear gradient function. So as you can see, the button looks nice. I'm going to change the color of the icon. It's going to be white. And finally, we need to change the box shadow. Actually, I'm going to grab the box shadow from here. Let's change the values. So we need 0.5 rem. Then I'm going to set this value to 2 rem, 0.1 rem. The opacity of the color is going to be 0.8. Next, we will have here 0.8, 2 rem, and I'm going to change this value. It's going to be 0.1 rem. Actually, we need here box shadow and not the box sizing. Okay, so for the play button, we have kind of different shadow because the button is slightly bigger. Next, I'm going to take care of the footer of the player. So let's go ahead and select player footer and set width to 100%. Next, I'm going to align items using flexbox. We need to display flex. Then we need to use justify content space between because we need to create space between the items. Then I'm going to set align items center. And finally, we need margin top auto. Okay. So in order to see clearly why do we need this property, let's comment this out. So as you can see, we need to place the footer down. That's why I use here margin top auto. We need this element because we aligned the content of the entire player using flexbox. So we need margin top auto to place the footer down below. Okay, so after that, I'm going to take care of the icons in the footer. Let's select eye element, increase the font size. It's going to be 1.8 RAM, and also change the color. Let's use here this gray color. So the icons look good. After that, I'm going to take care of the span element. Let's duplicate this code. Change the selector. We need here span elements. The font size will be 1.2 RAM. As for the color, we need here the same color. All right. So that's it. The player is customized. It looks pretty nice. And now we have to make it work. For that, I'm going to use JavaScript. So let's go ahead and open script.js file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create an array where we will store the data of the songs. So I'm going to create the variable and call it song data. It's going to be an array. And I'm going to insert here 3 different objects. Each object will include the name of the song, the artist, and also the source of the audio file. So I'm going to insert an object in which I'm going to create 3 different properties. The first one is going to be name, and I'm going to add here Mulholland. Then we will have artist. It's going to be King Canyon. And then we will have the source property in which I'm going to insert the source of the audio file. We need here Mulholland, then dash King Canyon. Actually, it is the name of the song. If we check the music folder, you will see that we have here this name. I'm going to add here the extension of the song. It's going to be MP3. Okay, so that's it about the first object. We'll have 3 of them. So let's duplicate it twice. So the name of the second song is going to be something like Parasail. Then the artist is going to be Silent Partner. Again, those are some weird songs. Next, we need source, and it's going to be Parasail or Parasail. I don't know. Silent Partner. As for the third song, it's going to be The Truth. It's the name. Then we will have the artist, and it's going to be Anno Domini Beats. And finally, we need source. The Truth. And then the artist Anno Domini Beats. Alright, so that's it about our song data. Next, I'm going to create couple of different variables. We have to select lots of different elements. So I'm going to create the first variable. It's going to be container. Let's go ahead and select container using document.query selector method. Let's specify here the class name container. So overall, we will have here 12 different variables and elements. I'm going to duplicate this line of code 11 times. Okay, so let's go ahead and change the names of the variables and also the class names. The second one is going to be song name. And we need here class name, song name. Then we will have song artist. Change the class. We need song artist. Next we will have cover. Change the class name, cover. Then the next variable is going to be play pause button. Let's call the variable play pause btn. And then insert here class name play pause. The next variable is going to be previous button. Let's call it pref btn and select the variable, the elements with the class name pref btn. Next we have next btn. Let's change the class name. After that, I'm going to select audio. It has class name audio. Then the next variable is going to be song time. Let's change the class. We need here song time. Then we will have song progress. Change the class, song progress. Then we will have cover artist and cover name. So let's change the name of the variable. We need here cover name, and it's going to be cover. Then we need to select span elements, and I'm going to use here nth child selector. Let's select, actually cover name is the second span element, so we need here 2. As for the, let's actually duplicate this code and get rid of this line. Change the name, the name of the variable. It's going to be cover artist, and then we need here first span element. Let's check the index.html file and make sure that we are correct. So here we have cover. The first one is artist, and then we have the name. So let's go to the script.js file. We have cover name. It is the second one. Okay, it's correct. Let's go ahead and create one more variable, and it's going to be song index. Let's declare the variable using let keyword, song index, and I'm going to set it to 0. All right, so after that, I'm going to create a function. This function will take an index as an argument. It will retrieve the song data from song data array based on that index, and it will update various elements in the UI with information about the currently loaded song. It will also set the source attribute of the audio element to the corresponding song file. So let's go ahead and create function. I'm going to call it load song. As I said, we need here parameter. Let's call it index. So we have to update the UI. We have to define the name and artist of the cover, and also the name and artist of the song. And also we have to define the source of the audio file. So I'm going to insert here cover name dot text content, and I'm going to retrieve the data from the song data array. So we need here song data. Then we have to specify index. And then we need name. which is the first property in the object. Let's duplicate this code 3 times. So we need here cover artist. And I'm going to change name property into artist. Then we have to define song name. And finally, we need song artist. Okay, so again, actually we need here artist. So we have defined cover name, cover artist, song name, and song artist. And now we have to define the source of the audio file. So I'm going to add here audio.src. It will be equal to template literal. We need folder called music. Then we have to specify here the source from the objects that we have here. I'm going to insert song data. Then we need to specify index. Then we need src property. And finally the extension of the audio file, mp3. Okay, that's it about this function. We have to call this function once the window will be loaded. So I'm going to attach an event listener to the window object with the event called load. Let's insert here a callback function and then call function load song. And as the arguments, I'm going to insert here song index, which we have created here. All right. So again, this function takes an index as an argument, retrieves the song data from the song data array based on that index, and updates various elements in the UI with information about the currently loaded song. And the information, I mean the name of the song, the artist of the song, and also the source of the audio file. All right. After that, I'm going to create another function in order to play the song. So let's go ahead and create variable and call it play song. As I said, it's going to be a function. So this function will control the playback of the audio element. It will add a class to the container element to indicate that the song is playing. Also, it will change the play pause button icon and start playback of the audio. So we need here container.classList.add, and I'm going to add here class name pause. Then we need to access to the play pause icon. I mean this icon here. It is a child of the button elements. I mean this one. As you can see, we have here button element, and then inside the button element you can see the I element. So we have to access that I element. Therefore, we need here play pause button dot first element child. Then we need to change the class name, and it's going to be fa solid fa pause. And finally, in order to play this song, we have to use one of the built-in functions in JavaScript called play. So we need audio.play. So again, this function, I mean play song function, controls the playback of the audio element. It adds a class to the container element to indicate that the song is playing, and also it changes the font awesome icon of the play pause button. And finally, it plays the song. All right. In the same way, we have to manage pausing the song. So I'm going to duplicate this code. We need pause song function. Then I'm going to change add method into remove. Also, we need to change the font awesome icon. In this case, we need play instead of pause. And finally, we need to pause the audio using pause method. All right. So in order to make those functions work, we have to add an event listener to the play pause button, and we have to call those two functions. So I'm going to select play pause btn with add event listener, and we have to specify here the event click. Then we need callback function, which will be executed once we click the button. So once we click the button, we have to check if the container has the pause class. If it does, it means the song is currently playing. So we need to call pause song function. Otherwise, we need to call play song to start playing the song. All right, so we need if statements in which we have to check if the container contains class pause. So if it does, then we have to pause the song. So we have to call this function. And if this condition is false, then we need else statement, and we have to call play song function. All right, so let's go ahead and check the results. If we click the play pause button, then the icon will be changed, but as you can hear, the song is not playing. Actually, let's check the console. So we have here an error saying that the element has no supported sources. Script JS 49 line. So we have problem with the source. Actually, the source looks correct. So we have the problem here. Well, as you see, we have here the extension mp3 in the source property, and therefore we no longer need here this extension because it will double. So let's get rid of it. Now I think the song will play. Let's click the button. So as you can see, the song is playing and also the icon is changed. All right, so everything works fine so far. After that, I'm going to take care of the cover. I'm going to rotate it while the music is playing. So I'm going to add here cover dot class list dot add, and I'm going to add a new class to the cover. Let's call it rotate. We need to remove this class once we pause the song, so we need to add here the same line with remove method. Then I'm going to go to the style.css file and find cover. So here I'm going to create an animation. So I'm going to use CSS keyframes with the name cover rotate. And I'm going to define the rotation of the element. So at 0%, I'm going to set transform rotate to 0. And then at 100%, we need transform rotate z with a value 360 degrees. Then I'm going to select class rotate, which we added to the cover. And I'm going to define animation. So the name is going to be cover rotate. Then we need the duration. It's going to be 10 seconds. Also, the animation is going to be linear, and we need to play it infinitely. Okay, let's play the song. So as you can see, the cover rotates. And once we pause the song, then it will stop. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Next, I'm going to take care of the previous and forward, next buttons. we have to make them work. I'm going to start with the previous song. So I'm going to create new function. Let's call it prev song play. So we need to decrease the value of the song index. For that, I'm going to use decrement operator minus minus. Next, we have to check if the song index is less than 0. If it is, then we have to set song index to the index of the last song in the song data array. So we need here if statement in which I'm going to check if song index is less than 0. If it is, then we have to set song index to song data dot length minus 1. So if the song index is less than 0, then we set song index to the index of the last song in the song data array. Next, we have to call load song function with song index, and then we have to call play song function as well. Alright, so this function is ready. Next, we have to take care of the next song btn. I mean, we have to create the similar function for the next song button. Let's duplicate this code, change the name of the function. It's going to be next song play. Instead of decrement operator, we need here increment operator. Then we need to change the condition of the if statement, because we have to check if song index is greater than the index of the last song in the song data array. If it is, we need to set song index to 0. So I'm going to change the condition here. We need song index to be greater than song data dot length minus 1. If it is true, then we have to set song index to 0. And then we need those two functions. So in order to make those functions work, we have to call them once we click the buttons. So we need here to select prev btn with event listener. The event is going to be click, and also we need here a callback function, but instead of callback function, I'm going to insert the function name itself, prev song play. Let's duplicate this code and change prev into next. We need here next song play. Alright, so now both buttons should work. Let's play the song, then click the previous button. As you can see, the music is switched to the previous song. So both buttons work perfectly. Alright, so once the controls work fine, next we have to take care of the time update of the song. I mean, we have to update the current time, the music duration. Also, we have to update the progress bar and so on. Alright, so the next thing that I'm going to do is to add an event listener to the audio. And the event is going to be time update. So this event fires continuously as the audio playback position changes. Let's add here callback function. And we need to insert here an event object. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to extract current time and duration. So let's go ahead and create a variable and call it current time. It should be equal to e.target.current time. So we are grabbing the current time from the event object, and the event object contains information about the event. In the same way, we have to grab the duration. So let's duplicate this code. The second variable is going to be duration. And we have to select duration. So current time retrieves the current playback position of the audio element, and it retrieves the value in seconds. And the duration retrieves the total duration of the audio file, again in seconds. All right. After that, we have to calculate the width of the progress. I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it current time width, and it should be equal to current time divided by duration, and we have to multiply this value by 100. Okay, so this line of code calculates the percentage of the total duration that has elapsed based on the current playback position. And now we have to update the width of the progress bar. So we need song progress dot style dot width. Then I'm going to use template literals. Let's insert here current time width, and we have to add here percentage sign. All right, so with those two lines we update the UI. So we update the width of the song progress element to reflect the current playback position. This line dynamically sets the width of the progress bar element based on the percentage of the audio file that has been played so far. As the audio plays, this width is continuously updated, providing a visual indication of the progress of the audio playback. So right now, the width of the progress is set to 30%. So let's go ahead and make it 0. Then I'm going to play the song. So as you can see, the progress bar, the width of the progress bar is increasing as the audio plays. Alright, so everything works fine. Now we have to update the current time of the song and also the video, not the video, but audio duration. So let's go ahead and create new variables. We need song current time, and I'm going to select the span element. So let's use query selector method. Select time followed by the span element, and we have to use nth child selector. I'm going to select the first span element. Then let's duplicate this code. The second variable is going to be song duration, and I'm going to change the selector. It's going to be nth child 2. All right. After that, we need to attach a new event listener to the audio. So we need here audio dot add event listener, and the event is going to be loaded data. Let's add here a callback function. So event listener listens for the loaded data event, which indicates that the browser has loaded the audio data for the audio element. Next, I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be audio duration, and it should be equal to audio dot duration. So now we are extracting the audio duration. This line of code retrieves the total duration of the audio file loaded in the audio element, and it gives us the value in seconds. Okay, next I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be total minutes. So we need to calculate total minutes and seconds. So it should be equal to math.floor. And I'm going to insert here audio duration divided by 60. Let's duplicate this line of code. We need total seconds. And in this case, we need audio duration modulus 60. Alright, so the first line calculates the total number of minutes by dividing the total duration by 60 and rounding down to the nearest integer. That's why we used here math.floor. As for the second line, it calculates the remaining seconds by taking the remainder when dividing the total duration by 60 and rounding down to the nearest integer. Alright, after that, we have to format seconds and we have to use if statement in which we have to check if total seconds is less than 10, then we have to add 0 in front of the digit. So we need here total seconds. Then I'm going to use template literal. We need 0 and then I'm going to insert here total seconds. So again, we check if the total seconds are less than 10. If it is true, then we prefix a 0 to the seconds to ensure that the time display format is in minutes and seconds. Alright, finally, we have to change the content, text content of the song duration. So we need here song duration followed by the text content. And I'm going to insert here template literals followed by total minutes and total seconds. So we need here total minutes. Actually, we need minutes. Then we need colon. And we have to insert total seconds. Alright, so as you can see, we have here the duration of the song. If we move to other songs, then the song duration will update accordingly. Alright, everything works fine. Next we have to take care of the current time of the song. So I'm going to create new variables. The first one is going to be current minutes. And it should be equal to math.floor current time divided by 60. Let's duplicate this code. We need current seconds. And we have to change division by modulus. So the first line calculates the total number of minutes elapsed by dividing the current playback time by 60 and rounding down to the nearest integer. As for the second line, it calculates the remaining seconds by taking the remainder when dividing the current playback time by 60 and rounding down to the nearest integer. This operation ensures that the current seconds variable represents the seconds portion of the time. Now we have to check again if current seconds is less than 10, and we have to do the same thing that we did here. So we need to prefix 0 to the digit. So we need current seconds equal to template literal 0 and then again current seconds. Okay, now we have to format the seconds. I mean, we have to do the similar thing that we did here. Let's add here song current time dot text content, and we have to insert here current minutes colon current seconds. Okay, so again, we are updating the UI. So we update the text content of the song current time element with the calculated current minutes and current seconds in the format minutes and seconds. So this line dynamically sets the text content of an element to display the current playback time of the audio file in minutes and seconds. All right, so let's go ahead and play the song. So as you can see, the current time is not updating. So we have a problem somewhere here. Let's check the code. Actually, this code, the code for current minutes and seconds, should be outside of this event. Let's place the code here and then check the results. So as you can see, the current time is updating for all songs perfectly. Alright, so now we have to move on to the last part of our project. We have to update the progress bar once we click anywhere here, like we have it in the finished project. If we click anywhere on the progress bar, then the music will be rewinded accordingly. Alright, so we have to stick to a specific playback position. I'm going to add an event listener to the song time with click event. So we need here event listener with click event and with a callback function. I'm going to insert here event object. Okay, so now we have to define the progress width. Let's create new variable. It's going to be progress width, and it should be equal to song time dot client width. So with this line of code, we retrieve the width of the song time element, which represents the total width of the progress bar. Next, we have to create another variable, and it's going to be clicked offset x. I'm going to make it equal to e dot offset x. So this line retrieves the horizontal distance from the left edge of the song time element to the point where the user clicked, indicating the position where the user wants to seek. So again, this line of code retrieves horizontal distance from the left edge of the song time element to the point where the user clicked. Alright, after that I'm going to define song duration. So let's create another variable. Actually, we need here space. So the new variable is going to be song duration, and it should be equal to audio dot duration. And after that, we have to define the current time of the audio. So I'm going to add here audio dot current time, which should be equal to clicked offset x divided by progress width, and we have to multiply this value to the song duration. Alright, so this line of code calculates the desired playback position in the audio file based on the ratio of the clicked offset position within the progress bar width to the total progress bar width. Then we multiply it by the total duration of the audio. It will set the current time property of the audio element, effectively seeking to the desired playback position. Now we have to call the playSong function. It will initiate playback of the audio from the newly set playback position. Alright, let's go ahead and check the results. If I click, then nothing will happen because we have a mistake. Let's check the console. So failed to set the current time property. Script JS 124 current time. Actually, everything seems to be correct here. Let's check other lines. Oh, we have here, what is that? We need here e dot offset x. So it is a typo. I'm sorry for that. Now I think that everything is correct. Let's check the results. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Alright, so we are almost done with our project. The only thing that I'm going to do is to handle end of audio playback. Once the song ends, then we have to move to the next song. So I'm going to add here an event listener to the audio. And the event is going to be ended. So once the music ends, then we have to call next song play function. So let's insert here next song play. Okay. So when the ended event occurs, then we trigger the next song play function, which will load and play the next song in the playlist. Let's check the results. I'm going to rewind the song here. So let's wait for the end. As you can see, when the song ended, then it switched to the next song. Alright, so everything works fine, and actually we can say that with the project we are done. Alright, so I've gone ahead and created a new folder on the desktop called Notes app, which right now is empty. I'm going to open it in VS Code. And then I'm going to create our working files. We need 3 files. The first one is going to be index.html. And then we will have here style.css. And finally, we need app.js. Besides that, I'm going to create a folder called JS in which I will store JavaScript modules, and they will be created a bit later. Now I'm going to create basic HTML tags, and for that I'm going to insert here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML document. So here I'm going to change the title. It's going to be Notes app. And then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. For that I'm going to open link tag. And then in the hrefs attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the file. It's going to be style.css. Next, we need to link the JavaScript file. And for that, I'm going to open script tag. Then we need source attribute, in which we have to specify the name of the file. It is app.js. And besides that, I'm going to add here an attribute called differ. So by adding differ, we are telling the browser not to execute app.js file until the entire HTML document has been parsed. This is especially helpful because it ensures that our JavaScript will only run after all the HTML elements are loaded. So without differ, the script might try to run before certain elements are available in the DOM, and it could lead errors. Next, I'm going to add here another attribute, which is type. And we need here module. So by setting type to module, we are telling the browser that this JavaScript file is a module. In JavaScript, modules allow us to organize our code into separate self-contained files, each handling a different part of the app. When we use modules, we can import and export functionality between files, making our code cleaner and more modular. All right, so now I'm going to run the project to the browser using live server. For that, we can either click here, go live, or click open with live server. So as you can see, our project is up and running in the browser. I'm going to place the editor and the browser side by side in order to make our working process more convenient. Let's place the editor on the left side. Okay, so throughout this tutorial, I'm going to use a library called Box Icons to add some stylish icons to our project. Box Icons is a free open source library of vector icons that are easy to integrate and customize. It offers a wide range of icons for different purposes, from simple UI elements like buttons and forms to more specific ones for things like social media and multimedia. Now, in order to integrate Box Icons library to our project, I'm going to search for Box Icons. So this is the website of Box Icons library. Here you can find tons of different icons. I'm going to click usage. Then we need to import the CSS. And I'm going to copy this CDN link from here. Let's paste it here in the head element. All right, so the box icons library is integrated to our project, and now we can start to create the HTML markup. Inside the body element, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be nodes up. It will be the wrapper of the entire content. Inside the div element, we need another div with the class name nodes files. Then inside here, I'm going to create another div element with the class name new nodes. And then we need elements. I mean the icon from the box icons library. I'm going to add here classes bx, bxs, file plus. If we check the browser, then you will find here the icon of the file. After that, I'm going to add here h3 heading element, and it's going to be at new node. Let's check again the browser. So as you can see, we have here h3 heading element and the icon. Okay, so right now that's it about the HTML markup. Now I'm going to start to styling. Let's open style.css file. And here I'm going to create some defaults. I mean the common styles. Let's select every element. And first of all, let's reset margin and padding. I mean the default margin and padding. I'm going to set both of them to 0. And then we need to add here box sizing with the value border box. By default, when we set dimensions like width and height on an element, the browser calculates these sizes based only on the content, and then it adds any padding and border outside of that. So if you set an element's width to, let's say, 200 pixels and then add 10 pixels of padding, the actual width ends up being 220 pixels. This can make things tricky to manage, especially as elements get more complex. So with box sizing, border box, we are changing that behavior. Now the specified width and height include the padding and border as part of the total size of the element. So if we set an element to 200 pixels wide, it stays exactly 200 pixels wide, regardless of the padding or border we add. Okay, after that, I'm going to add text decoration with the value none. Next, I'm going to add here font family. And I'm going to add here a few different fonts. Let's insert Jill, Sans, then Jill, Sans MT. Let's add here Calibri. Then I'm going to add Tribuchit, or I don't know how to pronounce this word. Finally, we need font group, and it's going to be sans serif. Okay, so as you can see, all the styles are applied. Next, I'm going to select HTML elements, and I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML elements to 62.5%. So by setting the font size on the HTML element to 62.5%, we are actually making it easier to work with font sizes in a more flexible way. Here is how it works. In most browsers, the default font size is 16 pixels. When we set the font size to 62.5%, we are effectively scaling it down to 10 pixels. This doesn't mean that all text will automatically be 10 pixels, but rather it makes the math simpler. With this setup, we can now use rem units to set font sizes and dimensions throughout our CSS. Since 1 rem now equals 10 pixels, setting a font size to 1.6 rem will give us 16 pixels, 2 rem will give us 20 pixels, and so on. This way, we are able to work with clean, decimal-based calculations rather than constantly figuring out percentages of 16. All right, so now we're going to set up some CSS variables to make our styling more efficient and flexible. Using CSS variables is incredibly effective, especially in projects with a lot of repeated styles. For example, if we want to change a color or adjust the width of the element later, we only have to update the variable in one place and it will automatically apply everywhere that variable is used. All right, so here I'm going to add roots. In CSS, roots is a pseudo class that represents the highest level of the document. Essentially, it's the top level element of our CSS. You can think of it like targeting the HTML element. So by placing our CSS variables inside root, we are making them available throughout the entire document. This means we can access these variables anywhere in our style sheet, ensuring that our colors, widths, and other properties are consistent across all elements. So it is a great way to set up variables that will be used globally, and it keeps our styling organized and easy to maintain. So here I'm going to add a couple of different variables. The first one is going to be width. We need here 30 rem, which is equal to 300 pixels. Next, we need border. I'm going to add here 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. Then I'm going to add here primary color, and the color is going to be 2C 5E. The next one is secondary color. I'm going to add here color 555, which is a gray color. And finally, we need white color. Let's add here 3 Fs. Okay, so after that, I'm going to customize the body elements. Let's select body and change the background color. I'm going to make the background color black. So as you can see, the background of the body element is now black and the elements are no longer visible. I'm going to add here color white in order to make the elements visible. Now you can see here the icon, which is file icon, and also the H3 heading element. I forgot to say that the sizes of the elements are now smaller, and it happens because we changed the font size of the HTML element. We decreased the font size of the root element. All right. So after that, I'm going to select Notes App, which is the wrapper of the contents. Let's add here padding equal to 3 rem on all 4 sides. Then I'm going to select node files. And inside here, I'm going to define the flex layout when it display flex. Then I'm going to place the items in the center vertically using align items center. Next, we need flex wrap. Wrap, it will allow to place the flex items on different lines. So we need here wrap. Next, we have gap equal to 3 rem. And finally, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 3 rem. Let's check the browser. Okay, so these styles are applied. Next, we have to select new nodes. I'm going to define width, and here I'm going to use the variable which we have defined, the width. So in order to use the variable, this value here, we need to use var function. And inside here, we have to insert width. Next, I'm going to use aspect ratio. Let's make it 1. So in this case, the width and height of the element will be always equal. Okay, after that, I'm going to define the border. Let's add here 0.2 rem, dashed, and the color is going to be white. So we need again var function. And here I'm going to insert white color. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the border is displayed on the page. Next, I'm going to make the border rounded. For that, we have to use border radius with the value 50%. Next, we have, again, flex layout. So we need display flex. I'm going to change the direction of the flex layout. Let's use flex direction with the value column. So in this case, the flex items will be placed vertically in a column. Next, we need to center the content using the line items center and then justify content center. Also, I'm going to define row gap. Let's make it 1 rem. And finally, change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so now we have here a circle, and also the cursor is changed. We have now the pointer. After that, I'm going to customize the icon. So let's go ahead and select new node, followed by the eye element. I'm going to change the color. Let's use again the CSS variable. We need var function. And in this case, I'm going to use primary color, which is a green color. Next, we need font size. Let's make it 8 rem. I mean 80 pixels. Okay, so now as you can see, the icon looks pretty nice. Now I'm going to customize the heading, I mean H3 heading element. So let's go ahead and select nodes, actually new nodes, followed by the H3 heading elements. We need here font size 2 rem. Then I'm going to change the font weight. Let's make it lighter, 300. I'm going to transform text to capitalize. All right, so that's it. The new nodes is customized, and now we have to add some more content to our HTML. Right after heading, I'm going to add here form with the class name node form. We don't need action attributes, so let's get rid of it. Next, we need here input elements with type text. I'm going to add here placeholder with the value node title. And also we need here class name. It's going to be title input. After that, I'm going to create text area. And inside here, we need placeholder with the value nodes. Then I'm going to add here class name. Let's add here nodes text input. After the text area, I'm going to create button. Let's add here class nodes btn. And also let's add here text add. All right, so I think that's it about the form. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the newly created HTML elements, and now it's time to customize those elements as well. So let's open style.css file, and here I'm going to select node form. Let's define the position. It's going to be absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is new node. So I'm going to add here position relative. After that, let's define flex layout. So we need display flex. Then we have to change the flex direction. Let's make it column. And finally, we need row gap with value 1 rem. All right, so as you can see, the inputs and the button are aligned nicely. Next, we have to customize those two inputs. I mean, input element and the text area. So let's go ahead and select both of them. We need title input. And then I'm going to select nodes text input. First of all, let's define width. It's going to be 22 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. In this case, I'm going to use primary color. I mean this green color here. Next, we need padding. Let's make it 0.5 rem at the top and bottom, and then 1 rem on the left and right sides. Also, we need border. Let's use again the variable border. Next, we need border radius. I'm going to make it 0.3 rem. Also, I'm going to remove default outline. Let's make it none. Then we have font size, and it's going to be 1.8 rem. Also change the color. Let's use here variable white color. And finally, I'm going to disable the resizing function of the text area element. So we have to set resize to none. Okay, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the input element and the text area look nice, but we have to add some more styles to those elements. Let's select text area. We need node text input and change the height. In case of the text area, we need height to be 7 rem. All right. Now I'm going to customize the placeholders. So we need to grab those two selectors. Let's add them here, and then we need to add placeholder pseudo element. I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's use variable white color. So as you can see, the color of the placeholder attributes are changed. All right, so after that, I'm going to customize the button. Let's go ahead and select node btn. I'm going to set width to max content. So this property is a CSS feature that sets the width of an element based on its content. Essentially, it tells the browser to size the element just large enough to fit all its content without wrapping. So if you have a button with text inside, setting width to max content will make the button only as wide as the text inside it. So it is a great way to avoid extra empty space or unnecessary stretching. After that, I'm going to add other styles as well. Let's set background color to RGBA. We need here a white color, 255 3 times, and the opacity 0.741. Then I'm going to set position to absolute. We're going to position the button at the bottom right corner of the input. So I'm going to add here bottom 0 and right 0. Then we need padding 0.4 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0.6 rem on the left and right sides. Next we have color, which is going to be 3, 3, 3, and actually that's it. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here button. I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. All right, so the last thing regarding button is to create some hover effects. So I'm going to select node btn with hover. I'm going to change the background color. Let's make it white. And then we need transition for smoother effect. Let's add here background color. And the duration of the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds. Okay, so after that, I'm going to go back to the index.html file and create HTML markup for nodes. I mean, this part here. So let's add right after this closing div tag another div with the class name. It's going to be nodes. Inside here, we need ht heading element with the class title. Actually, we need here title. The content is going to be nodes title. Besides that, I'm going to add here attribute called contents editable, and I'm going to make it true. So the content editable attribute is a handy HTML feature that makes an element directly editable by the user. When you add this attribute to an HTML element, it essentially turns that element into a text editor. This means users can click on the element, type in new text, or make changes to the existing text directly on the page. In our Notes app, we use content editable attribute with the value true to allow users to edit the title and the content of their notes without needing a separate edit mode or input field. It creates a smooth, user-friendly experience where users can simply click on the text they want to change or make the edit. All right, so after that, after the h2 heading element, I'm going to create a paragraph with the class name notes text. And inside here, I'm going to add notes text. Like the heading elements, I'm going to add here content editable with the value true as well. Then after paragraph, I'm going to create div elements with the class name settings. And inside here, we need span elements with the class dates. Right now, I'm going to insert here some hard-coded date. Let's say 06/11/2024. Then we need link elements with the class name delete button, btn. And here I'm going to insert I elements with the classes bx, bxs, trash. Now, if we go to the browser, you'll find here all the elements. And now it's time to customize those elements. So let's go ahead and open style.css file. And here I'm going to add notes. First of all, let's define width and height. The width is going to be variable width. Then we need height with the same size. Let's add here width. We could use here aspect ratio, but I'm going to keep here height with the same value. Next, I'm going to change the background color. In this case, let's use color 1C1917. Actually, we need here C. Then we need border. Let's use again variable border. After that, I'm going to set up flex layout. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction. It's going to be flex direction column. Next, we need justify content space between in order to create some space between the flex items. And also, I'm going to align items in the center. Let's check the results. So as you can see, all the styles are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to define padding. It's going to be 0.5 rem at the top and bottom sides and 1 rem on the left and right sides. And also we need to make the corners of the element rounded using border radius with the value 1 rem. Okay, so that's it about the notes. Next, I'm going to customize the title and the text. The heading and the paragraph. Let's select both elements simultaneously. We need here notes text. Let's set width to 100%. Then we have background color, and it's going to be secondary color. Also, I'm going to set border radius to 1 rem. Actually, we need border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. Then we will have here letter spacing to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Then I'm going to set padding to 1.5 rem at the top and bottom sides and 1 rem on the left and right sides. And finally, I'm going to define outline, which is going to be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be black. All right, so as you can see, the heading and the paragraph are customized, but we have to add to those elements some more styles. Let's select them separately. I'm going to select title. Let's add here height, which is going to be 30%. Then we need background color. And actually, we no longer need background color. Let's get rid of it. We need font size, which is going to be 2.5 rem. Then I'm going to set font weight to 300. And finally, we need text align center. Okay, so that's it about the title. Let's check the results. As you can see, the title looks pretty nice. Next, we have paragraph. So let's go ahead and select node text. Let's set height to 50%. And then we need font size to be 2 rem. All right, so that's it about the paragraph. Next, we have settings. I mean, this element here, which includes span, the date, and also the delete button. So let's go ahead and select settings. Let's set width to 100%. Then we need display flex, followed by justify content, space between, which creates some space between the flex items, and then we need align item center. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the layout of those elements is changed. Next, I'm going to select span elements, which has the class name date. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. And then I'm going to select delete button, followed by the I element, the icon. Let's set font size to 2 rem. All right, so both elements are customized. Next, I'm going to customize paragraph and heading on focus. Once we focus those elements, we have to change the outline. So let's go ahead and select title with focus. And then we need node text with, again, focus. Actually, I'm going to move this code up. So on focus, we're going to change outline, and it's going to be 0.1 rem solid, and the color will be primary color, which is a green color. We need transition with outline, and the duration is going to be 0.2 seconds. All right, so as you can see, we have here nice and cool focus effect. All right, so after that, I'm going to take care of the customization of the edit mode. And we're going to create this edit mode using before pseudo element. So I'm going to select title with before pseudo elements, and then node text with, again, before pseudo element. First of all, I'm going to define the content, and it's going to be edit mode. Next, we'll have position with absolute. I'm going to set position relative for the parent elements. So we need here position relative. Next, I'm going to define top and right properties. Let's set both of them to 0. Then we need font size. It's going to be 1.2 rem. Also, we need border radius. So in this case, border radius will be 0 at the top left corner, then 0 at the top right corner, 0 at the bottom right corner, and 0.4 rem at the bottom left corner. Next, we need padding. Let's make it 0.1 rem at the top and bottom sides, and 0.5 rem on the left and right sides. Change background color. Use here primary color. All right, so let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool edit mode elements. I'm going to hide those elements. So for that, let's use opacity 0 and visibility hidden. We have to display them once we focus the elements. So I'm going to grab those selectors. Then I'm going to add here before. see the elements, and we need to display back the elements. So let's grab those two properties, paste them here, and change the values. We need opacity 1 and visibility visible. Also, let's add here transition with all 0.2 second. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, once we focus the elements, then the edit mode will be activated. All right, after that, I'm going to take care of the scroll bars. I mean, we have to create the custom scroll bars like we have it in the finished version. For that, first of all, I'm going to copy this text and paste here. So as you can see, the layout is messed up. So let's go ahead and select. Actually, we don't need to select because we have already selected those elements. So let's add here overflow Y auto. And then we have to select title followed by WebKit scroll bar. Next, we need here the same for the paragraph as well. So let's add here no text. I'm going to set width to 0.4 rem. Then we need background color to be, let's say 888, which is light gray color. And now I'm going to set border radius to 0.5 rem. So as you can see, the scroll bar is created and we are able to scroll the text. Next, we have to create thumb. So I'm going to grab these selectors and then I'm going to add here thumb. Let's define background color and use primary color. And also we need border radius to be 0.5 rem. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool thumb, actually the scroll bar. So we have here a tiny issue. As you can see, the parts, I mean the top and bottom parts of the scroll bar are placed outside of the element. So we have to fix that problem. And for that, I'm going to use one of the CSS properties called clip path. So let's add here clip path. We need inset. And inside here, I'm going to insert 0, round, and 1 rem. Let's check the results, and then I will explain how this property works. So now the problem is fixed. All right. So the clip path property in CSS is used to define a visible area for an element, essentially clipping away parts outside of this defined shape. In this case, we're using clip path to create a rounded rectangle clipping area. The inset function with the value 0 means we are setting the clipping area to start from the very edges of the element without any inset margins. The round 1 rem part applies rounded corners with a 1 rem radius, giving our elements a rounded border effect. So that's the way how clip path property works. Now I'm going to hide the form. So let's find node form and add here opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Let's check the browser. So the form is hidden. Next, I'm going to comment this part out as well. So let's go to the index.html file and comment nodes, make it invisible as well. All right. Now that our HTML and CSS are set up, it's time to move into the JavaScript part. To keep our code organized and maintainable, we're going to use modules. In general, modules allow us to break down our code into smaller, focused pieces. each handling a specific part of our app. This way, our code will be easier to understand, expand, and also debug. So first we have our main app.js file, which acts as the entry point for our application. This file will initialize the app and bring all the other modules together. Think of it as the control center that coordinates different parts of the application. For now, it is empty, but we will come back to it to connect everything later. Let's start by creating a new module called controller, which will be placed here in the JS file, folder. So let's create here controller JS. This file will act as the main controller of our app, handling interactions between the user interface and the data. In other words, the controller will be responsible for managing how the app behaves when we create, edit, or delete nodes. It is the module that controls the core functionality of our app, hence the name controller. Next, we need to create another module, and it's going to be UI controller. So this module will focus on managing all the UI related tasks like rendering elements on the screen and handling user interface updates. By separating UI logic into its own module, we keep the visual side of the app separate from the data and control logic, making it easier to adjust the layout or styling without affecting the core functions. Next, I'm going to create another module, and it's going to be app controller JS. So this file will define a blueprint or structure for each node we create. Here we will use a class to create node objects that hold properties like title, date, content, and so on. Having a dedicated app controller module helps us organize our data as objects, making it easy to work with multiple nodes, update them, and save them consistently. All right, after that, we have to connect those modules and initialize our application. For that, we need to create JavaScript classes. So in JavaScript, classes are a blueprint for creating objects with specific properties and methods. They provide a way to organize and structure code in an object-oriented style, making it easier to work with complex applications. So by using classes, we can create multiple objects or instances that follow the same structure but hold different data. This approach makes our code modular, reusable, and easier to maintain as our project grows. Okay, so now it's time to create classes in our newly created modules. So I'm going to start with app controller. Let's create here class app controller. Then we need export default app controller. After that, I'm going to open UI controller. And here I'm going to create class UI controller. Again, we need export default UI controller. Next, I'm going to open controller. First of all, I'm going to import classes from app controller and UI controller. So we need here import app controller. Actually, we need app controller from appcontroller.js. Let's duplicate this line of code and change the name of the module. We need UI controller. Okay, after that, we have to create new class, and it's going to be controller. We need again export default controller. All right, finally, I'm going to open up the JS file and import controller from controller.js. Now that we have our module set up and connected, the next step is to actually initialize our application. We will do this by creating a new instance of the controller class right in our app.js file. In order to do that, we need new controller. So what does this mean and why do we need it? By creating an instance of controller, we are essentially saying something like, let's start the application. This instance acts as the main engine that powers the entire application. When we create it, we are allowing controller to connect with app controller and UI controller modules, so it can manage both the data and the user interface. In other words, this single line of code is what brings everything to life. Now that we have set up our modules, it's time to add some interactivity to our application. The first feature we will implement is opening the form when we click on the Add New Node button. Once we click Add New Node button, we should open the form. So to start, we need to access the Add New Node button in our UI controller so that we can control it directly. In UI controller.js module, we're going to set up a property that targets this button. This is as simple as selecting the new node element with document query selector method. Before we select new node element, we need to set up something called a constructor function in our UI controller class. So here inside the curly braces, we need constructor. It is a method. Now, if you're new to JavaScript classes, a constructor function might sound a bit technical, but it's actually quite simple and very useful. The constructor function is a special method in JavaScript class that automatically runs when we create an instance of the class. In our case, we will use the constructor to grab key elements from our HTML, like the Add New Node button, and store them as properties of the UI controller. This way, whenever we need to interact with these elements, we can just refer to them easily through UI controller. Okay, so now we have to select a new node element, and for that we need to add here this dot new nodes. Actually, in JavaScript, this is a special keyword that refers to the current instance of the class. So whenever we use this inside our class, we are pointing to the specific object created from the class. All right, so as I said, we have to select this element. So we need here document dot query selector, and we have to specify the class name. It is new nodes. Now let's go to the controller module and create here again a constructor method. Next, we need to create a method that will allow us to open the form once we click the new node button. So down below, I'm going to create a method. Let's call it open form. All right, now that we have our new form method in the controller, the next step is to extract the add new node element from the UI controller so we can interact with it. This will allow us to handle user interactions with the button directly within the controller class. First, we need to create an instance of UI controller within the controller. So inside the constructor function, we have to add this.UI controller equal to new UI controller. What this does is it gives controller direct access to all the elements and methods defined in the UI controller. Think of it like a bridge that connects controller to everything UI related. So now, anytime we want to work with UI elements, we can refer to this.UI controller, which keeps things clean and makes sure that UI related code stays within the UI controller. Now that we have UI controller accessible within controller, we can go ahead and extract the specific element we need, the add new node button. To do this, we use destructuring, which lets us pull the new node element directly from the UI controller. So inside the open form function, we can add variable and then use destructuring. So we need new nodes from this.UI controller. What this line does is it creates a variable named new node that holds the reference to the add new node element we targeted in the UI controller. Now that we've set up access to the add new node button, the next step is to make it functional. In order to do that, I'm going to create new function inside the openForm method, and this function is going to be openForm fn. We need here an arrow function, and inside here I'm going to insert event object. So inside the function, the first line is going to be e.prevent default. So what this line does is that it prevents the default behavior of the button, which could be a form submission or other action that might interrupt our code. By preventing the default, we are making sure that clicking the button only triggers our custom functionality without any unwanted side effects. Next, we want to make the form visible, and in order to achieve that, we will add a class named active to our new node element. So inside here, we need new nodes dot class list. It is a property which includes all the classes the element has. And now we need add method. And here we have to specify the name of the class. As I said, it's going to be active. So adding the class active will change the styling of the form, making it visible to the user. We will set up the active class in our CSS with styles that make the form appear by adjusting properties like opacity and also visibility. Now that we have the openForm function ready, we need to connect it to our button so that it runs when the button is clicked. For that, we need to add here new nodes dot add event listener. Then we have to specify the type of the event, which is going to be click. And here we have to pass openForm fn. So this event listener will listen for a click event on the button, and when that event occurs, it will execute the openForm fn function. Next, we need to make sure that the openForm method runs when the app initializes. And in order to do that, we have to call this method inside the constructor function. So here we need this dot openForm with the parentheses. So by calling this method, we are setting up everything we need to manage the form opening process from the moment the app starts. To complete our form opening functionality, we need to add a bit of CSS to control the form's visibility. So we'll be using the active class that we applied in our JavaScript. Let's go to the style.css file. And here, after node form, we have to select active, followed by node form. Actually, we need here node form. And here we need opacity with the value 1 and then visibility visible. Okay, so here is how this works. In our JavaScript, we added the active class to the form when the user clicks the Add New Node button. This line of CSS targets any node form element that's inside an element with the active class. By setting opacity to 1 and visibility to visible, we're making the form fully visible on the screen. Now let's go to the browser and test if it works. Let's click Add New Nodes. As you can see, it doesn't work. So we might have a mistake. Let's go to the controller. So we have here openForm fn. Actually, this line of code should be outside of that function. That might be the reason. Now if I click, then the form will be opened. All right, so as you can see, everything works perfectly. Now that we've set up the form to open when we click the Add New Node button, we need to manage closing the form once we click outside of the New Node button. So to achieve this, we will add an event listener to the window object. This allows us to listen for any click that happens anywhere on the screen. Our code will check where the click happened. If the click occurred outside the Add New Node button, then we will remove the active class, effectively hiding the form. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside here, select window, followed by the event listener. We need to add here click. Then we need an arrow function with event objects. So inside the event listener, we need to add the following code. I'm going to add not e.targets.closest. And here we need to select the elements, new nodes. So here, e.target represents the element that was clicked, and closest function checks if that element or any of its ancestors has the class new node. If it finds the element with that class, it means that the user clicked inside the add new node area. However, we have added here a not operator before the code. This means we are specifically looking for clicks that didn't happen inside the add new node area. When this expression is true, it means the click was outside the element, so we proceed to remove the active class from new node. This will hide the form by reversing the style changes we applied when opening it. Now we need to add here an operator followed by new nodes dot class list dot remove class active. Let's go to the browser, open the form, then click outside of the add new node area. As you can see, the form is closing once we click outside of the element. All right, so everything works perfectly so far. Next, we're going to add a small but important enhancement to our form opening functionality. So far, our form opens when the user left clicks on the add new node button. However, some users might right click on the button instead, expecting it to behave the same way. To make our app feel responsive and intuitive, we're going to handle right clicks as well. So the form opens consistently whether users left click or right click. In order to do that, I'm going to duplicate this line of code, and instead of click event, I'm going to insert context menu. So by adding an event listener for the context menu event on new node, we are telling the application to run the open form fn function whenever the user right clicks on the add new node button. So now if we go to the browser and right click, then the form will be opened. All right, now that we have the basics in place, it's time to add functionality for creating a new node. We want users to be able to fill in the form, click the add button, and see their new node instantly appear on the screen. In order to achieve that, first of all, we need to select a couple of different necessary elements in the UI controller. So let's open this module. And here I'm going to select a couple of different elements. The first one is actually, let's duplicate this line of code. So the first one is node files. I'm going to change the name. We need node files, and then we have to change the class name. We need nodes files. The next one is node form. Let's change the class name. Then duplicate again this line of code. Next we have node title. The class name is going to be nodes. Actually not nodes, but we need here title input. Then I'm going to select node text. The class name is going to be nodes text input. It is the text area element. And finally, I'm going to select nodes btn. The class name is going to be node btn. All right, so by setting up these properties in the constructor function, we ensure that UI controller has access to all the elements it needs for node management. This step is essential because it allows us to reference these elements easily from within the controller, keeping our code organized and making it straightforward to interact with each part of the node creation form. So now we have to move to appcontroller.js file, As you can see, the class is empty right now. And here we have to define the structure of a node. For this, we'll create a constructor function that will set up each new node object. So here I'm going to add constructor. This constructor will take 3 parameters. The first one is going to be title. Then we will have nodes and time. Inside here, we have to set up properties for each node instance we create. So I'm going to add here this dot title equal to title. Then we'll have this dot nodes equal to nodes, and finally this dot time equal to time. So again, we define unique properties for each node object. This approach ensures that each node instance has its own specific title, content, and timestamp. It makes it easy to manage and display nodes individually. When we call this constructor, it will initialize a new node object with these properties. Next, let's go ahead and move to controller.js file and set up a method called createNodeData. So right after openForm method, I'm going to create nodes.data method. So this method will handle the overall process of creating a new node from capturing the user input to rendering the node on the screen. By creating a dedicated method for this, we are keeping the functionality clean and encapsulated, which makes it easy to manage and update later if we need to add more steps or features. Inside this method, we will extract the elements we already set up in the UI controller. I mean, those elements here. We're going to extract all of these elements inside the createNodeData method. So we need here new nodes, then node files. Next we have node title. And then the next one is node text and nodes button. We should extract those variables from this .UI controller. So this structure ensures that the controller has access to everything it needs to create and display a new node. Now that we have access to these elements, we can set up an event listener on node btn, which is the button that triggers node creation. The event listener will listen for a click on node button, and when it detects one, it will execute our code to create a new node. So inside here, I'm going to add event listener to node btn. The event type is going to be click, and then we need an arrow function, a callback function, which will be executed once we click node button. So here I'm going to add event object. Inside the event listener, we have to start by creating 2 methods. I'm going to add here e.prevent defaults. We have used this method already. And also we need e.stop propagation. So as you know, the first one is for preventing any default form submission behavior, and the second one is for stopping the event from bubbling up. This ensures that clicking the button only triggers our custom node creation code without any unintended side effects. Now we are at the point where we are ready to create a new node. To do this, we need to capture both the current date and the information the user has entered into the form. This step is essential for building each node with a title, content, and also with a timestamp. First, I'm going to create current date. It should be equal to new date object, followed by 2 local date string. And here we have to specify engb. So here we are creating a variable called current date to hold the current date. We use new date to get the current date and time, but because we only need the date in a readable format, we call 2 local date string to format it in the day, month, year style, which is more user-friendly. The ENGB parameter specifically formats it in British date style, like day, month, and year. Next, I'm going to create a new instance of appController, I mean a new node instance. So right after this line of code, I'm going to create new variable, nodes, which should be equal to new appController. I'm going to insert here 3 arguments. The first one is going to be node title dot value. Then we need nodes text, again with value. And finally, we need timestamp. I'm in the current date variable that we just created. So I'm going to insert here current date. So again, we are creating here a new instance of appController, which actually is a node model. Here, node title.value and node text.value are capturing the title and content that the user entered in the form. We pass these values along with current date into the appController constructor. The constructor then assigns these values to the properties of the new node instance by creating a new instance of appController with these specific values. We are encapsulating all the information we need for each node in one structured object. So this makes it easy to manage each node as a single unit with its own title, content, and date. Next, I'm going to create an empty array where we will store new nodes we create. So here, I'm going to create these dots new nodes, and I'm going to make it equal to an empty array. After that, we need to add created nodes to that array. So here, I'm going to add this dot new nodes dot push, and I'm going to insert here node. All right, so I'm going to test how all of these things work. I'm going to run to the console this dot new nodes, the array itself, and then I'm going to add here node. Now, in order to run this code, we need to call create node data method here inside the constructor. Now let's go to the browser. I'm going to inspect the page and open console tab, then open form and enter here, let's say title. Then I'm going to insert here some text, click add button. So here we go. We have here newly created node, which consists of 3 properties. We have content, I mean nodes, some text, then time, and also the title of the node. On the left side, we have the array itself. I'm going to add here other nodes. Let's add. So as you can see, now we have 2 nodes in the array, and each of them with the proper properties and values. All right, so everything works perfectly. Now that our data is ready, let's move back to UI controller to define the create node HTML method. Let's open this module. So create node HTML method will handle the display of the nodes on the screen. I'm going to create new method, create node HTML, and I'm going to insert here 2 parameters. The first one is going to be node data, and the second one will be nodes files elements. So the create node HTML method takes 2 parameters, node data and node files element. Node data represents the new node which is created. As for the second parameter, node files element is the container where all the nodes are displayed. By passing node data and node files element as parameters, we make this function flexible and also reusable, allowing it to render any node in any container we specify. Inside this function, I'm going to define the HTML structure for a new node. As remember, we created a node element in our index.html file. I mean this HTML element here. So right now it is paused. I'm going to grab this entire code. Then I'm going to create here a new variable. Let's call it notes HTML. Then I'm going to open template literals and paste here the copied code. Now I'm going to make the data dynamic. Right now we have here some hard-coded data, I mean node title, node text, and also the hard-coded date. So instead of node title, we need here $sign with curly braces, and I'm going to insert node data.title. Let's copy this code. Then instead of node text, I'm going to insert here node data.nodes, which is the contents of the node. And finally, we need nodes data time. So again, instead of hard-coded data, we used here the dynamic one. Let's go through where this data comes from. Node data is an object that holds the information for a particular node, and it is passed as a parameter to the create node HTML function. When we created a new node instance earlier in the app controller module, we set up properties like title, node, and time. So nodes data.title pulls in the title text that the user entered. Then node data nodes represents the main content of the node, and node data time is the timestamp we captured when the node was created. So by referencing these properties within the HTML template, we are dynamically inserting the data from each node instance. Now that we've created the HTML structure for our node, the next step is to actually display it on the screen. To do this, we will use a method called insert_JSON_HTML. This will allow us to insert our newly created node into the main nodes container so that it becomes visible to the user. Right after here, I'm going to insert node files element.insert adjacent HTML, and I'm going to insert here before and then we need nodes HTML. Now let's break down how this line of code works. As I said, node files element is the container where all nodes are displayed. We are calling the insert adjacent HTML method on this container to add a node HTML variable as a new node inside it. The first argument before and actually we are missing here 1e. So the first argument before and specifies the position where we want to insert the HTML element. I mean the node HTML content. So before and means that we are inserting node HTML before the closing tag of node files element, which places the new node at the end of the existing list of nodes. This way, every time a new node is added, it appears at the bottom of the node container, keeping the list organized and in the order nodes are created. The second argument, node HTML, is the HTML structure we created for each node, I mean this variable here, and it includes the node title, node text, and the date. By passing node HTML as the content to insert, we are effectively adding that HTML structure into the DOM, making it appear on the screen as a fully rendered node. Now, in order to make this function work, we have to call it in the controller module. So let's go to the controller.js file. Before we call this function, first we need to extract it from the UI controller. For that, we have to insert here, create nodes HTML, and then we have to call this function. Let's get rid of this line of code. So we need create node HTML, and we have to pass here two arguments. The first one is going to be nodes. As for the second one, we need here node files. All right, let's go to the browser. I'm going to enter the title and the text. Click add, and here we go. We have here the nodes displayed on the screen. And now if I check the Elements tab. In the node files element, we will find new nodes. As you can see, as the content of the title is title, and as the content of the paragraph, we have here some text, the values that we entered in the input fields. All right, so everything works perfectly. And now that we've got our node creation process working, it's time to add a small but important feature, clearing the form after the node is submitted. Right now, when we add a new node, the form remains open with the previous input still visible, and I think it's not ideal for user experience. So let's go ahead and make sure the form closes and the input fields reset after a node is submitted. Let's go back to the VS Code, and right after here, I'm going to add new nodes dot class list dot remove class active. This line removes class active from the form container, effectively hiding the form. Remember, the active class is what makes the form visible, so by removing it, we are telling the browser to hide the form once the node is submitted. This way, the form closes as soon as the user clicks the submit button, keeping the interface clean. Next, we have to reset the input fields. For that, we need node title dot value equal to an empty string, and in the same way, we need node text dot value equal to an empty string. Let's go to the browser and add new node. If I click add, then the form will be closed and we'll have here the node on the screen. Okay, so everything works fine. Now, to make our app more intuitive, let's add a feature that allows users to create a new node by pressing the enter key. Right now, the only way to add a node is by clicking the add button here. So to implement this, we will add an event listener to the node text field, which is where the user types the content of the node. This event listener will listen for a key down event, which is triggered whenever the user presses a key while focused on the node text field. So let's go back to the VS Code, and here I'm going to add node text dot add event listener. The event is going to be key down. Then we need a callback function with an event object. Now we have to add here an if statement where we have to check if the key is enter or not. So we need if e.key is equal to enter. If it is true, then we have to run node btn.click. So this triggers the same function that runs when the user manually clicks the button, allowing the nodes to be created and added to the list. Now let's go to the browser and enter here the title, also the text. Now if I hit enter, then the node will be added and displayed on the screen. All right, so next we're going to add a small but important check to improve the quality of our nodes. Right now, if we submit the form with empty fields, we are able to create blank nodes. I mean, if we open the form and click add, then the empty node will be added. Actually, we don't need that. So to fix this, we're going to add a condition that checks if both the title and content fields have actual text before, allowing a new node to be created. This will prevent the creation of empty nodes and ensure that each node added to the list has meaningful content. So let's go back to the VS Code, and right after current date, I'm going to create if statement in which I'm going to insert the following condition. We need node title dot value dot trim not equals Then we need empty string. Then it should be followed by an operator and node text dot value dot trim not equals to an empty string. Now I'm going to insert this code inside the if statement. So we added here a condition which checks if both the title and content fields are empty or not. Here is how it works. First, we check if node title dot value does not equal to an empty string. Node title dot value retrieves the current input from the title field, and trim method removes any extra white space from both sides of the input. By trimming the white space, we make sure that even if the user has entered only spaces, it won't count as valid input. Then we check that this trimmed value isn't an empty string, ensuring that the title field actually contains meaningful text. Now the second part does the same, but for node text. I mean the content of the node. Now let's go to the browser. Click Add, and as you can see, the node is no longer added on the screen. Now I'm going to enter title and then try again to add the node. As you can see, it's not added. Let's remove title and add text in the contents field. Click Add, so it's not added. All right, so everything works perfectly. Now that we have our node creation process in place, the next step is to add the ability to delete nodes. This feature will allow users to remove nodes they no longer need, making the app more functional and giving users control over their content. So let's go through the modifications step by step, and I will explain each part in detail as we go. First, we need to set up a way to select all the nodes and all the delete buttons in the UI. So in the UI controller, let's open UI controller. We're going to create two properties. The first one will be a function that selects all elements with the class node and stores them in an array. So here I'm going to add this dot nodes, which should be equal to an arrow function. And I'm going to return here an array with spread operator. And here we have to select all nodes using document.query selector all method. As the class name, I'm going to insert nodes. Okay, so when this function is called, it returns an array of all elements on the page with the class node. This function is used to dynamically select all nodes currently present in the DOM. With query selector all method, we create a node list, and to convert this node list into a true array, we wrap it in square brackets and use this spread operator. This spread operator takes each item in the node list and spreads it into a new array. Now, in the same way, we have to select all delete buttons. So I'm going to add here this dot delete btns equal to an arrow function. And again, we need an array with spread operator, and we have to select. Actually, we need query selector all method. We have to select all delete buttons. All right, so with these selections in place, let's move to controller.js file. And now we have to create a new method for deleting the nodes. Down below, after create node data, I'm going to create new method. It's going to be delete nodes. So again, this method, actually we need here delete nodes. So this method will handle the process of removing nodes from both the UI and also the array. And inside delete node, the first thing that we need to do is to define three different variables. The first variable is going to be nodes, and we have to add here this .UI controller .nodes. As you remember, it is a function that we have just created in the UI controller. Next, in the same way, we need to create second variable for delete btns. and we have to grab these btns from UI controller dot delete btns function. Actually, it is a function. So like notes, we set delete btns called the function we created in the UI controller. Actually, we need here delete btns. So something's wrong here. Let's check UI controller. We need delete btns. Okay, now everything's okay. Now the third variable is going to be node files. So we need here node files from this .ui controller. As you remember, node files is the container element where all nodes are stored and which we will need in order to remove a node from the DOM. Next, we have to loop through the delete buttons array using for each method. So here we need delete btns, not for each. Inside here, I'm going to insert a callback function with two parameters, btn and I, which is the index number. So inside this loop, we will attach a click event handler to delete button individually. For each button, we have to define an onClick function, which will be executed when the button is clicked. So inside here, we need btn.onClick. It should be equal to an arrow function. Inside the function, we'll first remove the corresponding node element from the DOM. So in order to do that, we need node files dot remove child, and here we need to insert nodes, and then as the index number we have to insert I. So here nodes with the index number I targets the specific node associated with the clicked delete button. By removing it from node files, we are ensuring that the node disappears visually from the application. After removing the node from the UI, we also need to update the data by removing the nodes from the new nodes array. This array holds all the nodes instances that we have created. So to keep it in sync with the UI, we remove the nodes at the same index I. So right after here, we need this .new nodes followed by this splice method. And here we have to insert two arguments. The first one is I. As for the second one, it is 1. So the splice method is a powerful JavaScript function that allows us to modify an array by adding, removing, or replacing the elements. It takes two main arguments, the starting index and the number of items to remove. There is also an optional third argument if you want to add elements to the array at that specific position. So in our case, the first argument is I, which represents the index of the item we want to remove from new nodes. This I value is the index of the specific node we are targeting. The second argument, which in our case is 1, specifies the number of items to remove from the array starting at index I. By setting this to 1, we are telling JavaScript to remove exactly one item from new nodes at the specified position. To activate this delete functionality, we need to call delete node in two places. First, we call it in the constructor, ensuring that the delete functionality is applied to any nodes that might already be present when the application loads. So we have to call delete node here. And besides that, we have to call it in the create node data. Here. We need this dot delete node. So we need to call this function here because every time a new node is created, we reapply the delete functionality to include the new node's delete button. Okay, let's go to the browser and check if it works. I'm going to add new nodes. Then click delete button. I'm going to open console. So we don't have any errors here. Let's go back to the VS Code and check the function. So I think everything is correct. Let's check for each. Well, we need here on click with lowercase. Let's go to the browser. Now create new nodes. Click delete button. So as you can see, we got here type error, failed to execute. Remove child on node. Parameter 1 is not of type node. So here everything seems to be correct. Let's go to the UI controller. Actually, we are missing here dots. It is a class name. Now let's check if it works. Add new node. Click, and yes, everything works perfect. We had some little mistakes in the code. Now that we have the ability to create and delete nodes, let's add the option to edit them as well. To achieve this, we'll create a new method called edit node, which will handle the editing functionality. So let's go back to the VS Code, and in the controller module, right after delete node method, create new method. It's going to be edit nodes. So this method will be responsible for setting up event listeners on each node's title and content, so users can modify them. Now we have to define a variable called nodes, which should be equal to this .ui controller .nodes. I mean this function where we had the mistake. So by using this function, we are dynamically selecting all nodes on the page, ensuring we are always working with the latest set of nodes. This is important because as we add or delete nodes, the elements in the DOM change. So we need an up-to-date list each time we want to enable editing functionality. Now we have to loop through the nodes array using, again, for each method. So inside here, we need nodes.forEach. And then I'm going to add here a callback function with two parameters, node and the index number I. So this loop allows us to attach editing functionality to each individual node. For each node, we need to select the title and text elements. We'll define node title and node text variables inside the loop. So let's create new variable, node title. It should be equal to node.query selector, and we have to specify here the class name title. Let's duplicate this line of code, and as I said, we need node text. Change the class name, we need node text. So here node title selects the title element within the current node, and node text selects the node text element within, again, the current node. These variables allow us to target the specific title and content of each node, which is necessary for updating them when the user makes changes. Once we have title and text selected, we will add event listeners to them to handle updates. For this, both variables, we will add an event listener that listens for the blur event. So right after here, I'm going to add node title dot add event listener. And as I said, we're going to use blur event followed by the callback function. So the blur event triggers when the user clicks out of or unfocuses the text area. Inside this event listener, we have to update the title in new nodes or array of node data to reflect any changes the user has made. So I'm going to add here this .new nodes. Then we need index number I .title equal to nodes title dot text content. So here we access the specific node in new nodes using the index I, which corresponds to the index of the current node in the loop. By setting title to node title text content, we are updating the title property of the node data with the latest content from the UI. Now, we need the exact similar thing for the node text. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this code and change title into text. Also, we need here nodes and then node text dot text content. All right, so I think the editing functionality is ready, and to apply this code to our application, we have to call edit node method. Like delete node method, we have to call it in two places. The first one is here in the constructor function. We need this dot edit nodes, and then we have to call it here as well, this dot edit nodes. Okay, let's go to the browser. I'm going to create new nodes. Then if I click here and change the title, also if I click here and change the contents and click outside the nodes, the changes will be updated. All right, so everything works fine. We can create, delete, and also edit the nodes. And now the next thing that we are going to do is to add a local storage functionality to our application. Before we do that, let's take a moment to understand what local storage is and how it works. So local storage is a web API provided by the browser that allows us to store data directly on the user's device. It is essentially a place where we can save small amounts of data that will persist even after the user refreshes the page or closes the browser. This means that if we store our nodes in local storage, users will be able to see their nodes again even after they leave the page, close the browser or just refresh the page. Local storage stores data in key value pairs, where each piece of data is associated with a unique key. Once it is stored, the data is saved in the browser and remains there until it's explicitly deleted. Also, local storage has a limit of about 5 megabytes per origin, per website, which is more than enough for our app's needs as we are only storing text data for each node. In order to view and manage the local storage, we have to go to Developer Tools and then find Application. So here, as you can see, we have local storage. So all the data will be stored here. So let's go ahead and implement local storage functionality. First, we need a way to save data to local storage whenever a change occurs. To do this, we will define a method called setData. We have to add here this dot setData, which should be equal to an arrow function with a parameter data. Then we need to return local storage dot setItem. Then we have to pass here node data. And also we need JSON.stringify, and we have to pass here data. So this method takes data parameter and stores it in local storage under the key node data. To ensure our data is saved in a format that local storage can handle, we use JSON.stringify method, which converts our array of nodes into a JSON string. This way, our data is ready to be stored as a single string in local storage. Using setData will make it easy to update the stored nodes each time the user adds, edits, or deletes the node. Next, we need to retrieve any stored data from local storage when the application starts. Right now, we are storing new nodes in the new nodes array. And to make sure we are always working with the latest data from the local storage, we will replace new nodes with a new property, and it's going to be getData. Then it should be equal to JSON.parse. Inside here we need local storage .getItem, and here we have to pass node data. Since local storage only stores strings, we use JSON.parse method to convert this data back into an array of nodes. To handle the case where there is no data in local storage yet, we will add a fallback. So if node data is empty or doesn't exist, get data will default to an empty array. So we need here or operator followed by the empty array. This way, we are always starting with a fresh array even if no nodes have been saved yet. With getData now serving as our main data array, we'll need to replace any occurrences of new nodes with getData throughout the code. So I'm going to replace new nodes everywhere with getData. We need here getData. And also we have to replace new nodes here as well. Let's search for new nodes. So all new nodes are replaced with getData. Now we need to make sure our data is saved to local storage each time we add, edit, or delete a node. We will do this by calling the setData method in 3 key places. The first one is create node data. So here I'm going to insert this .setData, and I'm going to insert here this .getData. Next, we need the same thing in the delete function. I mean here, and also we need to insert it here as well in both cases. So we add the setData method to save the updated data whenever a new node is created, deleted, or edited. By adding this line in each of these functions, we ensure that any change the user makes is reflected in local storage, so they will always see their most recent nodes when they return to the application. Now that we have our data saving to local storage, the final step is setting up our local storage functionality to display any saved nodes when the application starts. In order to do this, we have to create a new method. Let's call it create nodes UI. So this method will be responsible for loading and rendering each node from getData, our main array of nodes. By setting up this function to run whenever the application initializes, we make sure that any node saved in local storage will automatically appear on the screen, creating a seamless user experience. So to set up the create node UI function, we first need to extract 2 key variables from the UI controller. So we need here create node HTML, and also we need node files. It should be equal to this .UI controller. As you remember, create node HTML is a function we defined in UI controller, where we created this HTML template. As for the node files, it is a container of the nodes. Inside the create node UI function, we will use for each to loop through getData, and for each node, we will call create node HTML function, passing in the node data and the main container where nodes are displayed. So here, I'm going to insert this .getData followed by the for each method. I'm going to insert here a callback function with nodes data, and then we need create node HTML with 2 arguments, node data, and also we need node files. So again, inside the function call, we have 2 arguments, node data and node files. Node data is a single node object that we retrieve from getData array. The second parameter, node files, is the main container element where all nodes are displayed. So with the create node UI set up, we are now ready to load all saved nodes when the application starts by calling this .create node UI function in the constructor. We ensure that create node UI runs immediately as the application initializes. All right, so let's go to the browser, create new nodes. Let's add some dummy characters. Now, as you can see, in local storage, we have new node added. Now, if I reload the page, well, the nodes should not be deleted. So we might have some issue in the code. Let's check the newly created method, create node UI. Well, here everything seems to be correct. We have set data in delete function, also in edit function. Let's check create node data. So we have set data here as well. Let's check this code. Well, everything is correct. Also check this line. Well, as you can see, we have here a typo. We need nodes data. Okay, so now I think everything's correct. Actually, let's move this line up. Let's go to the browser and create new nodes. Let's create another node. Reload the page. So as you can see, the nodes are still on the screen. I'm going to delete it. Then create another node. Then again, create another node. Delete. Reload. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. In this video, we're going to create a slider with 3 core technologies: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Before we jump right into building the project, at first I'm going to describe it. So as you can see, we have here a slider which plays automatically. The slider consists of 10 different slides, but at a glance you only see here just 5 of them. The remaining 5 slides are hidden and they appear in order. The slides feature the individuals, including their image, full name, position, and also you can see the LinkedIn icon at the top right corner of the slide. By default, the images of the persons are black and white, but once the slide reaches the center of the slider, then it becomes colored. The slides are nicely aligned up and down and have a hover effect. Once we hover over the slides, then they will move up slightly. Below you can see the controls, I mean left and right arrows, as well as numbers in the middle representing the current number of the slide, I mean the slide that is placed in the center of the slider, and also we have here the total number of slides. If I click the controls, then we will switch manually the slides, and once we start to switch the slides manually, then the progress bar will start to work. As you can see, it is filling. If we switch to the next slide, then the progress bar will start to fill again. After some amount of time, if we stop to click the controls, then the slider will continue to work automatically and the progress bar will stop working. Besides that, you can switch the slides manually by clicking the slides themselves, like so. As you can see, on click they are switching. If we click the first or the last slides, then they will move by 2 places nicely with smooth effects. Alright, the project is responsive to different screen sizes and devices. If I inspect the page, switch to the responsive mode and check the project for different screen sizes and devices, as you can see, I have here prepared different devices with a couple of various screen sizes. I have here 6 different breakpoints for desktop screens, and if we check the project for all of them, you will see that it is responsive and looks nice. Next, I have here 2 breakpoints for tablets. Let's check the project. So, as you can see, everything looks good. And also I have here 3 mobile breakpoints. If I check the project for all of these 3 mobile screens, then you will see that it is responsive. So I have created a new folder on the desktop called slider, in which I have another folder for the images. We store here all the images that we're going to use throughout this project. I'm going to open this folder in VS Code, and then I'm going to create our working files. We need index.html. Then I'm going to create style.css. And also I'm going to create one of the JavaScript files that we're going to use throughout this project. And it is called persons.js. Right now we're going to create any other JavaScript files. So I'm going to open index.html file and create the basic HTML structure. For that I'm going to use an emmet. Let's place here an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML tags. First of all, I'm going to change the title. Let's write here slider. Then I'm going to link the CSS file. We need here link tag, in which I'm going to specify the path of the file. In this case, we just need to specify here the name of the file. It's going to be style.css. And also I'm going to link the JavaScript file that we have created. We need here source attribute, in which I'm going to specify the name of the file. It's going to be persons.js. And also we need to use here an attribute called differ. The differ attribute instructs the browser on how to handle the JavaScript file, in this case persons.js. So let me explain the behavior of this attribute. The browser downloads the script persons.js in parallel with parsing the HTML content. The browser waits for the HTML parsing to finish before executing the script. Once HTML parsing is complete, the downloaded scripts with differ are executed in the order they appear in the HTML code. So that's the way how differ attribute works. Next, I'm going to run the project to the browser. For that, I'm going to use live server. We can click here, open with live server, or we can click down below, go live. So as you can see, the project is live in the browser. Next, I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side, like so, in order to make our working process more convenient. And after that, I'm going to bring in one more link. Throughout this project, we're going to use box icons. So I'm going to search for box icons. Let's visit this website here. In order to link box icons, in order to grab the CDN link, we can click usage. Then we need to import the CSS. And then I'm going to copy this CDN from here. Let's insert it in the head element. All right. So I think we are ready to start to write the HTML markup. I'm going to insert here a div element, which is going to be the container. It will wrap the entire content of our project. Inside the container, I'm going to create slider wrapper. Then we need another div element, and it's going to be slider. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup for now. So if we check the browser, you won't see here any elements because all the div elements are empty. Next, I'm going to open persons.js file, and I'm going to create a variable persons, which is going to be an array, and it will include a couple of different objects with several properties. We have to create persons with properties like name, position, image, index, and so on. Alright, so we need an array. Then I'm going to create an object in which I'm going to insert a couple of different properties. The first one is going to be index, and I'm going to make it 1. Then I'm going to create full name. It's going to be Joanna Sandoval. These are some random full names. So next we need position, and it's going to be SVP, head of product and design. Then I'm going to create image, and I'm going to specify here the path of the image. We need a folder called images, and then I'm going to select person1.jpg. Alright, so that's it about the first object. We're going to create 10 of them, so I'm going to duplicate this object 9 times, and then quickly change the details. So we need here index number 2. Now the name is going to be Molly Dixon. Next we need position, and it's going to be Chief Revenue Officer. As for the image, we need here person2.jpg. Next we have index number 3. The name is going to be Alexis Murray. It's going to be head of commerce, and we need here person3. Next we have index number 4. Then the name is going to be Lennon Sawyer. The position is going to be co-founder and president, and we need here person number 4. Next we have index number 5. The full name is going to be Juliana Wallace. It's going to be head of design, and we need here person number 5. Next we need index number 6. Actually, let's change the index number and the number of image simultaneously. We need here 6. As for the full name, it's going to be Maximo Barton. We need here Barton. As for the position, I'm going to insert here founder, president, and CEO. This guy is everything. Next we have index number 7. We need here 7. The name for the 7th person is going to be Abraham Curtis. It's going to be head of information. Next we have index number 8. It's going to be Hassan Herring. We need here person 8. As for the position, I'm going to insert here head of digital commerce platforms. Actually, you can download the source file and just copy and paste the array. It's up to you. Next we have index number 9, also person 9. The name is going to be Nick Brown. Next we have the position, and I'm going to insert here president, product, and business. And now we have to change the last object. We need here index number 10 and person 10. As for the name of the person, is going to be Gary Montgomery. As for the position, I'm going to insert here president and co-founder. Alright, so that's it. The persons array is ready. We have here 10 different objects with 4 different properties. We have index, full name, position, and image. After that, I'm going to create a new variable, and it's going to be slider. I'm going to select this element using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name slider. Now we have to iterate over each object in the persons array using for each method. So we need here persons dot for each. Now inside the loop we have to use the destructuring assignment to extract the specific properties from the objects. So I'm going to insert here 4 different properties. I mean, we have to extract 4 properties from the objects. The first one is going to be index, then we have full name, next we have position, and also we need here image. So again, we used here a destructuring assignment syntax in order to extract properties from each object in the array and make them directly accessible within the loop. Now inside the loop we have to create and insert the HTML elements. For that I'm going to use one of the methods called insert adjacent HTML. This method inserts the provided HTML string at a specific position relative to the slider element. As the first argument, I'm going to insert here before and. So here before and inserts the HTML right before the closing tag of the slider. Next, we have to define the HTML markup. So I'm going to open template literals. Then I'm going to open div tag, which will have class. It's going to be slide. Next, I'm going to add here another attribute, and it's going to be data index. Let's specify here the index. I'm going to grab the parameter index, which we have extracted here. After that, I'm going to add here title attribute with the value make active. So this attribute is used to provide advisory information about the element it's attached to. This information is typically displayed as a tooltip when the user hovers their mouse over the element. Alright, so that's it about the attributes of the div element. Next, I'm going to insert here, actually let's close this div tag. Then inside the div tag, I'm going to open iElement, which will have the following classes. We have to use one of the box icons. We need here bx, then bxl, LinkedIn, and then I'm going to add here an additional class icon. Let's close this tag. After iElement, I'm going to insert here an image. As you know, image is a self-closing tag, so we don't need here additional closing image tag. I'm going to insert here source attribute, in which we have to define the path of the image. So in this case, I'm going to use image, which we have extracted in the for each method. Also, I'm going to add here an alt attribute. Now we have to extract a specific part of the image path stored in the image property and assign it to the alt attribute of an image element. So I'm going to insert here image dot. Next we have to split the image path string based on the forward slash. I mean this forward slash here. Since paths often use forward slashes as separators between directories and file names, splitting by this character helps isolate the desired portion. So I'm going to use split method. And as I said, we have to split the image path based on the forward slash. Next, we have to select the second item from the returned array. I mean, split method returns an array. So in this case, we have to grab the second part, I mean the name of the image with the extension. So we need here to indicate the index number 1. So again, in the context of the image path, splitting by slash would result in an array like images and person10.jpg. Then we have to further split the result of the first split, which is the file name portion, based on the period. We are doing this in order to separate the file name from its extension. We need to grab this part only, I mean the name without the extension. So we need here again split method, and we have to specify here the period, and we have to grab the first item. So we need here index number 0. Alright, so that's it about the alt attributes. Next, I'm going to insert here another element, and it's going to be h2 heading element. Let's close the h2 tag. So the heading element will have class attribute, and it's going to be full name. As for the content, I'm going to insert here full name, and then we need h3 heading element for the position. So I'm going to grab this code, let's copy it and paste it here. We need h3. The class name is going to be position. As for the content, I'm going to insert here position. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML. Actually, let's quickly organize the code because it looks pretty ugly, I think. So we need here, actually, let's break this line. We need here closing I tag, then we have image. Let's place it on one line. So I'm going to break this line, also this line, and then we have the closing div tag. Let's move I element to the right side. Okay, I think the code looks organized. All right, so I think we have tiny issue with full name. We need here camel case. Okay, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here all the objects, I mean the persons, with the I element linked in. Then we have image, the full name, and also the position. So everything looks pretty nice. Let's inspect the page. So if we check the elements tab, you will see here 10 elements, I mean 10 div elements with class attribute slide. We have data index with index numbers, also title make active, and each slide includes I elements. Also we have here image, h2 heading element for full name, and h3 heading element for the position. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now it's time to write some CSS. I'm going to open style.css file and move it to the right side. So first of all, I'm going to select all the elements because I'm going to create some default styles. In order to select every element, I'm going to use an asterisk. First of all, I'm going to get rid of default margin and padding. Let's set both of them to 0. Then I'm going to set box sizing to border box. It means that the width and height of the element will include padding and border. Next, I'm going to change the font family. So I'm going to use font called Jill Sans. If you don't have this font, you can download it for free, install and use it, or you can use any of the fonts you like. It's up to you. Alright, so that's it about the common styles. So they are applied to our elements. Next, I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. So throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels by default because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I'm going to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels. Therefore, we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. So in order to make 1 rem equal to 10 pixels, we have to decrease the font size of the HTML and make it 62.5%. So in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. As you can see, the size of the elements became smaller because we changed the font size of the HTML element. Alright, so after that I'm going to create a couple of different variables for the colors that we're going to use throughout this project. So we need here root, and then the first color is going to be white. I'm going to add here 3 Fs. Then I'm going to use gray, and it's going to be 2, 2, 2. As for the third color, I'm going to use light gray, and it's going to be 4, 4, 4. We need here pound sign. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the container. Let's select it, and first of all I'm going to change the height. Let's set it to 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center of the page. For that we can use a couple of different ways. In this case I'm going to use CSS grid. We need display with the value grid. And then I'm going to use place items with center. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center of the page. After that I'm going to select the slider, and I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 100 viewport width. It means that the slider will take up 100% of the width of the viewport. And then I'm going to place the content of the slider side by side horizontally. For that I'm going to use display flex. So as you can see, the slides are placed horizontally in a row. After that I'm going to select the slide itself. Let's define width. It's going to be 20 viewport width. I'm in the 20% of the width of the viewport. And then I'm going to use a property called aspect ratio, and it's going to be 9/12. So an aspect ratio specifies the proportional relationship between the width and height of an element. Here it's set to 9/12. This means the width of the element will be 9 parts for every 12 parts of the height. So that's the way how the aspect ratio works in CSS. After that I'm going to define the background color, and I'm going to use the variable with the white color. And then I'm going to set border to 0.1 rem. Then we need solid. As for the color, I'm going to use black. Okay, so as you can see, we have here border for each slide. After that, I'm going to take care of the images in the slides. So let's go ahead and select slide, followed by the image element. First of all, I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 85%. And then the aspect ratio is going to be 1. So in this case, the width and height of the image will be equal. Then I'm going to use object fit cover. So this property specifies how an image should be resized to fit within its container element. When we use cover, this instructs the browser to scale the image to cover the entire container element while maintaining the image's aspect ratio. If the image's aspect ratio doesn't perfectly match the container's aspect ratio, some parts of the image may be cropped to fit. After that, I'm going to use another property called object position, and it's going to be center. So this property determines the positioning of the image within its container element, considering the scaling applied by object fit. In this case, we use here center. Now, this positions the image horizontally and vertically centered within the container element after considering any cropping due to object fit with the value cover. Alright, so that's the way how those properties work in CSS. So that's the way how the slides look, I mean the images. Next I'm going to select slide with nth child selector. And I'm going to insert here n+6. Let's use display none. So this is a pseudo class selector that targets elements based on their position within their parent element. The n represents a counter starting from 0. And then we have plus 6. So it means that only 5 images will be visible here on the page. As for the rest of the 5 images, they will be hidden. Alright, let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to add here a couple of different styles. We need to use CSS Flexbox. Let's use display flex. Then I'm going to place the elements, the flex items, vertically in a column. For that we have to change the direction, and it's going to be column. Then we need to create some space between the flex items using justify content, space between. And also I'm going to align the items in the center horizontally. Okay, so that's the way how the slides look right now. Let's go ahead and make the borders rounded using border radius. It's going to be 2 rem. Then I'm going to create some space inside the slides using padding. Let's make it 2 rem. And then make the cursor pointer. Alright, so I think the slides look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to select the even slides, the second and the fourth slides. For that, I'm going to use pseudo class nth child. We need here slide followed by the nth child selector. And then I'm going to specify here even. I'm going to increase slightly the scale of the slides and also move them using translate y function. We should move them vertically. So we need here transform, then scale function. It's going to be 1.1. And then I'm going to use translate y with value 3 rem. So as you can see, the second and the fourth slides are placed a little bit down and the scale of those slides are increased. Let's do the same for the odd slides. I'm going to duplicate this code. So we need here odd. The scale will be same. We need here 1.1. As for the translate y function, I'm going to move these slides up. So we need here minus 3 rem. Okay, so I think now the slides are aligned quite nicely. Okay, so next I'm going to take care of the third slide. I'm going to customize it. It should cover the next slide. It should look this way. So let's go ahead and select. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code. Change the odd into 3. So in case of the third slide, I'm going to increase the scale. It's going to be 1.15. As for the translate y function, I'm going to increase the value. Actually decrease the value. It's a -1. So we need here 6 rem. And also I'm going to place it on top of the fourth slide. For that I'm going to use the index property with the value, let's say 10. It should be higher than 0. Okay, so now it covers the fourth slide. Let's go ahead and select the fourth slide. We have to cover the fifth one with the fourth slide. So I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's select fourth slide. We need here 4. Let's get rid of this property. We need the index with the value between 0 and 10. Let's say 5. Okay. So that's it about the alignment of the slides. Next I'm going to take care of the icons. So let's go ahead and select. Actually, we need here icon. I'm going to align it to the right side. For that I'm going to use property called align self, and we need here flex end. So as you can see, the icon is placed at the top right corner of the slide. Next I'm going to define the font size, and I'm going to use function called clamp, which will take up 3 parameters. The first one is going to be 1 rem, then we will have here 1.5 CQI. As for the third parameter, it's going to be 1.5 rem. So the clamp function is used to define a range for the font size. It takes 3 arguments. The first one, minimum, specifies the minimum allowed font size. Then we have the preferred font size, 1.5 CQI. And the third one is the maximum allowed font size. So as the second argument we used here, CQI, this unit is a part of container query length units. If you hadn't heard of them until now, container queries are similar to media queries. However, instead of being based upon the size of the user's viewport, the styles can be changed according to the size of one of the element's parent containers. Now, in the same way that viewport height and viewport width are relative to the size of the viewport, container query units are relative to the size of their container. So CQI stands for container query inline. By default, it is 1% of the container's inline size. In this case, we have 1.5, which means that we have here 1.5% of the container's inline size, and it is the preferred value for the font size of the icon. Okay, so hopefully you understand how the CQI unit works as well as the clamp function. Okay, after that, I'm going to add here border. It's going to be 0.1 rem solid. As the color, I'm going to use light gray. Then I'm going to add some padding to the element. Let's set it to 0.5. And then I'm going to make the icon rounded. I mean the border rounded using border radius. We need here border radius, and it's going to be 50%. Okay, so that's it about the icons. They're looking good. Next, I'm going to add some styles to the image. So I'm going to add here border radius. It's going to be 50%. We need rounded images. And then we have to make the images black and white. For that, I'm going to use filter. Then we need grayscale function, and the value is going to be 100%. Alright, so as you can see, the styles are applied to the images. I'm going to make the third image, the image in the center of the slider, colored like we have it in the finished version of the project. So for that, I'm going to select slide with nth child selector. It's going to be 3, and then we need image. Let's grab the filter property from here. I'm going to decrease the value of the grayscale function. Let's set it to 50%. And then use here transition with filter, and the duration is going to be 0.5 seconds. Okay, so the third image, the image in the center of the slider, now is colored. After that, I'm going to take care of the full name of the person. So let's go ahead and select full name. We need align self to be flag start. Then I'm going to use font size with again clamp function. We need here minimum value 1.8 rem. Then the next one is going to be the preferred value 2.3 CQI. As for the maximum value, it's going to be 3 rem. And finally, let's change the color. Let's use here variable gray. Okay, so the full name looks good. Next, we have to take care of the position. Let's go ahead and select position. So we need again align self, and it's going to be flag start. Next, I'm going to define the font size for the position. And again, let's use clamp function. We need here the first value. The minimum value. It's going to be 1.2 rem. Then the preferred value will be 1.5 CQI. And finally, we need here the maximum value, and it's going to be 1.8 rem. Alright, so that's it about the position. It looks nice. Next, I'm going to create some hover effect with the slides. So let's go ahead and find slide. I'm going to add here position, relative, and then I'm going to define the top position. It's going to be 0. So once we hover over the slides, I'm going to move them up slightly. So we need here hover effect. Then the top position is going to be -2 rem. And then let's use transition. We need here top 0.5 second. Okay, so we have here nice and cool hover effect. After that, I'm going to hide this scroll bar here. So I'm going to add to the container overflow x hidden. Alright, so the scroll bar is hidden, and after that I'm going to start to write some JavaScript. Let's go back to the VS Code, and actually I'm going to create a new file here, and it's going to be app.js. Then I'm going to move this file here on the left side. Let's open index.html file. I'm going to change the name of the file, and it's going to be app.js. We no longer need here persons.js because we're going to export the content from the persons.js file. So let's add here type module. This attribute specifies that the script should be treated as a JavaScript module. Modules are a way to organize JavaScript code, allowing for better code organization, encapsulation, and reuse. When a script is marked as a module, it runs in its own scope, not in the global scope of the document. It also allows the use of import and export statements for module dependencies. So I'm going to open persons.js, and down below create new variable. It's going to be elements. Then I'm going to extract the variables using destructuring. We need here slider, this element, and also we need slides. We're going to grab slides not as the node list but an array. So we need here array followed by the spread operator, and I'm going to select all the slides using document.query selector all method, and we have to specify here the class name, and it's going to be slide. Alright, so after that we need to export elements from this file. So we need here export default elements. This line exports the elements object as the default export of the module. It allows other modules to import the elements object using the import statement. So we have to open up.js file and import the elements from persons.js file. We need here import statement. Then we need to specify the name of the variable, the object. It's going to be elements. Then we need from, and we have to specify here persons.js. Next, I'm going to extract the slider and the slides from the elements. As you remember, we have here slider and the slides inside the elements object, so we have to grab them, extract them. So I'm going to use here destructuring. We need curly braces and then slider and slides, and we have to grab them from the elements object. So now we have access on slider and the slides from the persons.js file. Alright, so now I'm going to create a new function, and it's going to be right move. Let's add here an arrow function. So we have to remove the first child element of the slider element and assign it to a variable named first slide. So we need to create new variable first slide. And as I said, we have to remove the first slide, first child element of the slider, and assign it to a variable first slide. So we need here slider dot remove child, and I'm going to insert here slider dot first element child. Slider dot first element child allows us to access the first child element. Next, we have to append the first slide element to the slider. So we need to add here slider dot append, and we have to specify here the variable first slide. So this effectively moves the first slide to the end of the slider, creating a right move effect. Append is a method that adds a node or a DOM string to the end of the list of children of a specified parent node. So in summary, the right move function removes the first child element of a specified slider element and appends it to the end of the slider, effectively shifting the slides to the right. In the same way, we have to create another function, and it's going to be left move. So we need left move. It's going to be an arrow function. We have to remove the last child element of the slider element and assign it to a variable with the name last slide. So we need here last slide, and it's going to be equal to slider dot remove child, and we have to specify here slider dot last element child. So in this case, slider dot last element child allows us to access its last child element. After that, I'm going to insert here slide followed by the insert before method. I'm going to insert here two different arguments. The first one is going to be last slide, the variable that we create here. As for the second argument, it's going to be slider dot first child. So let me explain what this code does. This line inserts the last slide element before the first child element of the slider. This effectively moves the last slide to the beginning of the slider, creating a left move effect. Insert before is a method that inserts a node before the specified child node in the parent node's child list. So in summary, the left move function removes the last child element of a slider and inserts it before the first child element of the slider, effectively shifting the slides to the left. Alright, so now we have to iterate over slides using for each method. So we need slides, not for each. And I'm going to insert here a callback function with the parameter slide. Next, I'm going to add an event listener to the slide with click event. So we need here add event listener method, and we have to specify here the event as click. Also, we need here a callback function which will be executed once we click the slides. So now I'm going to insert here the following. I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be slide index. So we have to define the slide index in the following way. Actually, we need here index. I'm going to use an array, then the spread operator. We need slides dot children. Then I'm going to use one of the array helper methods called index of, and I'm going to insert here slide. So this line calculates the index of the clicked slide within its parent element slider. It first converts the slider children node list into an array using the spread operator. Then it uses the index of method to find the index of the clicked slide within the array of children. This index represents the position of the clicked slide among the siblings. So in order to make it clear, I'm going to run to the console slide index, then go to the browser and inspect the page. Actually, I'm going to attach this window to the page like so. Let's open console. If I click actually slides.children is not iterable. Let's check the code. So we have here slides.children, and actually we need slider, not slides. Now the code should work. As you can see, we have here 4 because I clicked the fourth, then the third slides, then we have 2, 1, and 0. As you remember, index numbers are 0 based, that's why we get here 0 when we click the first slide. So everything works fine. Now we're getting here the index numbers. Let's go back to the VS Code. So now it's time to use switch statements. Actually, switch statement in JavaScript is used to evaluate an expression against multiple cases and execute different blocks of code based on the matched case. It provides a cleaner and more concise way to handle multiple conditional branches compared to using multiple if statements. So right after console, I'm going to use switch statement. We need here slide index as the parameter. So as I said, we have to define multiple cases. The first case is going to be 0. So it means that if slide index is equal to 0, then we have to execute the block of code. We need here colon, and then I'm going to run left move function, but I'm going to run it twice. So if slide index is equal to 0, the code will execute left move twice. This implies that when the first slide is clicked, it moves 2 slides to the left. After that, I'm going to use break. In a switch statement, when a case is matched, the corresponding block of code is executed. In this case, left move is executed twice. After executing the block without a break statement, JavaScript will continue executing the code that follows the matched case, potentially entering the code of the next case as well. So we have to break the executing of the code. Next, I'm going to define another case, and it's going to be 1. So if slide index, actually we need here colon. So if slide index is equal to 1, then we should execute left move once. This implies that when the second slide is clicked, it moves 1 slide to the left. So we need here left move once. And then I'm going to add again break. After that, I'm going to define another case, and it's going to be case 3. So if slide index is equal to 3, the code will execute a right move function. This implies that when the fourth slide is clicked, it moves 1 slide to the right. So we need here right move once. Then we need again break. And now we have to define the fourth case when slide index is equal to 4. In this case, we need right move twice, like we did it in the case of the 0. So we need here right move twice. So if slide index is equal to 4, the code will execute the right move twice. This implies that when the fifth slide is clicked, it moves 2 slides to the right. Okay, then we need again break. And after that, I'm going to use default case. So if slide index does not match any of the specified cases, no action is taken. If none of the case values match the expression and there is a default case, the code within the default block will be executed. Now I'm going to add here break. Alright, so that's it about our switch statement. Now I'm going to go to the browser and click the slides. So as you can see, it works fine. Next, I'm going to make this movement a little bit smoother. I'm going to add some fade effect to the slider. So for that, I'm going to insert here the following. We need slider dot children, and we have to select the last item. Actually, we need here square brackets, so we need 4. It's the 5th slide. It means that we're selecting the 5th slide in the slider. I'm going to add new class to the 5th slide, and we need here add method. The class is going to be fade-in. We will use this class in CSS to define the styles. Next, I'm going to find the left move function, and I'm going to add here last slide dot class list dot add, and then we need fade in. Alright, so once we added new classes to the first and the last slides, next I'm going to define some styles in the CSS. I'm going to select fade in. Actually, we need here fade in, and I'm going to add to it animation property. So I'm going to add here the values at first, and then we'll create the CSS keyframes where we have to define the styles which will be applied to the elements during the animation. So I'm going to add here the name of the animation. It's going to be first slide anim. Then we need duration 0.5 seconds. And now I'm going to create CSS keyframes. We need the name first slide anim. So we will have different steps. At 0%, at the starting point of the animation, the width is going to be 0. Also, we need opacity to be 0. Then at 60%, we need opacity 0. And finally, at 100%, when the animation ends, we need width to be 20 viewport width, and opacity is going to be 1. Okay, so let's check the browser. Now click. As you can see, it works. Now if we click on the right side, I mean those slides, it doesn't work quite good. So let's go ahead and fix that problem. Actually, let's close this tab. Now I'm going to add in the right move function the following. We need slider dot style, and we have to use justify content property. It's going to be equal to flex end. And then in the left move function, we need the same code, but the value is going to be flex start. Okay, so now the problem should be fixed. Let's check. Okay, so as you can see, the slider works fine. Actually, when we click the second and the fourth slides, then everything works fine. But when we click the first and last slides, then 2 slides are hiding and then appearing, and I think that doesn't look quite good. So we have to fix that problem. Let's go back to the VS Code. As you remember, when we used switch statement, in case of 0 and in case of 4, we use left move twice and right move twice. So I'm going to add here set timeout function. Then I'm going to actually, let's add here parentheses. Then we need a callback function. And I'm going to call left move inside the set timeout function with the interval, I mean the timeout, 500 milliseconds. And I'm going to do the same for the right move here. Let's insert the code and change left move into right move. Okay, let's go to the browser. Now, if I click the first and last slides, everything will work fine. I'm going to make the effect slightly smoother, and for that I'm going to add transition here. We have top 0.5 seconds, and I'm going to add here transform 0.5 seconds, and we need here little delay time 0.2 seconds. Let's go back to the browser. So now I think we have much nicer effect. Okay, so everything works fine so far. Next, I'm going to take care of the controls. I mean, those controls here. So let's go back to the VS Code and open HTML file. I'm going to add here HTML markup. Let's open div tag with the class controls. Then we need link elements with the class name left control. So inside the link element, I'm going to insert box icon. We need I element with the classes bx, then bx left arrow, alt. Actually, we need here dash, and then alt. Then I'm going to add after link element div, which is going to be progress. Inside the progress, I'm going to insert span element, and the content is going to be 3. And then we need again span element with dash and 10. After that, I'm going to insert here an empty div element, and then let's grab the link element. We need another arrow. It's got actually, we need the arrow outside of the progress. Let's add here arrow. We need right control and right arrow. All right, so that's it about the HTML markup. Let's check the results. So we have here arrows and the span elements. Let's go ahead and customize those newly created HTML elements. Let's select controls. I'm going to use CSS Flexbox. We need display flex. Then justify content center. We're going to place the content in the center horizontally. So as you can see, the controls are placed in the center of the page. Next, I'm going to select link elements. So I mean the arrows. Let's select controls followed by the A element. First of all, I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Then change the color. Let's use here variable light gray, this one. Then I'm going to use border. It's going to be 0.1 rem solid, and as the color I'm going to use again light gray. Let's check the browser. So now we have here controls with borders. I'm going to place them in the center. For that, let's use CSS grid. We need display grid, and then place items center, and also actually we need here center and not the calc function. And finally, I'm going to get rid of default text decoration. Let's set it to none. All right, now I'm going to create a hover effect. Let's go ahead and select Controls A with hover. On hover, I'm going to change the color and the background color. So the background color is going to be light gray. As for the color, I'm going to make it white. Let's add transition here for smoother effect. We need background color. The duration is going to be 0.3 seconds, and then we need color with the same duration. Okay, so as you can see, the hover effect works fine. Next, we have to take care of the progress. So let's select wrapper, progress. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 10 rem. Then I'm going to define the height. Let's make it 3 rem. Also, we need border with the values 0.2 rem, solid, and the color is going to be light gray. Then I'm going to make the progress rounded using border radius with the value 2 rem. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the styles are applied to the progress. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center. For that, I'm going to use Flexbox. Actually, we need here display flex, then justify content center and align items center. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.5 rem. Then we need some space between the columns. So I'm going to use column gap. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. And finally, I'm going to change the color. Let's use variable gray. All right. So that's it about the progress. I mean the wrapper div elements. As you can see, we need some space between the progress and the controls. So I'm going to add to the controls column gap. It's going to be 10 rem. Then I'm going to set position to relative and move the elements a little bit down. Let's set bottom position to -10. I mean -10 rem. Okay, so the controls look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to customize the span elements. So let's go ahead and select progress followed by the span element. Let's increase the font weight. It's going to be 600. All right. After that, I'm going to customize the developments. I'm in this development here. We have created an empty development. So let's go ahead and select progress followed by the development. I'm going to set position to absolute. Next, we need position relative for the progress because it is a parent element and we have to position development according to the parent element. So we need here position relative. And then I'm going to define here the left position. It's going to be 0. Then the width and height will be 100%. I mean both of them. After that, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be AC, AC, AC. Let's check the browser. So, as you can see, we have here the developments. Actually, I'm going to make it rounded. Let's add here border radius. Make it 2 rem. So now the span elements are not visible, and in order to fix that, I'm going to use the index property. So I'm going to add here the index with some higher value than 0. Let's say 5. Okay, so now these span elements are visible. After that, I'm going to set the width of the development to 0. So now it's no longer visible. And then we have to write some JavaScript. Let's open app.js file. So now it's time to make our slider work automatically. For that, I'm going to create new variable and it's going to be interval. Now we have to create a function that will set up a timer using the setInterval function to trigger the right move function at regular intervals. So I'm going to create here function and I'm going to call it interval fn, I mean function. It should be equal to an arrow function. Then I'm going to make interval variable equal to setInterval function. This is a built-in function in JavaScript which allows us to execute the function with some intervals. So we have to pass here a callback function. So inside the set interval function, we have to pass two arguments. The first one is an arrow function, which will be executed with some intervals. As for the second argument, it's going to be the interval itself, I mean the amount of time, and it is expressed in milliseconds. So in our case, I'm going to make the second argument equal to 5000 milliseconds. It is equal to 5 seconds. So now I'm going to call the right move function inside the set interval function. Then we have to call the interval fn function in order to execute this code. So we need here interval fn. So the purpose of the interval fn function is to automate the movement of slides in the slider at regular intervals. So let's check the browser. Now, as you can see, the slider is working. After each 5 seconds, the slides are changing, they're moving. But if I start to click the slides, then the slider will mess up. It happens because once we click the slides, we have to stop playing the slider automatically. In order to fix the problem, we have to clear the interval timer based on some Boolean parameter. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to create new function, and it's going to be timeout fn. So we need to pass here an arrow function. And as I said, we have to run this function based on some Boolean statement. So we have to pass here an argument, actually the parameter bool. Then we have to use if statements, in which we have to check if Boolean is true or not. If it is true, then we have to clear interval. We have to pass here the variable interval. The variable stores the set interval function. So once we click the slides, then we should stop playing the slider automatically. So this function takes a single parameter, bool, which is a Boolean value. If bool is true, indicating that a specific condition is met, the interval timer set by interval fn function is cleared using clear interval method. If Boolean is false or not provided, then no action is taken. So now we have to call this function in the right move and left move functions. Let's add here timeout fn, and I'm going to pass here argument bool val, which then we're going to use here as the parameters bool val, and by default we have to set them to true. So let me explain what's going on here. The bool val parameter is used in the right move and left move functions when they call timeout fn function. These functions pass the bool val parameter to timeout function to indicate whether the interval timer should be cleared after the slide movement. By default, bool val is set to true in both right move and left move functions. This means that by default, after each slide movement, the interval timer will be cleared. However, the bool val parameter allows for flexibility. If for some reason there is a scenario where you don't want to clear the interval timer after a slide movement, you can call right move or left move functions, effectively passing false as the Boolean value. This prevents the interval timer from being cleared. In summary, the timeout fn function's role is to clear the interval timer set by interval fn based on a Boolean parameter bool. The bool val parameter in right move and left move functions is used to control whether the interval timer should be cleared after a slide movement. It adds flexibility to the code and allows us to customize the behavior based on different scenarios. Alright, so now I'm going to add here an argument false by default for the right move function. Then go to the browser. Now, as you can see, the slider works automatically, but if I click any of the slides, then it will stop playing automatically. Alright, so now the next thing that we have to do is to make slider work automatically once we click the slide. I mean, at the beginning, the slider works automatically. Then if I click, it stops working automatically, but we need to continue the slider work automatically. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to create a new variable, and it's going to be timeout. Then inside the timeout function, I'm going to insert timeout, and I'm going to use one of the built-in JavaScript methods called setTimeout, which allows us to execute the function after some amount of time. So we need setTimeout. Then we have to insert here a callback function, which will be executed after some amount of time. The amount of time is going to be 5,000 milliseconds. And now we have to call the function interval fn. Alright, let's go to the browser. So now, as you can see, the slider works automatically. Then, if I click once the slider, it will stop, but after some amount of time, it will continue working automatically. As you can see, it continues working automatically. But if I click a couple of times to different slides, then the slider should mess up. So, as you can see, it's messed up. It happens because we have to clear the timeouts which we have just created. So, as you can see, it's completely messed up. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now, as I said, we have to clear the timeout because on each click we have to clear the old timeout and then set the new one. So I'm going to add here clear timeout, and we have to pass here the variable timeout. Alright, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the slider works automatically. Then if I click, it will stop working, but after some amount of time it will continue working automatically. So as you can see, it works automatically. If I click a couple of times, like we did it in the previous case, then the slider will work without any problems. Okay, so everything's good. Now we have to take care of the progress. Let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to open persons.js file. Then inside the elements object, I'm going to add here progress. Let's go ahead and select progress using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name progress. Then I'm going to go back to the app.js file, and I'm going to add here progress. We have to extract it from the progress file. Alright, next I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be progress int, progress interval. And then I'm going to create a new function. Let's add here a new function. Let's call it progress fn. It should be equal to an arrow function. Before we insert here the block of code, I'm going to add a parameter to the progress fn function, and it's going to be index plus. This parameter represents the amount by which the progress bar should increase in each step of the animation. Next, we have to initialize a local variable which will track the current width of the progress bar. So inside the function, I'm going to declare variable I, and it's going to be equal to 10. After that, we have to set up a repeating interval using setInterval function. So we need to insert here progress int equal to setInterval, and we have to pass here a callback function. As for the amount of time, I'm going to insert here 1000 milliseconds. It is equal to 1 second. So inside the setInterval function, we have to define the width. We need here progress dot last element child. Then we have to use style property followed by the width. So now we have to increase the width of the progress bar by index plus % in each interval. The width will be updated by modifying the width style property of the last child element of the progress element. So we have to open template literals. Then we need the following. So I, which is equal to 10. Then we need plus equals. The increment. And then we need index plus. And finally, at the end of this expression, we need percentage sign. So we have to increase the width of the progress by 10 after each interval. After that, we have to check if the progress bar has reached 100% of the width. So we have to use an if statement in which we have to check if I is equal to 110. If this condition is true, then we have to reset the variable I and make it 0. So we need I equal to 0. And also we have to clear the interval. I'm going to insert here progress int. And after that, we have to define the width again. So I'm going to grab this code. And we have to make width equal to I, which is going to be 0. So now we have to clear the interval in the timeout function. So once we click the slide, we have to clear the interval for the progress interval as well. We need clear interval, and we have to pass here progress int. And lastly, we have to call the progress fn function. Let's add here progress fn, and the argument is going to be 10 because we're going to increase the width of the progress bar by 10 on each interval. All right, so let's go to the browser and click the slide. As you can see, the progress bar is increasing. Actually, we have here a couple of issues. I used with the div elements border radius, and actually I think that it doesn't look good. So instead of border radius, I'm going to use overflow hidden. It will give us much better effect. Let's use overflow hidden. And besides that, I'm going to add here transition in order to make the effect smoother. We need width. The duration is going to be 1 second, and also we need linear. Now let's check the results. Click the slide. As you can see, we have here much better results. All right, after that, we have to take care of the numbers of the slides. Right now we have just 3. It doesn't matter if we click and move the slides. It's always 3 because we have hard-coded 3 in the index.html file. Let's go ahead and fix that problem. I'm going to find, actually we need up.js file. So we need timeout fn function. And here I'm going to add the following. We need progress followed by the first element child. And then we need to use text content property. It should be equal to slider dot children. We need to access to the third slide in the slider. So therefore we have to use here index number 2. Then we need to access to the data set. We need here data set and then index. So I'm going to inspect the page and show that each slide has data index attribute with index numbers. So we're going to use those index numbers. If we save this code and go to the browser, then once the slides move, then the index number will change. And the same will happen if I click the slides. Okay, so we have here the second part, 10. Actually, we can leave this as it is, but I'm going to define it dynamically. So for that, I'm going to add here progress dot children. Then we have to select the second child, and then we need text content. So it should be equal to template literals. Then we need dash space, and then we have to define the number of the slides. For that, we need here slider dot children dot length. Now we have defined the number of slides dynamically. All right, so everything looks and works perfectly. Next, we have to take care of the controls. They are not working right now. So I'm going to go back to the VS Code. Then at the end of the code, I'm going to select left control. Let's use query selector method and select left control. After that, I'm going to add an event listener to the left control with click event, and then I'm going to call here function left move. In the same way, I'm going to take care of the right control. We need here the right control, then the class name is going to be right control, and also we need here right move. Actually, we need to change this variable here as well. Okay, let's go to the browser and check if the controls work. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. All right, so actually we are done with the project. Everything works fine. As you can see, the progress bar is filling up. Once it fills, then the slider starts working automatically, and we no longer have here the progress bar. Once we click the slides, then the progress bar will continue working. Okay, so we are done with the project. Next, we have to make the project responsive to different screen sizes. Let's inspect the page and switch to the, actually I'm going to separate the windows. So let's switch to the responsive mode. The project was built for extra large screen size. We need here 1920 pixels of width and 1080 pixels of height. So I'm going to decrease the size of the screen. Actually, I have here prepared different screen sizes and devices. So for desktop screens, the project looks good. Let's check tablet. So I'm going to make some changes for tablets. Let's go ahead and insert here CSS media queries. I'm going to specify the screen size as 950 pixels. So on the breakpoint, I'm going to change the aspect ratio of the slide. So we need here slide, and the aspect ratio is going to be 9/16. Let's check the browser. So now I think the project looks better. Next, I'm going to check the project for smaller screen sizes. I mean for the mobile phones. Let's set it to 100%. So I'm going to define the next breakpoint, and I think it's going to be, let's duplicate this code. It's going to be 650 pixels. On that breakpoint, I'm going to select slider and set width to 45 rem. Also, I'm going to select the first slide using nth child selector. And I'm going to hide the first slide. Let's set display to none. Then I'm going to select slide with nth child selector. And in this case, I'm going to use n+5. As you remember, we had n+6. So now in the responsive mode for the smaller screen sizes, I'm going to use n+5. And I'm going to set display to none. Let's check the browser. So now only 3 slides are visible. I'm going to change the width of the slide. Let's select slide and set width to 15 rem. And now I'm going to decrease the space between the controls. I'm going to select controls. And I'm going to set column gap to 5 rem. Alright, so I think everything looks good. Next, I'm going to select smaller screen size for the mobile phones. Let's select the first, mobile 1, I mean. Mobile 3, it is the smallest screen size. Okay, let's go ahead and create new CSS media query. The max width is going to be 550 pixels. And on that breakpoint, I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML element. Let's set font size to 50%. It will decrease the size of all the elements. Okay, so now I think everything looks good. And we can say that our project is responsive for different screen sizes and devices. And finally, with the project, we are done. Before we get started, I'm going to describe the project. So if I hover over the images, then you will see this nice and cool shadow effect. I mean the shadow behind the images. It is moving along the cursor. Besides that, the images are transforming, they are changing their scale on hover. And also if we click any of the image, then it will open with nice fade and rotate effect. And then if I click anywhere on the page, it will close. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Gallery, in which I have another folder for images. I store here every image that we're going to use throughout this project. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code. We need to create 3 different files. The first one will be index.html. Then I'm going to create file for CSS. And finally, we need file for JavaScript. Let's open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. We need to place an exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML document. The first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. It's going to be gallery. And then we can link the CSS and JavaScript files. I'm going to open link tag and we have to specify here the path of the file. In this case, we just need the name of the file, style.css. Then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. Let's open script tag. And in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the file. It's going to be script.js. And besides that, we need to add here attribute called defer. So this attribute tells the browser to defer the execution of the script until the HTML parsing is complete. This means that the HTML content will be loaded and parsed first, and then the script will be executed, which can help improve the page loading performance. Okay, so I'm going to run the project to the browser using live server, and then let's place the browser and the editor side by side in order to make our working process more convenient. Okay, so everything is ready to start to write the code. First of all, I'm going to create the HTML markup. So let's go ahead and open div tag with the class name container, in which I'm going to insert another div. It's going to be wrapper. Then we need here another div, and I'm going to call it grid. And then next to this element, I made the grid, I'm going to create another div element, and it's going to be shadow. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Next, I'm going to open style.css file and create some default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. And then I'm going to get rid of default margin and padding from every element. Let's set both properties to 0. Besides that, I'm going to set box sizing to border box. So this property is used to specify how the width and height of an element should be calculated. By default, when you set width and height of an element in CSS, those dimensions are applied to the content of the element, and any padding and border are added on top of that. This can sometimes lead to unexpected layouts, especially when working with elements that have padding and borders. So when you set box sizing to border box, it changes this behavior. When you apply this property to an element, the width and height you specify in CSS includes the padding and border of the element rather than being added to it. So this can be very helpful for creating more predictable layouts, and that's why we use every time box sizing border box as the default style. Alright, after that I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. Let's set font size to 62.5%. This technique is often used in web development because by setting the base font size to 62.5%, it becomes easier to work with the rem unit, where 1 rem is equivalent to 10 pixels. This can simplify calculations and provide a more consistent sizing system across different devices and screen resolutions. Okay, so that's all about the default styles. Next, I'm going to select container. Let's define height. I'm going to make it 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the viewport as the height. Next, I'm going to use flexbox to align the content of the container. Let's set display to flex. And then I'm going to place the content in the center of the page. For that, I'm going to use justify content center and align items center. Okay, so that's it about the CSS for now. As you can see, the page is empty because we have here just the empty div elements. Now we need to add the images to our page, and we can do that either from the HTML element, and also we can do that from JavaScript. I prefer to do it in JavaScript, so let's open script.js file. and I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be grid. Actually, we need here grid. I'm going to select this element using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name grid. And besides that, I'm going to create another variable. Let's call it images count. And I'm going to set it to 16. So this variable stores the number of images to be displayed in the grid. And in this case, it's set to 16. Okay, next I'm going to create for loop. Let's create variable I. I'm in the counter. And I'm going to set it to 0. Then we need the condition I is less than to images count. And finally, we need increment operator I plus plus. So this loop iterates over each image to be added to the grid. It starts from 0 and continues until it reaches the value of images count, which in our case is 16. Okay, so now I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it div, and it should be equal to document.create element, and I'm going to insert here value div. So inside the loop, a new div element is created for each image and assigned to the variable div. Next, I'm going to add a class name to the div. Next, I'm going to add a class to each newly created div element. So we need here div.classList.add, and we need to specify here the class name. Let's call it image wrapper. All right. Besides that, we need to create another element. I mean the image. So I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it img, and use again document.create element method. So we need here create element. I'm going to specify here img, and then I'm going to add new class to the image element. So we need here image.classList.add, and the class name is going to be grid img. All right. After that, we need to define the path of the image. So I'm going to insert here image.source. It should be equal to, I'm going to open template strings. So we need here images/image. Now we need to define the number of the image. So we need here $. Then we have to indicate here I plus 1 and the resolution JPG. Okay, so let me explain what this line of code means. The src attribute of each img element is set to the path of an image file. In this case, it's using a template literal to dynamically generate the file path based on the current loop iteration I. As you know, we have a folder called images in which we store 16 different images, and you can find here image names. I mean image 1, image 2, image 3, image 16. So again, with this line of code, we define the image path for the source attribute dynamically. Okay. Next, I'm going to insert here div.append, and I'm going to specify here image. So the img element is appended as a child to the div element, which is a wrapper of the image. I mean this div element here. And also we need here grid.append. We have to specify here div. So finally, the div element containing the image element is appended as a child to the grid container element in the HTML document. If we take a look at the browser, then you will find here all the images. And also if we inspect the page, and check the grid, you will find here developments, image wrappers containing the proper images. Okay, so that's the way how you can create elements using JavaScript. Let's go back to the VS Code and select wrapper. This element here. So now we have to define the width of the wrapper. And in this case, I'm going to use one of the functions called clamp, which will take up 3 different parameters. The first one will be 30 rem. Then I'm going to insert here 90%. And the third value is going to be 130 rem. So the clamp function takes 3 parameters. The first one is the minimum value. Then we have the preferred value. And the third one is the maximum value. In our example, the width of the element will be set based on the following rules. If the viewport width is less than or equal to 30 rem, then the width will be set to 30 rem. If the viewport width is between 30 rem and 130 rem, then the width will be calculated as 90% of the viewport. And if the viewport width is greater than or equal to 130 rem, then the width will be set to 130 rem. So this approach helps us with a responsive design where the width of the element adapts based on the viewport size. Next, I'm going to select grid. And let's set width to 100%. Also, I'm going to use one of the properties called aspect ratio. And it's going to be 16:9. So this property sets the aspect ratio of the element. In this case, it's set to 16:9, which is a common aspect ratio for videos and images. Next, I'm going to use CSS grid. So we need display grid. And then I'm going to align items using grid template columns. We need here repeat function. And then I'm going to insert here 4 and 1 fractional unit. So this property defines the number and size of the columns in the grid. In this case, it creates a grid with 4 columns, each occupying an equal fraction of the available space, 1 fractional unit. And the repeat function is used to repeat the pattern of column sizes, simplifying the declaration. Okay, so as you can see, the images are placed in the grid system, but right now they are too bigger. So I'm going to fix that problem. Let's go ahead and select grid image. Define its width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100%. Also, we need to fit the image using object fit cover. And besides that, I'm going to use one more property. It's called object position, and the value is going to be center. So when you set object position to center, it means that the object will be horizontally and vertically centered within its container. This ensures that the object is positioned at the center of its container, both horizontally and vertically, regardless of the size of the container or the object. So now, as you can see, the images are placed in the grid system perfectly. Now we need little gap between the images, so I'm going to add grid gap here, and I'm going to make it 0.5 rem. So now we have some space between the images. Next, I'm going to add here background color. It's going to be RGBA color. Let's insert here black color, and the opacity is going to be 0.479. Next, I'm going to add here padding. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. And also, I'm going to make the grid a little bit rounded using border radius. The value will be 1 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the grid is rounded, but we need to make the corners of the images rounded as well. So I'm going to add here border radius 1 rem. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the image wrapper. So let's add here image wrapper. I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to black. And then I'm going to use again border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. So right now the background of the image wrappers is black, but it's not visible. So in order to make it visible, I'm going to set opacity to 0 for grid image, and then you will see that the backgrounds of image wrappers are black. Okay, let's set opacity to 0.5. And besides that, I'm going to increase the scale of the image. Let's use transform, then scale function, and I'm going to set scale to 1.2. So now, as you can see, the scale of each image is increased. Next, I'm going to create a hover effect for the image. So let's go ahead and select grid image with hover. On hover, I'm going to increase the opacity. Let's set it to 0.8. And also we need transform, scale. Let's make it 1. So once we hover over the images, then the scale will be decreased and also the opacity is changed. I'm going to hide the outer parts of the images, therefore we need here overflow hidden. Now we have much better result. In order to make the hover effect more smoother, I'm going to use transition. So let's go ahead and add here transition. We need opacity 0.5 second. Then transform with the same duration, 0.5 second. And besides that, I'm going to use a function called cubic bezier with the following values. We need 0.19, then 1, then 0.22, and again 1. So the cubic bezier function defines the rate of change of the transition over time, determining the easing effect. So if we take a look at the project, then you will find this nice and cool hover effect. Okay, now we have to take care of the shadow. I mean the shadow which moves behind the images. Let's go back to the VS Code and select shadow. I'm going to define width. Let's make it 50 rem. Then the aspect ratio will be 1. It means that the element will take up the same height as the width. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to black. Also, I'm going to make the element rounded using border radius with the value 50%. Then I'm going to change the position. It's going to be absolute. Then I'm going to use background image and the function called radial gradient. The values will be black color, I mean the first color. As for the second color, it's going to be 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. Let's take a look at the result. So here we have the shadow. Actually, this function, I mean radial gradient, is used to create radial gradients, which are gradients that radiate outward from a central point. So the black color specifies the color at the center of the gradient, I mean here. As for the second color, I mean this color here, it specifies the color at the outer part of the element. Okay, next I'm going to add here property called filter because we're going to blur the shadow. Let's use function called blur and then insert here 4 rem. Okay, so here we have the shadow. Next, I'm going to add the position for the wrapper. It's going to be relative. And now we're going to write some JavaScript. Let's open script.js file. I'm going to create a new variable called shadow. And let's go ahead and select this element using query selector method. I'm going to insert here class name shadow. Next, I'm going to add an event listener to the grid with mouse move event, because we're going to move the shadow once we hover over the grid. So let's add an event listener to the grid. As I said, the event is going to be mouse move. And also we need here a callback function with event object. So now we have to calculate the distance from the top and left edges of the grid element to the current mouse position. Therefore, I'm going to create two different variables. So the first one will be top, and it will be equal to e.client y minus grid dot get bounding client rect dot top. Actually, we need here parentheses. So this is a top position of the grid element relative to the viewport. We need the same for the left position. Let's create variable left. We need here client x and then left position. So let me explain what those lines do. These lines calculate the distance from the top and left edges of the grid element to the current mouse position. This is achieved by subtracting the top and left positions of the grid element relative to the viewport from the current mouse coordinates. In this case, the mouse coordinates is e.client y and e.client x. Now we have to set the top and left CSS properties of the shadow element to the calculated values. So we need here shadow dot style dot top. Then I'm going to open template strings, and we have to define the top position. We need here pixels. Let's duplicate this line of code and do the same for the left position. We need here left, and again we need here left. So these lines set the top and left CSS properties of the shadow element to the calculated values. This positions the shadow element relative to the mouse cursor within the grid element. So if we take a look at the project and move the cursor, you'll find that the shadow moves along the cursor, but we need to adjust slightly the position of the shadow. We need to place it in the center, and for that we need to add here transform translate minus 50% and again minus 50%. And besides that, I'm going to disable pointer events. Let's set it to none. So now, as you can see, shadow moves with the mouse cursor. I'm going to place it behind the images, and for that I'm going to add here the index -1, and then I'm going to make it hidden by default. Let's set opacity to 0. Okay, now I'm going to make it visible on hover. So we need to add here shadow dot style dot opacity equal to 1, and then we need to make it hidden once the cursor leaves the gallery. So I'm going to copy this line of code, paste it here. I'm going to copy this line of code, paste it here. Also, we need to change the event. It's going to be mouse leave. And the value of the opacity is going to be 0. Okay, so now, as you can see, once we hover over the images, then the shadow will move behind them. We need to hide those outer parts of the shadow, and for that we have to add here overflow hidden. Okay, so as you can see, everything works perfectly, and we have here nice and cool hover effect. The next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the zoom images. I mean, once we click the images, they should open and zoom in like we have it in the finished project. I mean, this effect here. For that, I'm going to go back to the JavaScript file and create new variable. It's going to be wrapper. Let's select it using query selector method. I'm going to specify here the class name. It's going to be wrapper. Actually, we need here wrapper. And besides that, I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it big image. And right now, I'm not going to assign to it any value. Just leave here the declaration. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to add a click event to each image. And for that, we have to add event listener to image inside the for loop. So we need here image dot add event listener, and the event is going to be click. Also, we need here a callback function. So now, once we click each image inside the for loop, we have to create a new element. So I'm going to use big image variable that we have created here, and it should be equal to document.create element, and the element is going to be image. So again, this line creates a new image element and assigns it to the variable big image. This new image element will be used to display the larger version of the clicked image. Next, we have to add new class to the newly created image. So we need here big image dot class list dot add, and the class name is going to be big img. So once we added new class to the big image, next we have to define the source attribute of the image. So we need here big image dot src. It will be equal to e dot target dot src. Actually, we need to add here event objects. We are missing it. So this line sets the source attribute of the big image element to the same source as the clicked image. And actually, this will display the same image but in a larger size. Okay, so finally we need here wrapper.append, and we have to append big image to the wrapper. Besides that, I'm going to add here one more line. I'm going to add to the grid new class, and I'm going to call it change. So this line adds the CSS class change to the grid, and with the help of this newly created class, we will create some effects in CSS. Okay, so that's all about JavaScript. Now let's move on to the CSS, and after grid image, I'm going to select big image. I'm using the class name that we added to the big image. I mean this class name here. So let's go ahead and define position to absolute. Then we need to position to be 15%. Then the left position is going to be 15% as well. Also, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 70%. Then the height will be 70%. Also, we need to fit the image using object fit cover. And again, let's use the property called object position with the value center in order to center the image both horizontally and vertically. So as you can see, once we click the images, then they will open and zoom in. I mean, we will see here the larger version of the image. Let's make the image rounded using border radius. Let's make it 1 rem. Okay, besides that, I'm going to make the cursor pointer for the image. Once we hover over the images, then the cursor will be pointer. And now, once we open the image, then I'm going to disable the pointer events. So that's why we created class changed here. So I'm going to select grid with class change, and I'm going to add here pointer events with the value none. So now once I open the image, then I won't be able to click outside of the image. All right. Besides that, I'm going to decrease the opacity of the image once we open the larger version of the image. So let's find grid img and then select grid with class change, followed by the grid img, and set opacity to 0.1. Okay, so as you can see, once we open the image, then click will be disabled outside of the image, and also the opacity will be decreased. Okay, now the next thing that we have to do is to manage closing the image once we click outside of the image, I mean on the page. If we take a look at the finished projects, open the image and click anywhere outside of the image, then it will close. For that, we have to use again JavaScript. So I'm going to create new variable, and I'm going to call it bool val. Let's set it to false. Next, I'm going to add click event to the body element. So let's use body followed by the add event listener. I'm going to specify the event type. It's going to be click. Also, we need here a callback function with event objects. And now I'm going to use if statement. Let's insert here a condition. I will insert the condition and then I will explain what this condition means. So we need here e.target, then not equals to big image, and we need here bool val. So this condition checks if the clicked target, I mean e.target, is not the big image element, and bool value is true. So the first part, e.target not equals to big image, checks if the clicked target is not the big image element. As for the bool val, this condition checks if the bool value variable is true. If the above condition is true, then we have to remove the CSS class change from an element with the variable named grid. So we need here grid class list dot remove, and I'm going to specify here the class name change. Also, we have to remove the big image element from an element with a variable name wrapper. So we need here wrapper dot remove child, and we have to specify here big image. And finally, we have to make bool value equal to false. So this line here sets the bool val variable to false, indicating that the big image element has been removed and the boolean value should be reset. So if this condition is false, I mean if the clicked target is the big image element or bool value is false, then we have to set bool value to true. This will indicate that the big image element is currently displaying. So we need here else statement in which we have to set bool val to true. All right, that's it. Now it should work. Let's open the image. Then click anywhere. And as you can see, the image is closed. Okay, so everything works perfectly. And the last thing that we have to do is to add the animation to the larger image. I mean, in the finished version, if I click the image, then the image will be opened with some rotation effect. So let's go to the CSS file and create here CSS keyframes. I'm going to call it image anim. So we will have two steps from which indicates the 0%. I'm in the first step. So at the first step, we need transform scale 0, and we need to use rotate function with 20 degrees. As for the second step, we need the same property but with different values. We need scale to be 1 and rotate should be 0. And finally, we have to use animation property in order to apply those rules. So we need here animation. The name is going to be image anim. The duration will be 0.5 seconds. And also I'm going to use again cubic bezier function. The values will be 0.165, then 0.84, 0.44, and 1. Okay, so as you can see, we have here nice and cool rotation effect. And actually, with the project, we are done. So in this tutorial, we're going to create a sign-up form with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript from scratch. Before we dive into writing the code, let's go ahead and describe the project. So as you can see, we have here a sign-up form, which includes a couple of different input fields. We have here inputs for first name, last name, email, and passwords. Also below you can see a submit button with little hover effect. Behind this sign-up form, you can see nice and cool full screen background image. The form is full of nice and cool effects and animations, so I'll describe them step by step. The first thing that I'm going to show you is the functionality of the form heading. By default, we see here text sign up, but once we focus the input fields, then the text content of the form heading will change, and we will get here the text contents of the placeholders of the inputs. So again, the form heading is changing dynamically once we focus on different input fields. The next thing that I'm going to show you is the letters displaying behind the form while we type something into the input fields. As you see, the characters are displaying nicely behind the form. By default, we have here 3 dots, and then once we start to type, the last typed character will be displayed behind the form. If we type into the password inputs, then we will get here the stars I'm in the asterisk. It happens because by default the password is locked. You can see here the lock icons. If we click them, then the passwords will unlock and we will be able to see what we are typing into the input fields. And also the proper characters will be displayed behind the form. So we are able to lock and unlock the passwords, and the latter effects behind the form will work accordingly. All right. So that's not everything. We have here one more animation. If we reload the page, then we'll get this nice and cool effect. The form is hidden by default. Once the page is reloaded, the position of the background image changes, and once we reach the top edge, the form is displayed with a fade effect. Okay, so that's it about the effects and animations and also the functionality of our project. I would like to note that the project is responsive to different screen sizes and devices. If I inspect the page, switch to the responsive mode, and then check the project on different screen sizes and devices, you will see that it is responsive and looks pretty nice on every screen size and device. So I have created a new folder on the desktop called Form, in which I have another folder for images. We have here just one background image. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code. And then we have to create our working files. We need 3 files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then I'm going to create file for CSS. It's going to be style.css. And finally, we need app.js. All right. So let's go ahead and open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. For that, I'm going to use Emmet. We have to place here an exclamation mark and then hit Tab or Enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML tags. So first of all, I'm going to change the title. It's going to be Form. Then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's open link tag. We have to specify here the path of the file. In this case, we just need to indicate the name of the file, style.css. As for the JavaScript, I'm going to open script tag. And then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the name of the file, app.js. And besides that, I'm going to add here an attribute called defer. So the defer attribute instructs the browser on how to handle the JavaScript file. So let me explain the behavior of this attribute. The browser downloads the script app.js in parallel with parsing the HTML content. The browser waits for the HTML parsing to finish before executing the script. So that's the way how defer attribute works. Alright, so now I'm going to run the project live in the browser. For that, I'm going to use one of the VS Code packages called Live Server. You have to click here, open with Live Server, or you can just click here, Go Live. So, as you can see, the project is live in the browser. I'm going to place the editor and the browser side by side to make our working process more convenient. After that, I'm going to bring in one more link. Throughout this project, we're going to use Font Awesome icons. So I'm going to grab Font Awesome CDN. We need to visit this website and copy the first link from here. Then I'm going to open link tag and paste the CDN inside the hrefs attribute. All right. So I think we are ready to start to create the HTML markup. I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be the container. Then inside the container, I'm going to open form tag with the class name form. Let's get rid of action attribute. So inside the form, I'm going to insert span element, and it's going to be 3 dots. Next, I'm going to open another span tag. It's going to be form heading. And as the value, I'm going to insert here sign up. After that, I'm going to open input tag, which is going to be input for the first name. So we need here placeholder attribute with the text first name. And also I'm going to add here class attribute, and it's going to be form input. So let's go ahead and duplicate this input field twice and then make here some changes. So the second input is going to be for last name. We need here last name. The type is going to be text. And then we need input for email. Let's change the type. It's going to be email. Then I'm going to change the placeholder attribute. We need here email. After that, I'm going to open div tag. And it's going to be form group. Inside the div tag, I'm going to open input. And it's going to be password. Next, we need to add here placeholder attribute. It's going to be password. Then I'm going to add here class attribute with the value form input. And then after input element, I'm going to create font autom icon. We need I element with the classes FA solid, FA block. Let's go ahead and duplicate div element. I'm in form group. We need second form group for the password confirmation. So the type of the input field is going to be password. Then we need placeholder with the text confirm password. Then the class name is going to be form input. As for the I element, we need FA lock. Alright, so that's it about the second form group. Next we need to create the submit button. So we need button. The type is going to be submit. Then we need class. It's going to be form btn. And then as the text, I'm going to insert here register. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. Let's check the browser. So we have here all the elements. And now we have to start to style those elements. So let's go ahead and open style.css file. I'm going to move this file on the right side. First of all, I'm going to create some default styles. Let's select every element using an asterisk and then set margin and padding for every element to 0. Then I'm going to define the font family. It's going to be Sequoia UI. Actually, if you don't have this font, you can download it for free and install, or you can use any other font you like. It's up to you. Next, I'm going to define the font size of the HTML elements. So throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as a measurement unit. By default, right now, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and for that we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. We have to make it 62.5%. In this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels, and as you can see, the size of all the elements decreased and they became smaller. Alright, after that, let's go ahead and customize the container. Let's select this element. First of all, I'm going to define the height. It's going to be 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up 100% of the height of the viewport. After that, I'm going to place the content in the center. Actually, in order to place the elements in the center, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. We have to insert here display grid. And then in order to place the content in the center, we need to add here place items center. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center of the page. After that, I'm going to change the background of the container. So we need to define URL. It's going to be images, and we have to select this image here. Then I'm going to define the position of the background image. It's going to be top, and also we need no repeat. Finally, I'm going to add here background size with value cover. Okay, so we have here this nice and cool background image. After that, I'm going to customize the form. So let's go ahead and select form elements with the class name form. I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the content of the form. So let's use display flex. Then we have to align the flex items inside the form element vertically in a column. Therefore, we have to change the direction of the flex, and it's going to be column. So as you can see, the elements are placed vertically in a column. Next, we need some space between the elements, the flex items. In order to create some space, we can use property called row gap. So once the direction is changed and we have column here, then in order to create the space between the flex items, we have to use row gap. If we have not changed the direction, then we would have used here column gap instead of row gap. But in this case, we need row gap. So the gap is going to be 2 rem. And if we check the browser, you will find here that we have space between the flex items. Okay, so after that, I'm going to set border to 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. Also, I'm going to make the form rounded. For that, we have to use border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here rounded border for the form. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the form elements. For that, I'm going to use padding. So the padding is going to be 10 rem at the top side, then 5 rem on the right side, 8 rem at the bottom side, and 5 rem on the left side. So we have space inside the element. After that, I'm going to change the background color of the form. Let's set background to RGBA. I'm going to use white color. We need 255 3 times. And then I'm going to change the opacity. It's going to be 0.1. So as you can see, the color of the form changed. After that, I'm going to take care of the form heading. So let's go ahead and select form heading. First of all, I'm going to define the position for the form heading. It's going to be absolute. Then in order to align the heading according to the parent element, which is form, we have to define position for the form as relative. Now, I'm going to define top position. It's going to be 0. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the position of the form heading is changed. After that, I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 3 rem. Next, I'm going to change the color. Let's make it white. Also, I'm going to decrease the font weight. Let's set it to 200. Then we need padding for the heading. Let's make it 0.5 rem at the top and bottom sides and 1 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the input fields. So let's go ahead and select form input. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 35 rem, and then the height is going to be 2 rem. Also, let's create some space inside the input fields using padding. Let's set it to 1 rem on all 4 sides. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, these tiles are applied to the input fields. They look better. Next, I'm going to set the background color to transparent. Also, we need border, and it's going to be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color will be white. Next, I'm going to get rid of default outline. Let's set it to none, and then check the browser. So now the input fields look nice. After that, I'm going to take care of the font. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then change the color. It's going to be white. Actually, I'm going to add here font weight. Let's set it to 300. Next, I'm going to add border radius to the input field. Let's make it 0.5 rem. And finally, I'm going to add here letter spacing. Let's create some space between the letters and make it 0.1 rem. Okay, so now the forms look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to change the color of the placeholder attribute. Let's go ahead and select form input, followed by the placeholder pseudo class, actually pseudo element, not the class. Let's set color to white. Alright, so that's it about the input fields. Next, I'm going to take care of the button, the submit button. So let's go ahead and select form btn. I'm going to set padding to 1 rem. Then let's go ahead and change the border. It's going to be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use RGBA color to 10105, then 30, and the opacity is going to be 0.451. Okay, so the background color of the button is changed. After that, I'm going to customize the fonts. So let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then the font weight is going to be 400. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Then change the color, make it white. Also, I'm going to make the text uppercase. And then set cursor to pointer. Let's check the button. Okay, so I think it looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to create a little hover effect. Once we hover over the button, we should change the background color. So I'm going to select form btn, followed by the hover. Let's change the background color. I'm going to use RGBA value. It's going to be 236109, then 19. As for the opacity, I'm going to set it to 0.451. Also, we need here transition for a smoother effect. Let's set transition to background color, and the duration is going to be 0.2 seconds. All right. So that's it about the button. Next, I'm going to take care of the font awesome icons. Those 2 icons for the password and password confirmation. So let's go ahead and select form group I. First of all, I'm going to define the position of the icon. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is form group. So we need to select form group and set position to relative. Then go back to the icon. I'm going to set the position to 50%. We need to center the icons vertically. Therefore, I'm going to add here transform, translate Y with the value minus 50%. So in this case, the icon will be centered vertically. Next, I'm going to define the right position. Let's add here right position, and I'm going to set it to 3 rem. Okay, so the icons are positioned. Next, I'm going to customize them. So let's go ahead and change the color. It's going to be white. Also change the font size. I'm going to make it 1.4 rem. And finally set cursor to pointer. Okay, so the icons look pretty nice. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the span elements. Those 3 dots. Actually, I'm going to add here class name, letter. So this span element will include the letters. Let's take a look at the finished project. So by default, as you can see, we have here 3 dots, but once we set the type, then we'll get here the letters. So this span element will include those letters. I'm going to customize this element. Let's select it here. we need letter. Then I'm going to set position to absolute. The top position is going to be 50%. Then we need left position, it's going to be 50%. Next, I'm going to center the elements perfectly. For that, I'm going to use transform with translate function. And we have to pass here minus 50% and again minus 50% for both directions. I mean X and Y directions. After that, I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 50 rem. Then the font weight is going to be bolder. Also, we need to make the letters uppercase. Let's set text transform to uppercase. Change the color. Make it chocolate. Let's check the results. So we have here the dots. Next, I'm going to make them blurry. For that, I'm going to use filter and the blur function with the value 2 rem. And also, I'm going to use here user select with value none. So the CSS property user select is used to control whether the user can select the text within an element. When you set user select to none, it prevents the user from selecting any text within the particular element and its children. So we are not able to select the dots. Okay, so I'm going to place the dots behind the form. For that, I'm going to use the index property. Let's set it to -1. Now they are hidden and they are no longer visible. In order to fix that problem, I'm going to add to the form the property called isolation, and the value is going to be isolate. So now the dots should be visible, and yes, they are visible and they are placed behind the form element. So the isolation property is used to establish a new stacking context for the element it's applied to. When you set isolation to isolate, it isolates the element's content from its parent and sibling elements in terms of stacking order. In other words, it means that the element's content will be rendered as if it were in a separate layer, independent of its surrounding elements. This can be useful for managing the stacking order of elements, particularly in complex layouts or when dealing with elements that use overlapping or positioning. Alright, so actually that's it about the CSS for now. All the elements look pretty nice, and now we have to write some JavaScript. Let's open app.js file, and I'm going to create a variable. It's going to be inputs. I'm going to select all the inputs. So let's go ahead and use document.query selector all method. Let's specify here the class name form input. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code. The second variable is going to be letter, and I'm going to select letter. Also, we need here query selector without all. So now I'm going to iterate over inputs using for each method, and we have to add an event listener to each input with the event input. So as I said, we need to use for each method. We need here inputs dot for each. Then I'm going to insert here a callback function which will take one parameter, and it's going to be input, the current input in the loop. So as I said, we have to add an event listener to the input. Let's use add event listener method, and as the event I'm going to use input. So the input event is triggered when the user types something into the input field. Let's add here a callback function, and I'm going to insert here an event object. It represents the event object. I mean, it contains information about the event that occurred. So now the first thing that I'm going to do is to hide the letter. I mean the dots in this case. So in order to hide the letter, let's use letter followed by the style property, and then we need opacity. It should be equal to 0. After that, we have to define the text content of the letter. I mean, we have to grab the text content of the typed letters here. So once we type, we need to grab the last letter and we have to display it back behind the input like we have it in the finished version. So we need to do this thing for those 3 input fields except the password and password confirmation. In the case of the password, we need to display the stars if the password is locked, and if it is unlocked, then we have to display the characters, I mean the letters. So first of all, let's take care of those 3 input fields. For that, we need to use if statements. We need if statement in order to exclude the password and password confirmation. So we need here the following condition: if input type not equals to password, then I'm going to use setTimeout function. I'm going to display the letters after some amount of time. So the setTimeout function takes 2 parameters. The first one is the callback function. As for the second one, it is an amount of time. In this case, let's use 100 milliseconds. So inside the setTimeout function, we have to set the text content of the letter element to the last character entered by the user. And also we have to set the opacity of the letter element back to 1. So we need here letter dot text content, and it should be equal to e.target. It refers to the target element that triggered the event. In this case, it's the input element that the event listener is attached to. So after e.target, we need value dot split, and we have to pass here empty string. So this method splits the string, I mean the value of the input field, into an array of individual characters. The empty string passed as an argument to split means that each character of the string will become a separate element in the resulting array. So again, split method in this case splits the string into an array of individual characters. Now we have to use another method, and it's called slice. And actually we need here slice. And as the argument, I'm going to insert here -1. So the slice method extracts a portion of an array. The argument -1 specifies that it should start at the last element of the array and extract it. Since it's only extracting one element, it effectively selects the last character of the input value. So slice method selects the last character from the array, which is returned by the split method. All right. So after that, I'm going to show back the letter. So we need letter dot style dot opacity equal to 1. Okay, so now this code should work. Let's start typing here. As you can see, we are getting the letters from the input field. So everything works fine. Now if we type in the password input field, then we won't get here any characters. So now we need else statements in which we have to change the text content of the letter and make it asterisk. I mean, if we take a look at the finished project and start to type in the password input field, we'll get here the star, I mean the asterisk. So if the type of the input is equal to password, then we need here letter dot text content equal to an asterisk. And also we need to display back the letter. So we need letter dot style dot opacity equal to 1. Actually, we need to pass this code in the set timeout function like we did it in the if statement. So we need here set timeout, then a callback function, and I'm going to pass here the code. Also, we need here the amount of time. It's going to be 100 milliseconds. Okay, let's go to the browser and check the results. Now, as you can see, we're getting here the asterisk in both password input fields. Okay, so everything works fine. I'm going to add a little smooth effect to the letter. So I'm going to add transition. Let's use opacity with the duration point 1 second. All right, so now we have to take care of the password inputs, I mean the font awesome icons. Once we click them, we have to unlock the password input fields. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be locks. Let's select the I elements. I'm going to use query selector all method. And I'm going to specify here the class name form group, followed by the I elements. Now I'm going to iterate over the locks, and then we have to add a click event to the lock. So once we click the lock, then we have to change the font awesome icon. I mean, we have to unlock it. So let's go ahead and insert here locks. Then we need for each method with a callback function. As the parameter, I'm going to insert here lock. Then, as I said, we have to add an event listener to the lock with click event. And then we need a callback function. So once we click the lock, then we have to open it. And then on the next click, we have to lock it back. So I'm going to use toggle method. We need here lock.classList.toggle. And then we have to insert here class name fa lock open. After that, we need to check if the lock contains the class name fa lock open. If it does, then we have to change the type of the input field and make it text. And if it doesn't contain fa lock open, it means that it is locked, and therefore we have to make the input type password. So we need here lock.classList.contains. This method checks if the element contains the class. So we need here class name fa lock open. So if the element contains this class name, then we need ternary operator, and we have to change the type of the input field and make it text. So we need here lock, and then we have to access to the previous element sibling. I mean, we have to access to the input field. Then we need type, property, and we have to make it text. If the lock does not contain fa lock open, then it means that it is locked, and we have to insert here this code, but with different type, and it's going to be password. Okay, let's go to the browser and check the result. So by default, the input fields are locked. Now if we click, then they will open. And if I type here, the characters will be visible. Also, behind the input field, we see the characters that we are typing. Okay, so everything works fine. Let's check the second input field as well. Now it is locked. Once we open it, then we will be able to see the characters. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the form heading. So as you see, once we focus the input fields, then the form heading is changing. And once we remove the focus, then we'll get here sign up. let's go ahead and make this thing work. So I'm going to select form heading. Let's use again query selector method. I'm going to specify here the class name. It's going to be form heading. Next, I'm going to insert inside the for each method the following. We need to add an event listener to the input element with the event focus. So once we focus the input field, then we have to hide the form heading. And after that, we have to grab the text content of the placeholder and replace the text content of the form heading. So as I said, we have to add an event listener to the input field. The event is going to be focus. Let's add here callback function. We need to use again event objects. So as I said, the first thing that we have to do is to hide the form heading. So we need here form heading, then style, then opacity, and it's going to be 0. After that, I'm going to use again set timeout function. I'm going to change the text content with some timeout. So I'm going to add here a callback function. As for the amount of timeout, it's going to be 200 milliseconds. So as I said, we have to grab the text content of the placeholder and we have to replace the text content of the form heading. So we need here form heading followed by the text content. Then we need e.target. So we are accessing here the input field, and then we have to access the placeholder. After that, we have to display back the form heading. So let's grab this line of code and make the opacity 1. Let's go to the browser. Now, once we focus, then the text content of the form heading will change and it will grab the text content of the placeholder. All right, so I think we need a little transition with this effect. Let's find form heading and add here transition. It's going to be opacity with the duration 0.2 seconds. So now we have much nicer effect. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to change the form heading once we remove the focus from the input fields. Once we click anywhere outside the input field, then we have to get back here, sign up. So let's go to the VS Code. So I'm going to attach an event listener to the input with the event called blur. The blur event occurs when an element loses focus. So let's add here input.add event listener. And as I said, we need to use event called blur. Then we need a callback function. So again, the blur event occurs when an element loses focus. In other words, it triggers when the user moves focus away from an interactive element. In our case, it is an input field. So now we need to hide again the form heading. Let's add here style with opacity and make it 0. Then again, I'm going to use set timeout function. Actually, let's grab this code from here and insert it here. So the amount of time will be the same. The text content of the form heading should be sign up. And we need here opacity 1 because we have to display back the form heading. All right, let's go to the browser. So once we focus, then the form heading will change. And once we remove the focus or click anywhere outside of the input field, then we will get back here, sign up. All right, so I think everything looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the background image. I mean, once we reload the page, then we will get this nice and cool effect. The form is hidden by default. Then the background is moving. I mean, the position of the background is changing and the Signup Form is appearing. So let's go to the VS Code and create this effect. I'm going to create CSS keyframes. We need to use CSS animations. So let's create CSS keyframes. The name is going to be bganim. So we will have here 3 different steps. At 0% at starting point, we need opacity to be 0.2. Then we need background position, and the position of the background is going to be bottom. Then the next step is going to be 30%. At 30%, let's grab those 2 lines. The opacity is going to be 1. As for the background position, it's going to be bottom. And then we need 100%. I mean the endpoint of the animation. At 100%, the opacity is going to be 1. As for the background position, it's going to be top. Alright, so once the keyframes are ready, let's add the animation to the container. We need bganim. Then the duration is going to be 1.5 seconds. And also I'm going to use here value forwards. Actually, we need here forwards. So the forwards value for the animation property specifies that the element should retain the styles defined in the last keyframe after the animation completes. So it should retain those styles here. Let's go to the browser and reload the page. So as you can see, the background, I mean the position of the background is changing. Now we need to hide the form and appear it once we move up. I mean once the position of the background becomes top. So I'm going to create new CSS keyframes for the form. We need form. So let's create CSS keyframes, and the name is going to be form animation. We're going to have here just 2 steps. 0%, the starting point. It's going to be opacity 0, and then at 100%, at the endpoint of the animation, we need opacity 1. Then I'm going to use animation property. I'm going to insert here the name of the animation is going to be form anim. Then we need duration 2 seconds. Also, I'm going to add here little delay time. So the delay time is going to be 1.2 seconds. And again, let's use forwards. I'm going to add to the form opacity 0 by default. It should be hidden by default. And also I'm going to change the color of the body element. Let's set body, let's set color, background color for the body element to FF9100. So now once we reload, then we will get this nice and cool effect. The form is hidden and it appears after some time once the background position becomes top. Alright, so everything looks and works perfectly. The only thing that we have to do is to make our project responsive to different screen sizes and devices. Let's inspect the page and switch to the responsive mode. Let's go ahead and check the project for different screens. I have here different screen sizes for desktop screens. Then we have tablets and mobiles. So let's check all of those breakpoints. As you can see, for desktop screens, the project looks pretty nice. Next we have tablet. It looks nice. And now we have here mobiles. So as you can see, we need to make some changes for mobile screen sizes. I'm going to create CSS media query. Let's specify max width as 550 pixels. I'm going to decrease the font size of the HTML elements. Let's set it to 50%. It will decrease the sizes of all the elements. So now, as you can see, the project looks good on mobile device. Let's check other screen sizes. Actually, we need to make some change here. It is the smallest screen size for the mobile phone. So I'm going to create new CSS media query. Let's set max width to 400 pixels and decrease the font size of the HTML elements. Make it 45% and check the result. So now everything looks good. In this video, we're going to be creating a gallery with nice and cool effects. The project will be created with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Before we jump right into building the project, let's go ahead and describe it. So we have here the gallery, which consists of 9 different images. They are placed in a grid system. If I hover over the image, then the full image will display. And also you will see here a box in the center of the image with dashed border and also with text extend. The full image is draggable. As you can see, it moves with the mouse cursor, and once I put it in the box, then the entire gallery will transform into this particular image. The same will happen with other images as well. So as you can see, once I put this element in the center, in the box, then the entire gallery transforms into the particular image. Let's get started. I have created a new folder on the desktop called Gallery, which includes folder for images. Let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code and then create our working files. We need 3 different files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then I'm going to create style.css. And also we need app.js file. Let's open index.html and create the basic HTML document. I'm going to place here the exclamation mark and then hit tab or enter. So as you can see, we have here the basic HTML document. I'm going to change the title. It's going to be gallery. Then I'm going to link the CSS and JavaScript files. Let's open link tag and then specify here the path of the file. We need the file name. Next, I'm going to link the JavaScript file. Let's open script tag. And then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the path of the file. The name of the file. It's going to be app.js. And also, I'm going to add here an attribute called defer. So this attribute tells the browser to execute the script after the HTML content has been parsed. This means that the script will be loaded asynchronously while the HTML content is being parsed, but it won't interrupt the parsing of HTML. Alright, next I'm going to run the project to the browser using live server. You can either select here open with live server or click here this button, go live. So our project is live in the browser. Next I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side like so, in order to make our working process more convenient and simple. Okay, so we're ready to start to write the HTML markup. I'm going to open div tag with the class name container. It will include another div and it's going to be gallery. Then inside the gallery, I'm going to create a couple of different boxes. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name box. This will be a common class name. And besides that, we need individual class names. So I'm going to add here box1. Then inside that element, I'm going to insert image. Let's go ahead and select images folder. And then we need image 1. So overall, we will have 9 different images. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this code 8 times. And then let's go ahead and quickly change the class names and also the image names. So we need here image 2, then image 3. Next we have image 4. Then I'm going to insert here image 5, image 6, and then we have image 7, image 8, and finally image 9. Okay, so as you can see, we have here the images. That's it about the HTML markup. Let's go ahead and open style.css file. First of all, I'm going to create some default styles. Let's go ahead and select every element using an asterisk and then set margin and padding, both of them to 0. And also I'm going to set box sizing to border box. In this case, the width and height of the element will include the padding and also the border. Next, I'm going to define the font size of the HTML element. I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit throughout this project. So by default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because by default the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I'm going to convert 1 rem into 10 pixels, and therefore we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element and we have to make it 62.5%. Alright, so in this case, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. Next, I'm going to hide the images for a while. Let's select box followed by the image element and set display to none. So as you can see, the images are hidden. After that, I'm going to take care of the gallery. Let's select gallery and define width. I'm going to use a function clamp. Let's insert the values and then I'm going to explain what this function does. So we need here 35 rem, then 75 viewport width, and the third value is going to be 120 rem. So this line sets the width of the element using the clamp function. The clamp function takes 3 parameters. The first one is a minimum value, then we have a preferred value and a maximum value. So in this case, 35 rem is the minimum width, the smallest the element can be. Then we have 75 viewport width. It is the preferred width, which is 75% of the viewport width. And then we have 120 rem. It's the maximum width, the largest the element can be. The browser will choose the preferred width, 75 viewport width, as long as it falls within the minimum and maximum values. If the viewport is smaller than 35 rem, then the width will be 35 rem. And if it is larger than 120 rem, then the width will be 120 rem. Okay, after that, I'm going to use aspect ratio. Let's set it to 16/9. So it means that the width of the element will be determined based on the height. In this case, for every 16 units of width, there will be 9 units of height, maintaining the aspect ratio of 16:9. It's commonly used for images and videos to maintain a consistent visual appearance. Next, I'm going to set background color to black. Alright, let's check the browser. So here we have the gallery, but something's wrong here. Actually, we are missing here a comma. Okay, so now everything's correct. We have here the gallery. I'm going to place it in the center of the page. So let's take care of the container. I'm going to set the height of the container to 100 viewport height. It means that the container will take up height as the 100% of the height of the viewport. Next, I'm going to place the gallery in the center. For that, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use CSS grid. We need display grid. And then I'm going to use place items center. Okay, so as you can see, the gallery is placed in the center. After that, I'm going to select box. And I'm going to define the width and height. Actually, In case of box, I'm going to set width and height to 1/3 of the 100%. Therefore, we can create a CSS variable. Let's select root element. Then we need variable, let's call it length. And I'm going to use calc function. As I said, we have to divide 100% by 3. And then I'm going to apply this code to the box's width and height. We need width. It's going to be equal to var length. And the same we need for the height. Let's add here border. It's going to be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color will be white. So here we have the boxes. I'm going to place them horizontally in a row on 3 lines. So I'm going to use flexbox. Let's add flexbox here. I'm going to set display to flex. Then we need flex wrap to be wrap in order to place the boxes on 3 different lines. Okay, so that's it about the alignment of the boxes. Next, I'm going to take care of the images. Let's add here background. We need URL. Let's select images folder. And then I'm going to select image 1. Let's add here no repeat. Next, I'm going to define the background position. It's going to be center. Then let's define background size. And it's going to be contain. So this property sets how the background image should be resized to fit the container. When we set it to contain and the background image is scaled to maintain its aspect ratio while fitting within the container's dimensions, this means that the entire background image will be visible within the container, but there may be empty space around the image if the container's aspect ratio differs from the image's aspect ratio. No part of the background image will be cropped. Okay, after that, I'm going to use another background property. It is called background attachment, and I'm going to set it to fixed. So this property sets whether the background image should scroll with the content or remain fixed in place. When we set it to fixed, the background image remains stationary while the content of the element scrolls. Let's go ahead and check the browser. So we have here the first image on the entire gallery. Next, we have to select all boxes and convert the node list into an array using a spread operator. So we are going to write some JavaScript code. Let's create variable and call it boxes. So as I said, we're going to convert node list into an array. We need here square brackets followed by the spread operator with 3 dots. Then we're going to select boxes with query selector all method. And I'm going to specify here the class name box. After that, we have to define a function which will iterate over each element in the boxes array using the for each method. So I'm going to call the function box background bg. We need here an arrow function. Then I'm going to iterate over each box using for each method. So we need here boxes followed by the for each method. We have to specify here the parameters box and the index I. So within the for each loop, we need to set the background image of each box dynamically. We should construct the URL of the background image using template literals. So I'm going to insert here box.style.background image, and it should be equal to template literals. Then we need to define the URL. We need here images, the folder name. Then I'm going to select image. And here I'm going to pass the following. We need here I plus 1. And then the extension JPG. So here I represents the index of the current box in the boxes array. It adds 1 to the index because JavaScript arrays are 0 indexed, but the image file names start from 1. So for each box element, the background image is set to a different image URL based on its index in the boxes array, resulting in each box having a unique background image. Let's go ahead and call this function. Okay, let's go ahead and check the browser. So as you can see, now each box has its unique background image. Let's go ahead and take care of the image elements. I'm going to get rid of display none. And then we need position to be absolute. And I'm going to set position relative for the parent element, which is a box. Next, I'm going to define the width of the image. And it's going to be, again, clamp function. And I'm going to insert here the following values. The minimum value is going to be 5 RAM. Then we will have a preferred value. It's going to be 25%. As for the maximum value, I'm going to set it to 10 RAM. Also, we need to define aspect ratio. Let's use again 16/9. Then we need object fit with the value cover. So this property specifies how the image should be resized to fit its container. When we set it to cover, image is scaled to maintain its aspect ratio while completely covering the container's content box. Next, I'm going to use another property called object position with the value center. So this property specifies the alignment of the image within its container when we use object fit. When we set it to center, the image is positioned at the center of the container. This means that if the aspect ratio of the container and the aspect ratio of the image are different, then the element will be centered horizontally and vertically within the container after it has been resized to fit using the object fit property. Alright, let's check the browser. So here we have the small images placed at the top left corner of the big images. So let's go ahead and add here border. It's going to be 0.1 RAM solid, and then we have the color white. So as you can see, the small images have the borders. Next, I'm going to make them rounded. Let's use border radius. It's going to be 1 RAM at the top left corner, then 1 RAM at the top right corner, 3 RAM at the bottom right corner, and 1 RAM at the bottom left corner. Alright, next I'm going to add an event listener to each box in the boxes array with a mouse enter event. It will trigger when the mouse cursor enters the element. So let's go back to the JavaScript file, and I'm going to iterate over each box item using for each method. We need boxes followed by the for each method. Then I'm going to insert here box. So as I said, we need to add an event listener to the box with event called mouse enter, and then I'm going to pass here a callback function which will be executed once the mouse cursor enters the element. Alright, after that we need to create a new div element using the document.createElement method and assign it to the variable div. So I'm going to declare variable div, and then I'm going to use it here. So it should be equal to document.create element, and we have to specify here div. Next, I'm going to add the CSS class box center to the newly created div element. Then this class will be used for styling purposes. So we need here div.classList.add, and I'm going to specify here the class name box center. Actually, we need here center. After that, we have to set the text content of the div element to extend. This text will be displayed inside the element. So we need here div.textContent to be equal to extend. And finally, we have to append the newly created div element with the class box center and the text content extend as a child of the box element. This means that the div will be added inside the box element in the DOM. So we need here box.append, and then we have to specify here the variable div. So in summary, this code dynamically adds a new div element with the class box center and the text extend as a child of each box element when the mouse enters the box element. Alright, next we have to customize the newly created div element. So let's go to the CSS file and select, actually, what is that? We need here position relative. So let's change the value. So as I said, we need to select newly created div element with the class name box center. Let's go ahead and define the position. It's going to be absolute. Then I'm going to define width. Let's use again clamp function. The values will be 5 rem, then 25%, and the maximum value is going to be 10 rem. Also, we need here aspect ratio. We need again 16/9. Then I'm going to define top and left properties. Let's set both of them to 50%. We're going to center the element, therefore we need to use transform with translate function. We need here translate function with the values -50% and again -50%. It will allow us to center the element inside the container. Let's set border. It's going to be 0.1 rem. Then we need here dashed border. As for the color, I'm going to use white. So once the mouse enters the boxes, then the element will be displayed. Let's go ahead and customize it. I'm going to define border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. Then I'm going to place the content in the center using display grid and place items center. Also change the color of the text. It's going to be white. Then I'm going to change the font family. Let's use here font called Jill Sans. If you don't have this font, you can download it for free and install, or you can use any font you like. I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.3 rem. Also change the text shadow. We need here 0.1 rem, 0.1 rem, and then the color is going to be 555. And then I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Okay, so that's it about these elements. Again, once the mouse enters the boxes, then this element in the center appears. Next, I'm going to go to the JavaScript file and create two different variables. The first one is going to be image. And also we need another variable. Let's call it bool value. I'm going to set it to true. Next, we need to add an event listener to each box element. The event being listened for is mouse move, which triggers whenever the mouse cursor moves within the boundaries of the element. So I'm going to add here box.add event listener. Then, as I said, the event is going to be mouse move. Next, we need here a callback function which will be executed once the mouse moves on the element. So I'm going to add here an event object. So now we have to assign the first child element of the box element to the variable image which we have created here. So I'm going to add here image equal to box.first element child. Then we have to calculate the vertical distance, top offset, between the mouse cursor position and the top edge of the box element. We have to use a property called client y and then getBounding client rect function to get the dimensions of the box element relative to the viewport. So I'm going to create a variable, let's call it top, and it should be equal to e.client y. Then we need to subtract box.getBounding client rect function, and we have to add here top property. In the same way, I'm going to calculate the horizontal distance between the mouse cursor position and the left edge of the box element. In this case, we have to use client x and getBounding client rect with left position to get the dimensions of the box element relative to the viewport. I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change top into left. We need here client x. And then we need here left instead of top. Alright, after that we have to set the top CSS property of the image element to the calculated top value, effectively moving the image vertically within its parent box element. So I'm going to add here image.style.top. It should be equal to template literals. We need here top position followed by pixels. And in the same way, we need to set the left CSS property of the image element to the calculated left value, this value here, effectively moving the image horizontally within its parent box element. So I'm going to duplicate this code, change top into left, and we need here left. Okay, let's go to the browser. As you can see, once we move the mouse, then the image moves with the mouse cursor. Everything works fine. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to find image and I'm going to add to it pointer events none. And also I'm going to move the image in the center using transform, translate with values -50% and -50%. Let's reload the page. So as you can see, the image is placed in the center. I'm going to hide image using opacity 0, and also we need to change the cursor. Instead of pointer, I'm going to use grab. Then I'm going to display the image on hover. So we need here box with hover, followed by the image elements. I'm going to set opacity to 1. And then we need transition for smoother effect. It's going to be opacity and the duration will be 0.5 seconds. And also I'm going to hide the outer parts of the images using overflow hidden. We need to add it to box. Okay, so everything works fine. Next, I'm going to hide the div elements with class box center. So I'm going to add here opacity 0, and also I'm going to disable the pointer events. Let's set pointer events to none. Then I'm going to select again box with hover, followed by the box center class. And I'm going to set opacity to 1. Alright, so now the box appears once we hover over the images, and once the mouse leaves the image, then the box disappears. Okay, next we have to write again some JavaScript. We're going to create two variables and calculate the position of those elements relative to the viewport using the getBounding client React function. Again, this method returns the size of an element and its position relative to the viewport. So let's go ahead and create new variables. I'm going to call the first variable the position. It should be equal to div.getBounding client React function. Let's duplicate this code. The second variable is going to be image position, and we need here image.getBounding client React function. After that, we have to check if the image overlaps with the div by a margin of 20 pixels. We can do that by comparing the positions of the top, bottom, left and right edges of the image and the div. I mean those two variables. So I'm going to create here an if statement in which we're going to insert the following condition. It will consist of a couple of different parts. So the first condition is going to be image position dot top minus div position dot top is less than 20. So this part of the condition checks if the distance between the top edge of the image and the top edge of the div is less than 20 pixels. If this is true, it means that the top edge of the image is within 20 pixels below the top edge of the div. We need here AND operator, and the second part is going to be image position dot top plus 20 is greater than div position dot top. So this part of the condition checks if the distance between the top edge of the image plus 20 pixels is greater than the top edge of the div. If this is true, it means that the bottom edge of the image is within 20 pixels above the top edge of the div. Next we need again AND operator, and the next part is going to be image position dot left minus div position dot left is less than 20. This part of the condition checks if the distance between the left edge of the image and the left edge of the div is less than 20 pixels. If this is true, it means that the left edge of the image is within 20 pixels to the right of the left edge of the div. Next, we need again AND operator, and now we need final part. So I'm going to insert here image position dot left plus 20 is greater than div position dot left. So this part of the condition checks if the distance between the left edge of the image plus 20 pixels is greater than the left edge of the div. If this is true, it means that the right edge of the image is within 20 pixels to the left of the left edge of the div. Hopefully you understand those things. If the conditions in the if statement are true, then we should take the following actions. We have to define the top and left properties of the image. So we need here image dot style dot top to be equal to template literals. Next we need div position dot top minus box dot get bounding client rect dot top, and we have to add here pixels. So this calculates the distance between the top edge of the div element and the top edge of the box element, subtracts that distance from the top position of the image, and appends pixels to convert it to a string representing the pixels. So this ensures that the image's top position aligns with the top position of the div, compensating for any offset introduced by the box element's position relative to the viewport. In the same way, we need to define the left position. Let's duplicate this code, change top to left. Then we need left here, and also again, let's insert here left. So this part calculates the distance between the left edge of the div element and the left edge of the box element, subtracts that distance from the left position of the image, and appends pixels to convert it to a string representing pixels. Okay, after that, I'm going to define a couple of different properties. I mean the styling of the image. So we need here image.style dot pointer events. It should be equal to none. Then let's duplicate this line of code. The next property is going to be transform. It should be equal to translate with the value 0 for both directions. Let's duplicate again this line of code. So next we have border, and it should be equal to 0.1 rem, solid, and transparent. Alright, now we have to retrieve the second class from the class list property of the box element. As you remember, we have here classes in the format of box1, box2, box3, and so on. So let's go ahead and create a new variable. I'm going to call it boxNum. Then we need box.classList, and we have to select the second item. So we need here index number 1. Then I'm going to use function called split, which will split the value on dash and return an array. And we have to grab from that array the second item. So we need here index number 1. Okay, after that, I'm going to iterate through boxes and then add background image to the box. So we need here boxes dot for each method. I'm going to insert here parameter box followed by the arrow function. So as I said, we have to define the background image for box. We need here box.style background image, and then we have to define the URL. I'm going to use template literals. Let's use URL, then define images / image. So I'm going to insert here boxNum followed by the extension JPG. Alright, let's go to the browser and check the result. So, as you can see, once we place the image in the box, then the entire gallery will transform into that particular image. Alright, so we have to do a couple of more things. Let's go back to the VS Code. Now we have to insert the entire code into the if statement, where we have to check whether bool value is true or false. Actually, this variable serves as a mechanism to control the execution of a specific block of code. It allows the code inside the if statement to execute only once when the bool value is initially true, and then prevents it from executing again until bool value is reset to true elsewhere in the code. So as I said, we have to insert the entire code in the if statement. I'm going to cut the entire code, then create if statement where the condition will be bool value. Let's insert here the code, and down below we need bool value to be equal to false. So after the actions are performed inside the if statement, bool value is set to false. This effectively ensures that the block of code inside the if statement will not execute again until bool value is set back to true. Let's go to the browser. So once we hover over the first box, then everything will work perfectly. If we hover over other boxes, as you can see, we have here a problem. We need to define the actions once the mouse leaves the box. So I'm going to add here an event listener to the box with mouse leave event. Let's insert box.addEventListener with the mouse leave event, and then again we need here a callback function. We need here an arrow. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is to call the box background function. Then I'm going to pass here if statements, in which I'm going to check if the image exists or not. If this is true, then we have to define the styles for image. So we need image.style.transform, and we have to set it to translate with the values -50% and again -50%. We need to center the element. Let's duplicate this line of code twice. The second property is going to be pointer events, and it should be equal to all. And finally we need border. It's going to be 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. And now we have to set bool value back to true. And the last thing that we have to do is to check if the last child element of the box is a div element. If it is, then we have to remove that div element from the box. This is a cleanup step to remove a dynamically added element from the box when the mouse leaves the box. I'm going to add here one line. We need box dot last element child, followed by the tag name property. Next we need equals to div. So if this is true, then I'm going to remove div elements from the box using remove child method. We have to specify here div. So again, this line checks if the last child element of the box is a div element. If it is, then it removes the div element from the box. Okay, let's go to the browser and check the results. So now, as you can see, everything works perfectly, and we have here this nice and cool effects with our gallery.
And that's a wrap. Today we built 8 awesome apps using Vanilla JavaScript, covering a variety of techniques and concepts that will help you take your coding skills to the next level. From interactive galleries to functional forms, we hope you enjoyed following along and creating these projects. If you found this tutorial helpful or inspiring, please give this video a like, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss an upcoming tutorials. Your support means everything to us, and it brings us closer to our goal of 20,000 subscribers. So let's reach that milestone together. Don't forget to leave a comment below and share which project was your favorite or if you have any ideas for future tutorials. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.